Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Never to be seen again. Well, Space Fam, it's beautiful to see you all here tonight, Monday, August 17th. So much to talk about, but first, some shoutouts. Owen Oep, Randy Terpstra, Young Chris, 123 in the YouTube chat. Frizzla, a close fourth. Carl Schmidt, also here, Niazraki, Sweet Chewy. The Green New Deal, Rogue Gerb. Kitsune Cavalier on Twitch. A lot to talk about tonight. Donald Trump giving land to Mexico. $20 burritos. The Florida primary coming up tomorrow. And Kim Jong, USA. Oh, but yesterday we didn't have Sunday Fun Day, so it's going to be a Moon Day Fune Day stream. As much as possible, bringing as much valutainment to today's discussions. But before we get anywhere, I gotta remind everybody that we have a massive galactic deficit which needs to be solved before the end of August. Otherwise, all galactic pandemonium will ensue. We're so far away from completing it, I'm starting to have little freakouts over here. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Best ways to help out. Let's start here in the United States, where Donald Trump is ruining fun. He's ruining it with more proposed tariffs. This time on something very strange. Wait. What the heck? Why do we have no sound? What's happened? We had the sound 2 seconds ago. And we can't hear anything. This is a literal disaster. Wait, why is it on this? That doesn't even make sense. Why would it switch to that?
A proposed 25% tariff could soon hit brass wind instruments. The music industry is pushing back, warning that the added cost could eventually reach students and families just as the busy back-to-school season gets underway. KCCI's Pepper Papura talked with the Central Iowa Instrument Shop about how long it could take for prices to rise.
Bellowing brass instruments like this trombone are now caught up in a national security fight over imported metals. In April, the president issued this proclamation calling the U.S.'s reliance on imported aluminum, steel, and copper a national security threat.
This isn't a joke. Brass instruments are facing a 25% tariff, most of which are not made here, due to national security concerns. It's utterly ridiculous. Weapons of brass destruction. That's what people are saying. It's quite horrifying. As school districts, parents, and students nationwide prepare for fall, music educators are wrangling with a sour note. Oh. On August 6, 2026, the U.S. Commerce Department issued a request for comment this month on a proposal to impose tariffs on imported brass wind instruments such as trombones, trumpets, and tubas as a threat to national security.
This is ridiculous.
Really? Really? It's a threat to national security. It's almost impossible to say the sentence and take it seriously. Really? Imported brass instruments are a threat to national security? In what way? In what way would you say our inability to produce all aspects of brass instruments in the United States, how is that threatening our security? I just need to understand. Because it just feels like they're hurting the kids, right? They're hurting the kids and America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Weapons of brass destruction. Horrifying. And of course, the music is a hugely important part of society. You know, not just for learning for children growing up and being exposed to these sorts of things themselves, but the enjoyment of music, of the arts. It's intrinsic to being a human, some people are saying. Like PBS NewsHour. Let's talk about the science behind art and mental health.
Now for a look at a program using the arts to tackle loneliness and social isolation. Located in Charlotte, North Carolina, it requires a prescription for art instead of medicine. Paul Salman has the story for our series at the intersection of art and health, part of our Canvas coverage.
I wouldn't go anywhere. I stayed at home.
Alicia Bigby was traumatized by family tragedy.
I would get invites to things, and I would say I would go, and then I would kind of get a panic attack and wouldn't go. And I would just sit in the dark at home or sit on the front porch.
But now she's giving interviews to strangers, visiting museums.
Growing up, my mom collected these little African-American figurines.
One of her favorite paintings at the moment, David McGee's Drum Call.
When I came here and I saw this, I was like, oh my goodness, this reminds me so much of my mom and the little figurines that she kept in her armoire.
Yes, that's right. Art, music, these sorts of things can bring unexpected connections to our past, our history. Also to our family, our loved ones, friends. Things like that. This is why a 25% on brass instruments is utterly ridiculous. But we have a president who can't appreciate these kinds of things. I don't think anybody in Trump's family's ever done anything artistic.
Come friends.
80 participants have gone to the ballet,
I didn't take it.
the theater, taken art-making classes, and visited the Beckler to see, most recently, David McGee's riffs on art classics from the past, like The End of Summer, playing off Caravaggio's famous Bacchus.
We would ask participants to just start talking about what they see. What do the colors make you feel? How does it express an emotion to you?
Well, there you go, Space Sam's a little cultural appreciation for you today on this Monday Funday. Monday Funday, as some people are calling it. Now, unfortunately, arts and music, well, they may be helpful to us, to our mental health, to connecting with others, our communities, our histories. It's not a completely preventative measure. Not all, that's not how I want to say this. What am I saying? But music, art, it won't prevent all tragedies from happening. And this week, we have an old tragedy to talk about. A 30-year-old tragedy dating back to musical history, if you will. 30 years ago, in the late 90s, in the Las Vegas Strip, a crime happened.
Violent crime.
And a great artist was taken from us all too soon. I'm, of course, talking about the murder of Tupac Shakur. And the man accused of that murder is facing trial. This week, jury selection. Actually, last week, jury selection was underway. This week, opening statements beginning today. And I was saving this for Sunday Fun Day. If it weren't for that, we would probably not necessarily be talking about this, but let's get into it. ABC News 6 days ago.
Las Vegas, once again the center of an infamous crime. The murder of rapper Tupac Shakur. Jury selection beginning today in the trial of Dwayne Davis, known as Keefy D, accused of masterminding the fatal 1996 shooting near the Las Vegas Strip. Tupac's hits like California Love redefined hip-hop.
Say what you say, but give me that bomb beat from Dre. Let me serenade the streets of LA.
Immortalizing him in pop culture, his death and the mystery around it reverberating for generations.
Here you have a 25-year-old in the prime of his career, and then a very public murder, a drive-by shooting with no answers as to who, why, how. This trial will hopefully answer those questions.
As the trial begins, Suge Knight, the man riding next to Tupac when he was shot.
That's my brother. I really love and care about him.
Yes, indeed. The murder of Tupac Shakur, something that has been a mystery and something of a conspiracy that has been talked about, argued about for decades. Who knew what? Who did what? Why was Tupac Shakur killed? There's been all sorts of different claims. And there's a lot of different elements to this story. I don't know how much people here know about all of it. But, I mean, while Suge Knight is over here calling Tupac his brother, he also was, there were some issues regarding Tupac, his rights to his music, and some things like that people have brought up as being supposedly a point of contention over the years. Specifically, people like Snoop Dogg have certainly mentioned this in the past, but not the only person. But of course, then there's everyone who was in the car, including Keefy D, who has always maintained his innocence, but has also, at least one occasion, claimed to have known who pulled the trigger. Allegations of gang-related activities being the source of this, as well as other individuals, high-profile ones, who have been listed as potentially involved. People like, at the time, Puff Daddy, now Diddy, being accused of having ordered the hit, Suge Knight speaking from prison at one point, saying this was an assassination. Here's Fox 5 Las Vegas.
And Death Row Records founder Suge Knight had a lot to say about the Tupac Shakur murder trial during a jailhouse interview with TMZ. Knight was in the car with Tupac the night he was shot on the Strip in September of 1996. Now from behind bars, he is weighing in on the case and how prosecutors are framing the killing. Here's how Knight describes it.
You know, one of the things you got to realize, this was assassination. It wasn't over no chain. It wasn't over no colors. This was assassination. And they can do one who assassinated Kennedy and everybody can talk about it. But when it comes to Tupac, nobody really wants the truth.
Knight says he won't name names.
That's one of the things that has complicated this for a long time, has been basically every single person who knew or might have known anything about this clammed up from day one. And so it like there's like all sorts of stuff we could sit around and we could postulate, if you will, on what happened that night. Me personally, if I were to postulate, I would suggest that Keefe D definitely knows who did it. Probably was his cousin, but it's not clear. I would point out that Keefe D only ever even his cousin, was it Orlando, I think is his name. Like he only came out with that guy's name after he died, right? Like he died in some other shooting like years later, and then he put his name out there. It always just felt weird to me. It was like, oh now it's him. Okay, it just always to me just didn't sit right. But I do think that Diddy had something to do with it. I don't know. It's hard to actually directly tie him to anything is the problem. I think there's a lot of reasons you get into for why he might have had a problem with Tupac, including a woman. But it's just, it's one of those things that we still don't have answers to. Hopefully, more answers will come out in this trial. Started today, opening statements. Happening in court. Here's ABC News from 8 hours ago.
And ABC legal contributor Bernardo Villolona is here with more on the case. Hi, Bernardo. What are you listening for in opening statements today?
Well, what I'm listening for is definitely the prosecution laying out this roadmap as to how they expect the evidence is going to be entered, but also what evidence they're using. Yes, we do know about his memoir, but aside from the memoir, I want to know what other statements they're seeking to use. Is it the 2008 proffer? Is the interviews on YouTube? Is it the Vlad interview? Is it any jailhouse calls? Also going to see as to how much evidence they're going to put in terms of his criminal gang activity, because part of this homicide charge is that he is the head honcho of the Crips, and he's the one who orchestrated this homicide as a result of retaliation for what happened hours earlier inside of that MGM Grand Studio lobby in terms of the fight. But more importantly, what I'm looking for is the defense. The defense doesn't have to give an opening statement, but if they do, I want to know, are they going alibi? Are they going that it's all lies? Are they going self-defense? Because
well, let's find out. Oh, wait, I forgot. I don't have the defense statement. I only have the prosecution statement. I could have... the defense may not have actually given a statement. I take it back. I'm sorry. I messed this up just a little bit. I only have the prosecution. All right, let's hear what the prosecution had to say. This is from 5 hours ago. Last clip. Last clip on the Tupac situation.
On September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur came to Las Vegas to attend a Mike Tyson fight. After the fight, Tupac, along with Suge Knight, Trayvon Lane, and other people that were with that group, ran into a person named Orlando Anderson. And Orlando Anderson is the defendant's nephew. And when they encountered Orlando Anderson sitting by himself, they attacked him. That attack was captured on video. Then, a few hours later, Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight drive down Flamingo Road to Club 662, where Tupac is scheduled to perform a concert. Then 2.5 hours later, after Tupac and Suge engaged in the beating of Orlando Anderson, they are gunned down. Tupac is gunned down in a drive-by shooting from a white Cadillac.
So the prosecution is continuing to claim this is an act of gang violence. As you can see here, and as an act of retaliation for what had transpired at the MGM Grand, the fight that had occurred. The trial isn't being televised? I actually don't know. I mean, we got this much. These are the opening statements. That's part of the trial. That's definitely part of the trial. Although, they're not going to be televised galactically. I'm not going to focus on this. This is the one and only time that we are probably going to talk about this case, because it's just too pop culture for me, right? Like, this is a 30-year-old cold case that people have been talking about for decades. I just don't know what kind of justice is going to even be had here, first off, and like what impact it'll have, like us talking about it. Like, it's literally just for the fun, right? For the clicks. Honestly, that's what everybody else is doing it for. It's not like, no legislation is going to come from this. Honestly, I am not confident that any new real revelations will come out of the trial. I think Keefe D will avoid testifying. As a result, I don't think we'll hear much new from him. And I don't know who's left that we're going to hear from that's going to have more evidence. Maybe there will be somebody. But also, they're still just trying to prove gang violence. I want to hear about fucking Diddy. Doesn't sound like they're pursuing that at all, based upon the prosecution's opening statements here. But I just figured we'd talk about it today. We were actually going to talk about it yesterday, even less than we did today, but the opening statements started earlier today, so I figured I would at least, worst GSL take ever? What? Worst GSL take ever? What take is so bad that I've said that's so terrible? I'm confused. What about what I have said here is such a terrible take? You seem to agree with me on who the probable culprit is. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, they call it pop culture? He's one of the most famous rappers of all time. In, like, an assassination that I would deem, like, as high profile as, like, JFK. But I would also point out we don't spend much time on JFK's assassination around here either. Even though the president tried to get us to focus on it last year, I said, actually, no. Actually, no, we don't have time for that. I do have time for this, however. And at least enough time for this one segment. But that is it. Okay? I don't know what to tell you. I think I've just accurately described the thing we're doing right now. Like, most of the people that are focused on the Tupac thing right now are entertainment focused channels. Okay, don't blame me. Blame culture. Okay, blame that for being popular. That's all I'm saying. It's a popular cultural event. I just, in terms of the news and all the other things we do around here, this is a, like I said, one-time happening probably, unless something crazy happens. But like, you know, it's a Sunday fun day thing because it means something to me. Because I have been like, when this happened, I was really young, but something like, you know, like to me, like this is bigger than the JFK thing. So we're talking about it today. Good God, I did not expect this to be become so contentious. Now, in his day, Pac was called all sorts of things. And so was his music. And a lot of conservative types, if I recall correctly, were even calling it satanic. Well, in Iowa, the ACLU is suing on behalf of Satan and the rights of the Satanic Temple. Here's We Are Iowa Local 5 News from 3 days ago.
In a developing story, the ACLU of Iowa is suing state leaders on behalf of the Satanic Temple. The federal lawsuit claims state leaders repeatedly denied the group's request to hold family-friendly holiday events in the Iowa Capitol Rotunda. The lawsuit comes after
This is unfair. How dare they do this, okay? This is all wrong.
lawsuit claims state leaders repeatedly denied the group's request to hold family-friendly holiday events in the Iowa Capitol Rotunda. The lawsuit comes after the Satanic Temple was allowed to display a holiday exhibit in the Capitol in 2023.
This is deeply shameful, Iowa. This is repression, okay? This is classical repression.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Yeah. It's supposed to be freedom of religion and no favoritism of religion. Now Satan's being repressed? This is untenable. Freedom's gone.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Freedom's gone. Now, while some people might have a problem with Satan, I have a problem with the people who are most evil in this society. And while we're talking about lawsuits, talk about the president. The real devil. Yes, indeed. Emperor Cheeto's Justice Department is officially a loyalist institution. A.G. Blanche, yes, that's right, Donald Trump's attorney, has pledged dependence to Donald Trump, fealty, loyalty, subservience. Here's CNN. From 8 hours ago. The Department of Injustice
The country's newly confirmed Attorney General is signaling there will be very little daylight between the Justice Department and President Trump. Todd Blanche, who was confirmed a little more than a week ago, was asked flat out whether the department will act independently from the White House. This is how he answered.
No, I'm not going to pledge that. And no attorney general should ever pledge that. The president, I mean, if I were to pledge I will be independent of the White House, what that means is that if President Trump says, I want the Department of Justice to go after every violent criminal in this country, which is what he has said, what you're saying to me is I should say, no, sir, I'm not going to do it. So I will act with integrity. Our prosecutors will act with integrity. We will prosecute without fear or any sort of favor.
We're going to act with integrity, but we're going to prosecute everybody that the president tells us to? Oh, yeah. I mean, we all knew this was coming. He literally called himself the president's lawyer earlier this year while acting as U.S. attorney. Like, I mean, it's ludicrous. This guy is literally Trump's lawyer, but now he's Trump's personal prosecutor and lawyer.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Yep. But you know what you should do to people like Todd Blanche, Donald Trump? You should say, go fuck yourself. You know, that's really, I think, where I'm at. Some people are teaching the next generation to do just that. Footage from last week. Actually, this is over a week ago now. Take it back. It's Monday now.
He shoved his fingers up her in a dressing room with kids. Hey, teach your son these things. Did you know that Donald Trump had unconsensual sex? That's okay, my kids know that Donald Trump's a rapist. So you know Donald Trump raped a woman named Amy Carroll, and he lost 3 court cases and won by the Supreme Court. He raped her. He shoved his fingers up her.
Hearing that kid yell that at these adult douchebags is fucking amazing. It was classic.
In a dressing room with kids. Exactly. These kids need to know. That's okay. My kids know that Donald Trump's a rapist. My kids know that Donald Trump rapes women. You think I'm going to let my kids grow up thinking that rapists are okay? So this little girl, he likes little girls just like you. He likes little girls just like this one. And he likes to stick their fingers up their and then say how tight their are. He's jerking off. That's what Donald Trump likes to do. He's jerking off.
Yep. That's right. This mother deciding to use her Sunday fun day to teach her kids about fascism and the crimes of the president. Sue Fairwolf B with 250 jewels. Thank you, Sue. By the way, everybody, I hate to do this. This is not first off, I really appreciate the jewels, but I just want to give everybody a rundown on jewels. I looked into them, and from what I can tell, YouTube is taking a much bigger cut of the jewels money than anything else. I couldn't believe it when I looked into it, but it's worse than Twitch. So just remember that. It's, from what I understand, the super chats, memberships, those are all still the same. Those are all still good. I don't know if you can still do super stickers or not, but the jewels, they are taking a huge cut. If you're buying them like $1 at a time, it's like 75%. It gets lower, like it gets better like as you go higher. But they're not only they're automatically taking a cut from you, and then they're taking a larger cut from us. They give us half a cent per jewel. So you do the math. Just a warning to everybody. There's no more super stickers. They're all gone. That's terrible. I'm pretty sure super chats are at least still the same.
According to DHS, of where the wall is going to be, the acreage that will now be.
But since jewels have become a big thing since I've come back, since I've noticed this, like, I just want to let people know the rundown on this. Anyway, now you might be spending your Monday fun day yelling at protesters, Trump supporters, teaching the children, or you might be just going for a walk through the American wilderness. But unfortunately, there's a little bit less American wilderness now than there was before.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America?
Yep, some places are not America anymore that used to be America, thanks to Donald Trump. Let's go here to the bulwark from last week.
According to DHS, of where the wall is going to be, the acreage that will now be on the Mexico side. It looks like they're about to basically put Americans on the other side of 280,000 acres of Texas land. So Americans are going to be fenced out.
We're giving some land to Mexico?
We're giving 280,000 acres of land and the most important water source in West Texas to Mexico. I mean, that is what Donald Trump is doing. If you talk to people down there on
This is wild. We're in the middle of a water crisis right now. Across the West. May not be as bad as here in Texas as it is in other states, but it's not good. And Donald Trump is giving away 250,000 acres of land that also provides access to private citizens and businesses across this area from accessing this vital water resource. Sounds deranged and irresponsible.
That's what they'll tell you.
Territorial concessions to Mexico is happening under the Trump administration?
Yeah, territorial concessions to Mexico. My family has a ranch, hundreds of acres of land in West Texas that's been in the family for 5-6 generations that they just got an eminent domain letter from the federal government so they can come down there and put a wall straight through their land and box them off of acres and acres of their own land, which has the river access, again, the water source in West Texas in the desert that they won't be able to get to if the federal government gets this land. I mean, this is the stuff that's happening.
I mean, this is disturbing stuff, I gotta say. Very disturbing. The president, who's claiming to be here to make America great, just giving away 250,000 acres and all of this water in the middle of a water crisis, which we're going to be talking about later, I would point out. Not only is Lake Mead at a historic low, Lake Powell also hit a historic. The nation's second largest reservoir is now at a record low. So the nation's number 1 and number 2 largest reservoirs are now both at historic lows, and Trump is giving away water resources to Mexico. I got nothing, just to be clear, everybody here I think knows I have nothing against Mexico, but this seems just deeply irresponsible. Anyway, a little bit more on this situation. Let's go here to NBC News.
It's sunrise on the Rio Grande, and Charlie Angel wonders how many more he'll get to watch here. For more than a decade, he's made the river his life and his livelihood, running canoe tours from his home just off the banks.
And here we are on the banks of the mighty, muddy Rio Grande.
He showed us exactly where that dream might end.
I always knew that if they were going to build a border wall, it would be right here upending my life.
For weeks, letters from Customs and Border Protection have filled his mailbox, confirming those fears, carrying threats of eminent domain.
This describes what the wall will be, where you can see. It's called Border Barrier System. It's going to have 30-foot high barrier made of 6-inch square diameter steel bollards, spaced approximately 4 inches apart, access roads, drainage gates.
All of this would essentially take over your entire property.
Yes, absolutely. If they build this wall like they're saying they're going to, you might as well kiss the Rio Grande goodbye, because you won't have access to it anymore, and it's going to ruin it environmentally.
This stretch of the border is rugged country, as beautiful.
Oh, I mean, like, you see what I mean? Like, it's not just, you know, a scenic view. People are running businesses from this water, whether it's tourism or farming, agriculture, you know, like animal agriculture, right? It's all just getting sliced up to build this stupid fucking wall that President Trump is so obsessed with. Yeah, but even with the concerns that have been levied by people like those last two individuals we were talking about, that border wall is getting built straight down the Texas-Mexico border. But of course, it's not on the Mexico border. It has to be off of it because nobody technically owns the border. And so by building the wall, we give up everything in between the wall that used to be ours and the actual border. But, here's some footage of the wall and your tax dollars at work. Yep, billions and billions of dollars being spent here to make this stupid, useless fucking wall. Gotta get the barbed wire on it, too. Oh, God. There's no way to defeat barbed wire, everybody knows. Just devastating the natural beauty of the landscape, taking away access to America from Americans.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
No, not America anymore. Nope. Meanwhile, in California, immigration enforcement has wound up putting another person who it seems like is not supposed to be in detainment in detention. Here's KTLA 5 from 23 hours ago.
A West Hollywood man and longtime legal resident was detained by ICE officers during what was supposed to be a routine check-in. Tonight, his friends and lawyer are calling for his release before it's too late. Alex Pereira Alves immigrated from Brazil in 2018 and has been living and working in Southern California ever since.
But within 5 minutes of being summoned to the federal building for a check-in last week, well, Alex was handcuffed and also told that he was being deported to a country he has no connection to. KTLA's Carlos Acedo is live in West Hollywood with more. Carlos.
Yeah, ladies, he's called West Hollywood home now for the last 15 years, but his world has been turned upside down when he went to a routine immigration check-in last week and was detained. Friends now saying he's being denied due process. Alex Pereira Alves has been living in WeHo since 2010. Friends say he came on a visa from Brazil and had an open asylum case in 2018. A judge granted withholding an order of removal from the country as long as Alex, who has been working as a security guard, remained in good standing. That was until Tuesday when he
This is ridiculous. I mean, this guy is here on permanent resident status with an asylum claim for nearly 20 years, now being denied due process as the president's secret police do. Just disappearing this guy. Who is seemingly living a perfectly normal life here in West Hollywood. Benedict's, mimosas, and little puppy dogs. I mean, what was this guy doing that was a crime again? Now, we could put an end to this nonsense, this secret police force known as ICE, if we just got out there and started voting people in office with the backbone to put an end to it, to shut it down, if you will. Let's talk about the elections. What better way to do that than with John King and CNN in Iowa, a place that no longer matters.
The mighty Mississippi. Back to Iowa from the east.
I found fascinating about this for multiple reasons. I do have multiple reasons for why I found this clip fascinating. It's two things that have become irrelevant recently to Democrats and potential CNN watchers are John King and Iowa. Iowa is a state that has gotten more and more red over the years. Is no longer a blue state. Is no longer the Democratic National Convention's first primary state in the general. They're switching it from Iowa to South Carolina. I still think that's a stupid idea. But, and then you got John King, a dude who's like, what, in his late 70s? He's almost an octogenarian. His hair is whiter than his white face, okay? He's like the oldest, whitest guy. Basically, he's Anderson Cooper in 15 years, right? I mean, like, nobody cares about John King at all. Not even a little bit. And so they're like, let's do it. John King, Iowa. Let's see how irrelevant we can get. Let's do it, baby. Yeah! All right, CNN.
Fort is Iowa's third largest city. Scott County, a critical battleground within the battleground.
Just that Iowa's in play as we enter the stretch is a big deal in and of itself.
Iowa Democrats are upbeat about Rob Sand's odds for governor. Josh Torek is competitive in a Senate race that would be a huge midterm upset if the Democrats can win. Christina Bohannon running for Congress again in the 1st Congressional District. She lost by just 800 votes last time. The 1st District spans 20 counties, most of them rural. For the past decade, Trump country.
Exactly. I mean, most of these districts are voting red. in the hell? How did that happen? But I just want to point out we don't have a lot of progressive candidates here in Iowa. Galactic list. We won 1 of 4, and that was a not fully endorsed Galactic candidate, I would point out, in Iowa's 3rd. Josh Turek is also, he was the best technically candidate in the race, in my opinion, in the Senate, but like still is not good and does not have good foreign policy from what I understand. Like Iowa is almost a complete loss for us. We've seen states where we've done very well. Iowa, not so much. And it's basically a red state. So I just, I just found it sort of strange that CNN wanted to base like the midterms over Iowa, which is basically a red state. Whether or not Democrats can pull an upset here. Of course, I mean, it is important. Democrats need to win Senate seats. I'd point out Josh Turek is not doing very well in the polls right now. I mean, I think they're tied. Certainly not winning big at the moment. I think I've seen like tied +1, -1 type of points in Iowa's Senate general election polling. It's become a red state, right? Like even a guy who's fairly centrist like Josh on a number of issues is like polling at like even with Republicans at a time when Republicans are helping the most historically unpopular president of the 21st century, the modern era at this point. All right, let's listen to more about what these Iowa voters have to say.
More cows than people here.
She's going to snuggle you because remember, Sarah's a total pet.
Just roll it right off?
Molasses and minerals in these 200-pound tubs.
You got it?
I got it. Sorry, I didn't realize you get a double.
Giant salt cubes on top. These cows will deliver calves just before Election Day.
Girls, be nice.
Shannon Ebersole is a rancher, a Republican, a 3-time Trump voter, and a midterm wild card.
Our governor's race is
midterm wild card.
Republican Zach Lane owns farmland here, but his business and his family are in...
Did you hear that? 3-time Trump voter and midterm wild card. What does that mean? How is she a midterm wild card if she's a 3-time Trump voter, John? Like, this is some of the most ham-fisted fucking, like, coverage. Like, they're still trying to triangulate to Republicans as hard as fucking possible over here at CNN. It's incredible just how much effort they're like, look, it's a wild card. It's a 3-time Trump voter. I wonder what they're going to vote in 2026.
Ridiculous.
Republican Zach Lane owns farmland here, but his business and his family are in Kansas.
One of the literally critical points in my life, in my business, and for all small business owners and small landowners, is out-of-state landowners. I like all the other things in the Republican candidate, but that one is a glaring, bold-faced issue for me.
The out-of-state stuff.
Just because you own 180 acres of Iowa farm ground doesn't make you an Iowan.
You see what I mean about this being fucking stupid? This is like a really stupid discussion to have. Do you see how this is useless to the discussion of the midterms? CNN seemingly can't figure out how this is a completely and utterly useless conversation. But is anybody in chat smart enough to figure out why this is completely useless? Smarter than CNN? Because honestly, I'm fairly certain there must be. It's not hard to figure out how this is a completely useless conversation for multiple reasons. What has she said so far? She's a triple Trumper. She's triple trumped up. She agrees with everything Republicans have to say. The candidate that's running here in Iowa, the race that we're talking about here, which is the Senate race, I would point out. That's the one they're talking most about, from what I can tell. Not that it really fucking matters. It's all the same concept, really, here. Especially when you're talking about people like this. Triple Trump landowners who agree with everything on the Republican ticket, aside from some sort of like, I mean, it really is sort of a shallow complaint. Oh, he's not from Iowa. He owns Iowa land, but he's not from Iowa. Who gives a shit? Honestly, I think it's annoying that people like cry about carpetbagging in 2026, especially people like this, like Republicans, where big money, like national big money, is flowing through all of these fucking races. It's like, oh, do you care that national big money is flowing through the race, like going to the candidate you're talking about? Like, do you care? Like, why do you care about that one thing? It's a stupid, like, how, what's the point? What's the point of talking to somebody like this? They're gonna make their own decision. It's probably gonna be the Republican. I can almost guarantee. If we find this woman in 6 months, she's gonna say she voted Republican. I could be wrong, but I'm putting my money. I'm not literally betting on it, but like, I'm betting you right now that she's gonna vote Republican, and that somebody living out of state isn't gonna stop her from voting for all the issues she cares about, which are what sound like white identitarian politics, and of a, you know, like a moneyed landowning privileged class of people, right? That's what she's most concerned about. Okay, like, she's gonna vote Republican. She agrees with everything he says, aside from what is essentially just an identitarian thing, right? Not like, and it's just like, oh, you live across the border. That's not gonna stop her. At the end of the day, that's not gonna stop her that he's not technically an Iowan. That's not gonna be enough. It's why it's this completely useless discussion. It's like bear hugging Liz Cheney again, like 2 years later. And honestly, this woman kind of looks like Liz Cheney a little bit. You know, this is basically 2024. You know, this is such a stupid fucking thing to be doing right now. So useless. You know, just am I wrong? She kind of looks like her. She kind of, just a little bit. If Liz Cheney braided her hair and put on a fucking cowboy hat, she would look like this woman. They're the same person. They're the same person. And how did this work last time? That's right. The Republicans, the Liz Cheneys, if you will, like this woman, who have not even policy concerns. Like, that's what's even so more frustrating about that. They talk to this woman and give us this interview of a woman who has zero policy distinctions with Republicans. What's the point of that? Why? How does that help us, John? CNN? Can somebody over there get back to me and tell me how this was helpful to any narrative? Republicans are Republicans, and they have really stupid reasons for why they vote for people in the first place. It didn't work in 2024. I don't know why. I don't know why they're still trying to find an inroad with these triple Trumpers, with Republicans. It's just not a thing. It's a cult. They all agree. The only people that really have left the bandwagon are the independents. It's the right-leaning Trump voting independents that have left. The Republicans they're not, on an ideological basis, are not, they're not defecting. They're not defecting from the president. They're not defecting from Republicans, from what I can tell. There's individual things that they're upset with the president on, but they're not really holding him accountable, and they're certainly not holding Republicans accountable for any of it. Partly because of, honestly, it's not even just partly, it's greatly the fault of Democrats for this being the case, right? The fact that Democrats, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, have been completely useless, feckless morons who have either helped coordinate with Republicans on getting the Trump agenda passed, or done nothing to prevent it from getting passed, done nothing on a narrative basis to push back on any of it. I mean, you got fucking Chuck Schumer going, I don't even know I can't criticize the Iran war because the president's all over the road. Like, you got these guys doing absolutely nothing, pretending like they're not literally elected government officials with the most power in this country. Like the ability to call a press conference and have the media at their beck and call at all hours of the fucking day, and they stand around doing nothing, twiddling their fingers and talking about how President Trump's all over the road. How is that helpful? That's not helpful. Because there's plenty of narrative things that they could have been doing this time. They haven't been doing. As a result, Republicans haven't been, they continue. Like, this is the problem. It is literally that CNN clip that is the problem, is why we're where we are, right? Is because they continue to bear hug Republicans, try and help them, because they still think the Republicans are just sick, and that there's a fever going to break any second. And it's like we're two months away from the midterms, and they're still thinking like this. They haven't changed anything since losing at least what Republicans have called a historical election in 2024. Giving Trump and Republicans a mandate. Of course, I'm kidding. They didn't actually have a mandate, but they did give them a fucking supermajority, essentially. Well, not a super. They gave them a trifecta, right? Republicans already had the Supreme Court, and they gave them the Congress and the White House. Have done nothing since. But we could put people in office are telling us that they want to do actual things. People like Oliver Larkin.
One of South Florida's newly drawn congressional districts is ground zero for this question. Does democratic socialism resonate in South Florida? Primary results in other states reflect increasing support that comes with increasing frustrations over the costs of health care and housing and income disparities.
Yes, let's get into it. All right, where...
Oliver Larkin is right here at the table live with us today. So nice to have you on the program. Thanks so much for coming in.
Wonderful to be joining you, Glenna.
2 days for some really interesting results that I think a lot of people are watching and going to learn from. I want to start with you, though. You have been in politics a lot, worked for Bernie Sanders, organizer, union organizer. What right now, right here, what do you do for a living?
I'm a digital marketing consultant.
Oh,
I've
okay.
worked in political marketing and digital advertising with Democratic candidates, campaigns, unions, and I've done that at various agencies over the course of 10 years. In January of 2025, I opened my own LLC and began working for myself, helping candidates locally. And it wasn't before long that a few people approached me about running for this race. So I know advertising, I know return on investment, and I think that's what taxpayers are looking for.
And boy, isn't marketing so much a part of candidacies now,
Sure
always.
is.
So how did you get involved with, you've been a Democrat, how did you get involved with the DSA? Because I don't think the Democrat Socialists of America were as part of the conversation of any campaign that I can remember.
Okay, hold on. This interview is, honestly, the whole thing isn't important. Some of this is very normal sort of interviewee stuff. And then she takes a hard right turn. I'm trying to remember when she does that. But we'll just go through a few of these different topics.
Incumbent Moskowitz to have a race. And so the word socialism, let's talk about marketing, let's talk about communications. The word socialism in South Florida, to many people, is just a non-starter. These are people who came from socialist dictatorships who have a first-hand perspective of socialism as a failure. How do you speak to these people, many of whom are going to live in this district? This district is heavily Hispanic. How do you explain yourself to them?
Yeah, the operative word is democratic, that I want popular collective input over the systems that govern our lives. And I believe in multi-party democracy. I believe in upholding our civil and constitutional rights, which many people fled places like Cuba or Nicaragua, as my wife's parents did back in the 1980s, looking for a better life in the United States of America. And I believe that our policies are actually more supportive of people trying to achieve the American dream, making sure that employer-based health insurance is not an encumbrance to people starting their own small business, their entrepreneurships. And I think that when we look at what the fears of socialism are, we actually see the repression of social and political rights emanating from the Trump administration. And I think what the most popular policies that Democratic Socialists are running on, like Medicare for All, raising the minimum wage to a living wage, it really addresses the cost of living concerns that many in South Florida, including our Latino residents, have.
Yeah, and one thing that's important about this particular race is that while Jared Moskowitz may be an incumbent, as this news anchor has just pointed out, if you look here, there's a little bit of a situation here for Jared that makes this race not really an incumbent race. I think it really hurts Jared that Republicans redistricted here mid-decade in the middle of this race, because this, as you can see here, is his old district, which sort of slices through the center of the Miami Broward area. but that changed at the somewhere around the onset of this year to this map. You see, just watch again, from this map to this map. You see how much that changes? It goes way up and down the coast here on Miami now in a completely different makeup than it was previously, which, in my opinion, I think winds up making it more of a blue district, but also more of a diverse district as well, which I think could really help out Oliver Larkin here. I could be wrong about that. But Jared Moskowitz, speaking of diversity, refused to show up to the Congressional Black Caucus debate earlier this month that Oliver showed up to. He was the only one there The crowd found that interesting. I don't know how that will affect the vote here, but the point is the district is completely different than what Jared won in previously. So you got a bunch of people who didn't vote for him who may not have as much name recognition, right? He made, like, his decision to not do things like the CBC debate or do much of any canvassing, phone banking, or anything else like that. I mean, in a normal race with an incumbent, that might not hurt you that much because people already voted for you, right? So you got the name recognition. People at least know who you are, right? And if they're Democratic voters, they will probably be more likely. But if all of a sudden you got a bunch of Democratic voters who don't know who Jared Moskowitz is, and who Jared Moskowitz did not canvass to, who Jared Moskowitz they did not see in a debate, right, or whatever else, well, you get into the ballot box and you go, who the fuck is Jared Moskowitz? No idea. This Oliver Larkin guy, though, I've been hearing about him a lot. He's been on the news. I got a phone call from some viewer on Hassan Piker's stream telling me I should vote for this guy or whatever else, right? Like, we've been seeing the efforts that Oliver's been putting in, and since there's this difference, this sudden change in voter makeup, I think it's gonna hurt Oliver. I mean, not Oliver, Jared. Like, I really do. I think it's gonna help out big time for Oliver. Is this where she does this? Hold on.
And the devil is in the details and those things. Again, I want to talk. It's wealth, and then taxes.
Actually, I kind of want to hear this one too. Honestly, Oliver's crushing it over here.
And then taxes and regulation spread it out for everyone's benefit. Does that sound valid to you?
I think that's a fair characterization. I think that we have a system currently with quite low corporate and higher earner income and tax rates. And I want to see us restore much of the mid-20th century top marginal tax rates, making sure that we're closing tax loopholes so that we're actually having equitable payment into the systems that are very popular, like Medicare, like Social Security, but that do not provide the full spectrum of care. So I think that that's an accurate way to represent it.
All right, so let's get into Medicare for all. Everybody needs health care. Not everyone gets the health care they need. That's just a fact in the United States. A function of money is involved in health care, but there's also the pharmaceutical industrial complex. It is a big business. Translate for me a very utopic idea of everybody getting the very best health care they need for free.
Oh my God, the framing is crazy. Translate for me utopia. Hey, the framing is insane. Like, nobody should have to answer for that. Like, that is ridiculous. Hey, Oliver, explain to me a utopia, would you? Excuse me?
A what now?
Would you explain utopia to me? Yeah, it's a fantasy. What do you mean? What? You're what? Utopia? What is this, The Giver?
Getting to where you want to be.
Yeah, I think when we look at
Noah Knox with the super chat. Thank you very much, Noah. Appreciate that. Hasanabi socialism forever. All right, back to Florida.
insurance pools as a whole. It's having the broadest possible risk pool, the same way that when we look at the fragmentation of the property insurance market in Florida and these sky-high rates that people are dealing with, we're suffering from the same issue with the healthcare marketplace currently, where what we hear is that we want competition, but what that really means is that there are a few private health insurance industries that really have a monopoly over the marketplace and are able to charge whatever they want, not just to consumers or people in need of health care, but to hospitals, to the places that need to reimburse for these costs. So what I would like to see in the United States, which is the wealthiest nation on earth, not to guarantee healthcare is a right, and we pay twice as much per capita as other peer nations with similar incomes with worse outcomes. So I want to see us make sure that Medicare is expanded to cover everyone, expanded and improved, including coverage for vision, hearing, mental health care, reproductive health care. And
you want to see that, but that's a wholesale change.
Yeah, it is a wholesale change from our terrible system. What I do like, though, is that, like, the way that he frames it, excuse me, the way that he frames it is almost, it's almost a nod to some of the complaints that Republicans have about healthcare, like the corporate corruption. Like, he basically sort of, you know, gave a nod to that at the beginning there. Anyway, I don't think I've ever seen Noah in this. Have you been here before, Noah? Anyway, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Oh, snap.
Hassan Parker.
Got another super chat. This time it's on the vertical stream. Hold on, I gotta pull up the vertical chat. Matt Lee. Wait. No. Wrong. Switch. Oh, it's short. Son of a. Hold on. Please hold. Is that better? That is better. Thank you, Matt Lee. 10, is that Aussie dollars? I think that's Australian dollars. Thank you, Matt. The 10 bones. Congratulations on being back. I'm glad to be back. I am glad to be back. Thrilled, in fact. You're a new chatter. From Hassan stream. Fascinating. Just a reminder, everybody, we still got a massive galactic deficit that needs to be solved here. Not tonight, but over the next 2 weeks now. I mean, we are running out of time. I think it's up to over $50 a day somehow. We need to raise on Cash App, PayPal, or through Patreon memberships, either new ones or upgraded ones. A lot of great ways to help us out in that manner. Now, of course, Super Chats still count towards the galactic content goal. So, we're already making great progress there. What else have we got? Oh, wait, I'm not sorry. I almost forgot. We're not done with Oliver. This interview gets even more unhinged. From asking Oliver to describe Utopia to this, I think this is the right part of the clip.
Holistic and humane approach to immigration enforcement. I think that's going to be to the betterment of not just those of us in South Florida, but across the country.
Another big issue that's going to be in 25, where I think the statistic is 1 in 4 voters in D25 is Jewish. You have said you want to essentially defund Israel. Israel, one of many countries that the U.S. contributes to. How are you going to explain to your Jewish voters that you would like to essentially put Israel in an existential threat?
I look at this as making sure that we actually
Oh my God. What a way to frame it. There's just so many layers to this one. Oliver's gotten this question in different ways. We've heard this question, I mean, 1 trillion times over the years in different contexts. But this one was just deeply deranged for so many reasons. Like, Like, she starts off by conflating Jewish people and support for Israel, even though we know Christian nationalists support Israel just as much, if not more, than American Jews, but then goes as far as to say that the lack of support for Israel from Oliver represents an existential threat to the country of Israel. Like, it's just wild. Deeply deranged.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Threat.
I look at this as making sure that we actually practice democracy abroad as well as at home. And when the nation-state law in Israel was passed in, I believe, 2018, that created a much more tiered system of citizenship that privileges Jewish citizens above Palestinians. I don't believe it is in the United States' interest to support that. And we've also got our own laws on the books, the Leahy laws, that prohibit the military funding from the Department of Defense and Department of State from providing
Let me just
funding.
stop you for 1 second. That actually is factually incorrect. There was not a Palestinian state in 18. What I want to talk about is the here and now of the state of Israel exists in 1948, which actually was supposed to be a two-state solution and then rejected by the Arab states. But here and now, a large chunk of the funding that goes to Israel is defensive funding for Iron Dome.
This woman is a lunatic.
Or rather defensive. And then military funding greatly increased after the October 7th massacre. So I guess my question to you is, taking away is...
This woman is a fucking lunatic. She's an historian. She's here to tell us a propagandistic history of the territory that is now known as Israel. She refers to 1948 just sort of like vaguely as that's when Israel was already a country. It just suddenly is already a country in 1948. Now, it's not already a country in the first day of 1948, I would point out. And there was a massacre that occurred as in the creation of the state, that she just sort of like just sort of magically appears in 1948. Like the way that she's like asked this question is, or like that's not even a question. She's like asserting this as fact on the news. On the news, she's asserting this nonsense as fact. She's like, actually, Israel was already a country in 1948, and then a massacre happened in 2023, and nothing happened in between it. Or before it. And Palestine wasn't a state.
Israel's money, which actually is a much more complicated equation because Israeli tech and the economic benefits that come back to the U.S. for job creation is all part and parcel of that, which not a lot of people talk about. But taking away a defensive mechanism for a state which has an existential threat all around it, stated by the terrorists who want to annihilate it, you're essentially taking away defense. And I think that's a very important thing.
Israel is surrounded by terrorists. Don't you know,
that's
Oliver?
That's what they want to hear you talk about.
Oliver, don't you know that all Jews in Florida want to hear you talk about defending the nation of Israel from all of the terrorists? They're just surrounded by terrorists on all sides. It's just terrorists everywhere. Oh, God. It's like, this is especially racist for local news. Like, this is just like, there's so many problems with this fucking report. I don't like it. I'm struggling with it. I'm not gonna lie. Oliver, though, he is ready with answers.
For viewers in your district, because that's what they want to hear you talk about. Why?
Israel is committing a genocide in
That's
Gaza.
incorrect. That is factually incorrect.
It has
That's
been regarded
propaganda.
by the United Nations and Amnesty International and even Israeli human rights organizations, including B'Tselem. There's
The
a number
definition of genocide in the UN has said this, does not apply to what many people might think as a disproportionate wartime action. That's what that is in many people's minds. Genocide is a very specific thing. Actually, genocide being committed against Jewish people. not by Israel. And that's just a fact.
I mean, the United Nations recently in Geneva found that the IDF had deliberately targeted women and children. There's been famine conditions imposed over the Gaza Strip by the blockading of aid entering the Strip. There's been indiscriminate bombing of hospitals, of mosques, of churches, of...
Again, I'm going to have to stop you.
Look at her. She keeps interjecting. She is here to defend Israel. It's like she's on the budget or something. Like she's like getting Venmos from Benjamin Netanyahu as this thing is going or something. Like it's crazy. It is crazy, dude. Oh, Oliver's just coming over spitting facts. She's like, actually, that's not correct. That's not correct. Genocide? No. Actually, some people would say Palestine's committing a genocide on Israel right now. Like, that was one of the most deranged comments, I think, in the whole thing for me. When she claims that Palestine, some people might say, according to her, that Palestinians are in the middle of committing a genocide on Israel right now. Which there is literally zero evidence for at this point. I would, like that talking point started October 8th, 2023, and it's gotten more and more tired until today when it died here in South Florida. R.I.P. talking point.
That is factually not correct.
Oh my god, she's just a lunatic. Okay, let's move it along. Honestly, Oliver, though, like, gave her all sorts of facts, and she just could not accept them, and just had to cut him off multiple times during the interview to do her own form of afactual fact-checking. Actually, Palestine's the ones that's doing the genocide right now. And Israel was already a country in 1948. He looked like he was in shock. I do think that by the end of that, Oliver was genuinely shocked by how ahistorical and afactual the sentences that were coming out of her mouth were from like a journalist, right? Because she's a journalist. Like she's doing full-on South Floridian propaganda over here for Israel. Like on a level that I mean, you don't see all that often, in my opinion. Like in mainstream news, although it is local news. I think it's local news owned by like Nexstar or something like that, but still, like, it's just crazy. Like that whole, how long was that? 13 minutes? We only watched part of it, by the way. And in that short period of time, she jams so much crazy in there. It's all backloaded at the end of it, but I mean, holy shit. Is it Sinclair? Whatever. They're basically the same people. But thank you. Facts matter, as we just found out. So thank you for the correction. All right, we got to start the galactic content goal. We're over an hour into the stream. Should have started it sooner. We got a hell of a lot of... So much stuff still left to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. Give us 3 hours to complete the goal. What's today? Monday. Funday. Funday. There we go. New goal started in the YouTube chat. Help keep the Galactic News Network alive. Now, of course, you don't have to do super stickers. You could also do YouTube memberships. both of your own and gifted. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donations count both to the Galactic content goal and the financing of the Galactic deficit for August. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars still remains Patreon, where for the low price of 3 Earth bucks a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right. While we're talking about elections, we should talk about money in elections. For Leica? What for Leica? What? I don't think I said anything about the puppy. What did I say? Did I say something about the puppy? I'm confused. I am deeply confused. All right, let's talk about money in elections with the majority report. From last week, I think. You sent the treat? Oh, did you?
Let's talk about the sort of like the other mechanisms. We have the structural bias towards protecting capital, and then ultimately oligarchs, right? I mean, because it's not just protecting the oligarchy. There's sort of like there's another tier that also sort of gets protected on some measure. And that's just, it's capital. I mean, broadly speaking, capital. The most concentrated capital has the sort of the most operational, I guess, control of the government. And we've talked for years about the Gillen's Page study, which has shown that when there's a contested issue where capital and the workers are on separate sides, capital always wins. Not every issue is broken down along those lines, but when it is, capital always wins in Congress. By
the way, Sam, that's a good way of summing up what the blind spot is, which is one of the points that Gillen's and Page make, which is so good, is they say there are many instances in which the interests of capital and the many, oligarchs and the masses coincide. And so there's no conflict there, and democracy can actually be responsive to the many, whatever the sentiments happen to be from below. But they looked specifically, more narrowly, at when they diverge, when they clash. And that study, I think it's one of the best political science papers ever written. What they show, looking at 1,779 federal level cases, that when they diverge, how often do the people win? Even when they are a supermajority, the answer is never. That is the vertical dimension. That's the vertical dimension of democracy, where the obstacles are built in precisely to deliver that outcome.
Exactly. We have a system built to benefit the wealthy, those for whom the system has already benefited the most. It's quite unfortunate. But if we put people in office who, I don't know, say refuse to accept corporate PAC money, things like this, well, maybe we could get some changes vis-a-vis democratic responsiveness.
But in the United States as well, is higher than it has ever been in human history. And liberal democracies are among the most unequal societies ever to have existed. How can that be?
Well, you list but you write about essentially three elements. We've covered the institutional protection or safeguards of wealth that is built into the system. I would add the addition of the filibuster in the Senate, which, to the extent that it was made more representative when we got an opportunity to directly vote for a senator, and again, just the amount of wealth that you need to run statewide in and of itself is a structural impediment to accountability to people without money, essentially. The filibuster also adds to that capacity for a blind spot because it obscures even what the political parties' actual agendas are, because they can claim that they've been thwarted because they don't have a full majority.
And that's, of course, and I know Sam is sort of just evincing, skipping over this, but I know because he said it before, but it specifically is not the filibuster in itself, right? Because the talking filibuster, that forced attention on the people who were holding up whatever legislation inherently. So, like, that was different than what we have right now, where it's just the, what do you call it? The standing, or no, that's not the right word. I can't remember what they call it now. But basically, like, they've effectively neutered the filibuster. Or not even, actually reverse that. They've made the filibuster, they've like supercharged the filibuster, made it so easy. You don't have to stand and speak. You can just say, I intend to stand and speak. And they just table it. And I think that's clearly part of the lack of it. Like that's anti-democratic, right? Like if you're going to block legislation, we should know who you are. You should have to stand and speak until you fall over. Or until the rest of Congress concedes to your point. Because that was the whole thing. It's like the filibuster was an opportunity for people to stand, the last stand for their issue. But the second that you are no longer able to stand and speak, or nobody else will stand and speak on your behalf, that was it. That was it. And then the vote would come. And what was going to happen was going to happen. Now we've made it very easy for people to just sort of shut shit down in the Senate. Without having to make a public spectacle or anything else like that. And meanwhile, we have a government that is captured by dark money, billionaire money, PAC money, all the money.
Regulations that have to be drawn up and so on. This office does that work. And it determines who's exempt, who pays, who doesn't pay, and 6 out of the last 7 directors of that office have been from the wealth defense industry itself.
I want to get to the Corporate Transparency Act and all of that in a moment. But I would also add to this, and in many respects, the past 5 or 6 years, we've really seen a dramatic display of how our politics implicate the IRS. When Biden got back into office, I mean, we had seen from the aughts, just in this modern era as an example, we've seen in the aughts the IRS be precipitously defunded. And the relationship between the audits of poor, low-income, middle-class people and the wealthy sort of evened out. Was 1-to-1, even though we know where the money is. The money is in the wealthy. It's just that with less resources, the IRS does not have the ability to go up against the army of people in the what you call the wealth defense industry.
Yep.
Follow the rich white man.
Follow the rich white man.
Follow the rich white man, as they say. Okay. Well, as we move on from talking about elections to other things in the news, I guess this is the most appropriate place to go. Back to Iowa.
No!
Gotta do it. Gotta do it. Gotta go back to Iowa. Talk about a retirement. Of a long time senator from Iowa. Vacuum. Sorry, not the news I think people were hoping for. That's right. Last week, the beloved vacuum of Chuck Grassley, whose name is apparently Beth, has retired.
Back with the good stuff, and tonight, the love story of Chuck and Beth, where Chuck is Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley and Beth is the family vacuum cleaner. For years, the senator has been posting little snapshots of his beloved Hoover, including the two of them dancing across the living room carpet. There they are, with the senator praising his faithful machine, his old reliable. But tonight, Beth has been retired after nearly 50 years in service to the...
Yeah, just like Beth, Senator Chuck Grassley has been in power too long. They've been sucking things, you know. He's been sucking for too long, and we need to get rid of him. Decades of sucking, and I think we're all good on that too. How about double retirement, Beth and Chuck? Hopefully any day that'll be the case. Moving on from decades of chucking, decades of sucking for Chuck Grassley's vacuum, to people at Iowa's 47th annual Sweet Corn Festival, sucking those sweet buttery kernels right off the cob. That's right, it's Monday Fun Day, replacing Sunday Fun Day. Some local Iowa Fun Day action.
In Adel, the 47th annual Sweet Corn Festival is back this weekend. The festival kicked off last night with the shucking of the corn before the main activities today. This year's theme is It Doesn't Get Any Butter. The festival includes a 5K, a parade, a car show, and even a corn eating contest.
God.
Organizers say it's a...
Oh, God. It doesn't get any butter? Did you hear that? Jesus Christ. We are local Iowa with the jokes over here. Good Lord. Who is writing over here for local Iowa news? They have got some serious comedians over there. Doesn't get any butter. Butter, he said. Oh, God. Okay, speaking of state fairs and fairs in general, let's go up to Wisconsin. News 8 now from last week. To the Wisconsin State Fair. But they're serving up some strange Wisconsin treats.
Fun time of year for everyone in Adel.
No.
It's fun to see the community come together and we all rally around.
There we go.
Just in time for Irish Fest, today is International Beer Day. The global celebration is held the first Friday of August every year. And at the Wisconsin State Fair, they're serving soft-serve beer cones.
That's right, a horrifying creation. Only a state that puts cheese on its head for some strange reason could possibly come up with. Only a state that voted no to Francesca Hong could come up with soft-serve beer cones, okay? So, Wisconsin's got a lot of stuff to work through, clearly. A lot of stuff. Well, while we're talking about food, talk about some other food news regarding a... what do you call it? It's like a convenience store chain that has been all over the news in recent weeks for its apparently litigious nature. Yes. Let's talk about Buc-ee's. Which got the attention of John Oliver 3 weeks ago. You know it's Sunday Fun Day when I'm doing this.
Buc-ee's loves to sue other companies, particularly those with animal mascots. They've filed over a dozen lawsuits over the years and threatened a bunch more.
Yes, indeed. This was 3 weeks ago. John Oliver's show last week tonight talking about Buc-ee's. And shock of shocks. Even, it's almost like they took that as a prompt for more litigation. Buc-ee's deciding to sue an Ohio mini mart over its mascot 11 days ago. Here's WRAL on this horrifying story.
I'm here to support them. Anytime I'm in Beaver Creek, I'm going to stop here and buy something just because I believe in them.
Beaver's Mini Mart in Beaver Creek is seeing more shoppers since announcing they're facing a lawsuit, all because of the smiling beaver. Buc-ee's is threatening legal action against Beaver's Mini Mart for copyright infringement, saying these cartoon beavers look alike.
They do not
but I
look
bet some
alike.
shoppers who think differently.
They don't even kind of look alike. This is one of the most ridiculous things. They're not even, these logos don't even look kind of similar. I don't even look at this and see it as a beaver. I literally don't even look at that thing and see it as a beaver. It's a nondescript rodent of some sort. That's a beaver. This is Alvin and the Chipmunks. Honestly, it looks more like Alvin from Alvin and the Chipmunks than it does a beaver. In fact, I think Alvin and the Chipmunks should maybe sue Buc-ee's. Right? Am I wrong here? Am I wrong here about this? Am I the asshole who thinks that this is copyright infringement on the case of Buc-ee's? Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, look, Alvin, well known for wearing that hat, a red hat. I mean, am I the only one?
Illegal.
This, however, is clearly a beaver and looks nothing like this. This is very stupid.
Cartoon beavers look alike, but I met some shoppers who think differently.
I don't think it's even close to the same thing, but everything's beavers in Beaver Creek.
Taylor Reese told me
That's
she
what's
drove
crazy.
from
I'm sorry.
Kettering to shop at-
This is what's crazy about this. This is when you know you're overstepping your bounds, right? You're suing a store called Beaver Mini Mart in a place called Beaver Creek. Do you hear the irony? Like, Beaver Creek, and anyone in Beaver Creek, I think, has more of a right to use the image of a beaver than Buc-ee's does. Who's not from Beaver Creek. And I'm fairly certain not headquartered in any place called Beaver or anything close to it. It sounds to me like they're the beaver thieves. They're the beaver imposters. Beaver Creek, Ohio. And they're coming after this mini mart. It is so deeply deranged and just misguided that we have to keep talking about it. Dayton 24/7 now. For more on this story.
Buc-ee's suing a local mom and pop shop has inspired many local businesses to change their logos to beavers, including a local law firm. I'm Carly Kurger, and I sat down with an attorney to discuss the legal implications of the situation and discuss what inspired his involvement and now viral video.
Whoever made this decision to go after Beaver Creek, a small mini mart, they should be fired.
Words shared by Doug Mann, the managing partner at Dyer Garofalo, Mann & Schultz. There's been an uproar by some businesses, residents, and others since hearing that Buc-ee's has sued the local Beaver Creek convenience store, Beaver's Mini Mart, for trademark infringement.
Buc-ee's is a national chain and they have lots and lots of money, so they could drag it out in federal court for years and just try to bankrupt the small companies that they're going after.
Federal court records show Buc-ee's has a history of going after small businesses with what they consider similar logos. Beaver's Mini Mart is the third store it's sued this year.
You go after the lowest hanging fruit, the people that can't fight back, and then you scare off the rest of them. So that's
yeah, so you go after the low hanging fruit, the small guy. Scare off the rest of them. Yes, I mean, that is a strategy. It's not foolproof, though, I would point out. Because you might run into not the little guy, and you might wind up
so hot right now
dealing with, stuff like this.
Yeah, I bet it did. Even that man seems even-keeled there. That is as upset as someone from the Midwest gets. He's politely expressing disappointment, gently shaking his head, and wearing the Ohio version of war paint, which is a tucked-in Cleveland Browns lanyard. That is...
Okay, hold on. This isn't the part that I wanted. Oh, hold on. God damn it. I thought it was at the very end. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's here. Is it here? Is it here? Come on. No, where? Is this the wrong video? Did I not? I could have sworn. Oh, it was the other one. I put these in the wrong order. Son of a bitch. Ah, this is grave error of judgment. Grave error of judgment. It was the other one. It's the end of the other one. Because John Oliver, he pulled out, what's his name? The squirrel that went up against Chesapeake Energy's Bob Iger? Not Iger, that's Disney. What's his name? I can't think of his name. Oh, it's fuck. We can't go back now. It's too far. We've gone too far. Boycott Buc-ee's. Yeah, I'm not gonna have a problem with that. I don't think Buc-ee's is mostly in the South, I think. It's like South and Midwest. I don't think I've ever been in a Buc-ee's. From what I can tell, it's just a big old convenience store. Mr. Nutter Butter. Yes, thank you, Mr. Nutter Butter. Yes. And so, yeah, now last week tonight is selling Mr. Nutter Butter style merch that looks exactly like the fucking the Buc-ee's logo and all this other stuff. It's honestly amazing. I support it fully. They have so much stuff there. Yeah, I've seen pictures of it. It looks huge, but also unnecessary. Like, it doesn't need to be as big as it is, but it is. It's like a gas station that thinks it's Walmart, basically. Well, while we're talking about roadside convenience, I say we go here to New York, where advocates are fighting for year-round roadway dining. So they claim will both help restaurants and the New York City economy. Spectrum News 1 from Saturday.
Almost doubles the size of a restaurant. So, again, and that's great. It's all about hiring more workers, so lower the unemployment, bring more tax revenue to the city, bring more revenue to the restaurant, and it's a win-win situation for everybody.
Welcome back to Inside City Hall. That was the owner of the Upper West Side restaurant Manny's Bistro, who is elated about the City Council approving year-round roadway dining. Supporters of the legislation say it will encourage more restaurants to build outdoor dining structures and to attract more customers year-round.
Yeah, and this is not a unanimously supported issue, but I think most people tend to support this. I could be wrong. It will, of course, benefit business owners, but it's also a nice way to be able to be, enjoying the... I shouldn't say quoi. What do you call it? I can't think of words.
Bill that...
Like the environment. And it will hopefully make it easier for the structures, and at least I'm in my thinking, to more integrate with the neighborhoods that they're in. Although there are some drawbacks to these, like, not everybody loves them, and there are some problems, but City Council passed it. So, democracy. Roadway dining, like this. People don't know what I'm talking about. It's this. We'll watch a little bit more just so everybody understands what we're talking about. It's like little... For restaurants, it's extra seating so they can have more diners all dining at the same time. And for those who want to be outside, things like that.
Actually passed along with the year-round program was one that will give the Department of Sanitation a little bit more.
Like, some of the drawbacks, which I think are obvious, include things like taking up parts of the sidewalk and parts of parking for cars. But most people don't drive cars. And they're not allowed to take up the entire sidewalk. So as long as the laws are enforced and everything, they should be able to be beneficial. It should be beneficial. Well, we're talking about things taking up parts of the sidewalk and or street for a long time. The streets, sidewalks were taken up by trash, as New York didn't have really much of a system at all for picking it up. But under Zoran Mamdani, in recent weeks, trash containers have been getting rolled out. And they are making a serious difference. It's actually been months now. Whatever it is. They've been making a difference in New York City's war on rats. CBS New York here from 11 days ago.
Call it a trashy triumph for city leaders in their war against rats. As Dave Carlin reports, fewer complaints about rats to 311 appear to show those container efforts are working.
His East Village apartment is on a street where rats seem to hide during the day, but after the sun goes down, they're out for buffet time, says John Hedigan.
At night, they're very active.
Active also describes city sanitation workers deploying Empire bins. The job is described as done in parts of Harlem and Morningside Heights, where we see the new bins for buildings, new rat-resistant corner litter baskets, and approved secure bins for businesses.
Yes, indeed. Brand new system for waste disposal and management getting rolled out slowly but surely, but already making a huge differences in the places that it already is. Oh, this is right here. Okay, yeah.
Sits in a park he once avoided for being rat-infested.
Now it's no problem at all.
My wife actually had a flower bed in our front window that we couldn't keep flowers in because the rats would just come in and dig it all up and tear it all to pieces.
And what about now?
Not a problem.
Gregory Anderson is commissioner of the Department of
Boom. Solved it. And this is one of the many reasons for why you're seeing numbers for Zoran Mamdani continuing to rise. Before we talk about the numbers, there are numbers.
Holy Toledo!
Let's talk about another New York themed thing from the streets down to the subways, where a neglected, forgotten part of the city is now being reused by one local artist / comedian to bring humor and joy to the New York City subway. Pix 11 News 4 days ago.
When the gate goes up, the newsstand is open for business. But this one is more stand-up comedy than snacks. You might walk away with a laugh. Some visitors get a lucky rat's foot.
I gotta warn you, it only works in New York. It's not lucky outside of New York.
Al Mullen is the shopkeeper at West 4th Newsstand on the downtown platform for the BDFM trains. Nothing is for sale. The stories are free.
My background is in comedy writing, and I've used this to sort of meet a bunch of people who I really respect.
His fellow writers and riders had an idea for a place that could be experienced, bringing a different style to the subway.
I heard about this.
Yeah, this is a fascinating project that this guy and his friends got started here. These unused newsstands, which there's a city revival project going into, has gone into effect. They are taking advantage of. As I think it's something like 80% of New York's newsstands are now closed, and like this one, looking like this, right? Just, but not like that. Nope. Looking like, God damn it, closed. Fuck it. Forget it. I can't pause it at the right spot. These guys have innovated here. Good old innovation. Wait, I lost my place. Where were we just now? Oh, I was like right here. Okay. Yeah.
This program that the MTA has called the Vacant Unit Activation Program in so many stations. There's one right there across from us.
In 2022, Mullen and Friends created Public Transport Magazine, which they leave on trains to circulate offbeat observations, humor, and connection.
You know, everyone thinks New Yorkers are maybe so self-centered or rude or something, but I think New Yorkers really know that we're all tied together.
He's partnered with two nonprofits, the David Prize and Art on the Ave. The MTA's been offering free activation space to bring life and art to vacant, empty spots around the system.
They've just been literally collecting dust, train dust.
Al will take a picture and capture your subway aura. The interaction at the newsstand makes the wait for a train go by quickly.
This is brilliant. I love it.
Give us pizza or give us death.
Felt like a good Sunday Funday, Munde Funde story. Munde Funde, I should say. Munde Funde. That's how I've written it. But I mean, honestly, anybody could technically take up this MTA project for themselves, occupy a otherwise unoccupied newsstand and start their own small business project. Speaking of the news, Donald Trump had this to say to a reporter in the Oval Office earlier this week. I'm trying to pepper in some regular news stories from like today. There were some regular ones that I had in here already for Sunday Fun Day. Like I'm just mostly using yesterday's, that I had a list for yesterday. I just couldn't pull it, like all of the research and everything I needed to do to like, and like to get everything. Because honestly, guys, I just like to point this out. Sunday Fun Days, even though they sound, and they are fun, I assume, and hopefully more fun for people than the normal doom that we deal with, like, they're actually more difficult for me to pull together a lot of times, not always, but because of the fact that, like, I'm trying to pull together, like, a positive narrative for, like, I need even more time to pull them together. I woke up late on Sunday, and so I was just not able to do it.
Of totalitarianism.
I was just unable to pull anything together for yesterday. So we're doing most of yesterday's stuff, but I also got some new stuff from today. Like this clip of the president.
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. Okay? Don't you find her disrespectful? He understands.
By the way, he's not talking to little Marco Rubio or J.D. Vance. There's an actual child, and he's berating another female reporter. Shock of shocks.
Who are you with?
I'm with CNN.
Fake news. You're fake news. You're a loud, boisterous person. You're fake news. Be quiet. Be quiet.
Yeah, is the president abusing a reporter in front of a young child, setting an example, calling the press fake news again. That's our president. Man whose numbers continue to plummet. It's at historically low numbers at this point. Just continues to act like more and more of a deranged lunatic. Meanwhile, the numbers for Zoran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Now they keep going up. Here's the majority report from yesterday. Talk a little bit about that.
Here is a clip from CNN where you have New York Post columnist Lydia Moynihan. She's the financial correspondent for the New York Post. So she's super excited.
Just the funniest credit anybody has. I was saying, yeah, I'm the Supreme Court correspondent for Sports Illustrated.
But columnist for New York Post and a financial correspondent put together. Take a guess how she's reacting to Zoran Mamdani's mayorality.
69% approval rating.
Right now at Mayor Mamdani, who is the most famous Democratic socialist, his approval rating is going up, which is unprecedented. I mean, if you look here, 45% in June, now 47%. New York City, 58%, now 69% in New York City. He is trying to show that democratic socialism is actually something that can work.
Look at Lydia
How do you
trying to
explain
keep
that?
her cool.
Look, it's a good question.
Look at the face on Lydia, trying her very best to keep her cool. Like, you can tell that Lydia's not actually keeping it cool inside. Like, she's doing a fairly good job. But you can tell she's just trying to keep that placid smile plastered to her fucking face through this thing while she's pointing out these very awkward numbers for her.
Socialism is actually something that can work. How do you explain that? Look, it's a good question. I think he was a very skilled marketer, which is why he got into the mayoral office in the first place, and he's continuing to do that. He's very good at the photo ops. But if you look at the numbers, those are telling a completely different story. Rents are at a new
If you look at the numbers, it tells a completely... We were just looking at the numbers, Lydia. Are you stupid? These are the numbers, and this can't possibly be all marketing.
ops. But if you look at the numbers, those are telling a completely different story. Rents are at a new all-time high. So I think
Can you pause
eventually
it?
the data and the reality of the policies he's...
Okay. So this is all they have now is charisma and social media. That's all they have. We made this point yesterday talking about his approval rating, which, by the way, since June and going up like that, the media did this dunk fest on him because his legal team determined that they couldn't feasibly make it stand to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu in New York City. And the media was like, he stumbled. This was something he said he was going to do. And unlike pretty much everything else he did, he failed. And isn't that embarrassing? And there was a rush to say how horrible his leadership is. Turns out voters maybe saw that, including the cost of living stuff, and said, I like someone who might actually try to arrest this man who's actively committing a genocide and believes in humanity and the rule of law. His approval rating went up after that, and you would never know that given the media coverage of it. And all they can do is talk about his charisma. Obama was somebody who is and remains one of the most charismatic politicians of our lifetime. When did his approval rating dip below 50% and stay there for the rest of his presidency? Almost the entire time. Charisma doesn't matter if you're not delivering on your promises.
Yeah, and we should say too, there was in the implementation of the pied-à-terre tax, a couple of people end up on the wrong list. They obviously were able to fix it. There is a sense amongst like the commentariat that people, average New Yorkers, feel like just they're outraged at the pied-à-terre tax. And I got news for you, they're not.
Yeah, why would they be? I mean, it's nonsensical. Like, they just don't understand it's like they don't understand the concept of the tax. The pied-à-terre, which Sam can't say. He just doesn't, we all know Sam can't say words, okay? A lot of times he struggles with them. Brilliant political mind, bad word mind, okay? the pied-à-terre tax is for people who own second homes in New York. Second ones. They already own one home somewhere else. Then their second home is in New York. Right? They're not really New Yorkers. They live in Florida or wherever else. And so like, the claim that that's some sort of problem, like that's costing everyone like a bunch of money, is ridiculous. Zoran Mamdani just froze the rents in a historic rent freeze. Columbia Regan with a sweet, sweet super chat. Literally, Lydia is literally screaming inside. She's picturing herself putting her face in a pillow and shouting, "Why?" Yes. No! Yes, Lydia's very upset. But she'll pull through. I'm certain of it. Lydia will be fine, just like all the millionaires and billionaires who own second homes in the New York area. All of them will be doing fine, are fine, and are continuing to do fine. I know it. Deep down. Meanwhile, while Zoran Mamdani's numbers skyrocket, Donald Trump's numbers are imploding. We've been seeing it in the numbers.
Holy Toledo.
From people like Harry Emden. But it's not just in the poll numbers. No. No. Trump merchandise. Trump merchandise sales are apparently imploding. One of the biggest Trump merchandise superstores going out of business. As seen here. New York Post with the clip. A large store in Tennessee that exclusively sells President Donald Trump merchandise is going out of business. It is due to a lack of shoppers. The store is located along Interstate 40 near Knoxville, Tennessee. Its exterior has a massive Trump billboard and banners. The shop is now selling off its remaining inventory at a 50% discount, according to Slate. It's going out of business. Oh, God. Oh, due to a lack of customers. Trump merchandise clearance sale. In the heart of Trump country, in Tennessee, of all places. Oh, this bodes badly for the president. Oh, God. That's horrible. Terrible. Now, of course, one of the issues that Trump is getting hurt most on is that of affordability, cost of living, gas prices, and the latest fixation and battle in the Republican Party. The unassuming Burrito. Here's ABC News 10 days ago.
It's the tweet that set off a political debate over the price of burritos.
We're going to bring you up to speed on the great burrito debate of 2026.
A spokesperson at Turning Point USA spilled the beans, posting that a college student recently complained to him about the rising cost of food, telling him a burrito shouldn't cost $20. That post hit a nerve among conservatives, discussing food prices which are up more than 4% since President Trump took office.
A burrito shouldn't cost $20. How is the kid wrong? Prices are out of control. People can't afford it. It's undeniable. Just undeniable.
President Trump has insisted that prices are coming down, but even some of his own supporters
Oh.
are raising concern. Like,
Oh, my bad. My bad on the volume. Take two.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's my bad.
it's the tweet that set off a political debate over the price of burritos.
We're going to bring you up to speed on the great burrito debate of 2026.
A spokesperson at Turning Point USA spilled the beans, posting that a college student recently complained to him about the rising cost of food, telling him a burrito shouldn't cost $20.
I love how there is a fight. There's a genuine fight going on in the Republican Party over this. Because it's some people, it's two different sides. One side saying this is a problem, but Biden did it. It's all Biden's fault.
I'm staying in the race.
But it is a problem and it's affecting voters. Then the other side of, well, we'll get to that other side in a second.
Hit a nerve among conservatives, discussing food prices, which are up more than 4% since President Trump took office.
A burrito shouldn't cost $20. How is the kid wrong? Prices are out of control. People can't afford it. It's undeniable, just undeniable.
President Trump has insisted that prices are coming down, but even some of his own supporters are raising concern, like this person whose email was read on the Charlie Kirk show.
We have 5 kids. Groceries are unaffordable. I am a Trump guy, but he is not turning this around. Doesn't matter how often he brags about eggs.
Others say young people should stop complaining. Republican
Look at his face.
How often he brags about eggs.
Look at this is Posobiec, isn't it? Isn't this Jack Posobiec? Look at Jack's face. Posobiec, he looks deeply concerned. Oh, God. 5-alarm fire over here at the TPUSA. However, as I mentioned, there's another side to this. While some people are at least recognizing that people are struggling with cost of living, other people, like elected Congressman Dan Crenshaw, is he still a congressman? I thought that didn't he resign? Is this guy still in office? He had things to say.
Congressman Dan Crenshaw posted, "Stop whining, get a job. Eat ramen like the rest of us did in college." Conservative columnist Mark Thiessen wrote, "Cry me a river. The burritos in the college cafeteria are included in your meal plan," saying that a burrito only costs $20, quote, when you buy it on DoorDash. Vice President J.D. Vance taking the student side and firing back at Thiessen, saying, "I'm surprised to hear Mark say this. If you've ever met him in person, it's quite obvious the man has never missed a burrito."
Yes, indeed. As you can see, it's a contentious burrito fight in the Republican Party as of late. It's the pro-high prices versus the pro-not high price, pro-low prices, I guess, basically. There's at least I guess, what you would call the Republican version of sensibility, and then the Republican version of complete lunacy. It's like, yes, prices are a problem, but it's all Biden's fault. Or actually, stop crying, you woke libtards. Stop with your whining. Buy ramen, okay? Stop complaining about your gruel and smile a little bit more. You know, that's sort of the vibes right now. The fight that's going on, and it's quite fascinating. You know, of course, both are wrong. Both are simultaneously wrong, although one is wronger than the other, I would point out. Because this is not Biden's fault. And pretending that it's all Biden's fault is a delusion that Republicans have been selling for the last 5-6 years now. But they've been in power now for almost 2 years. And it's only gotten worse under Donald Trump. And this is a situation that has been getting worse and worse for decades, which we are going to get into. But first we have to hear more from the sort of the pro-corporate profits side of this argument, because I find them to be the most deranged of this. Like, I find it weird to be even vaguely on the side of JD Vance or of any of the people listed previously. But, like, if I had to pick a side in this fight, which it clearly is, I would have to go with that side. It's at least making a more cogent point, no matter how far off it is from the reality. Because it's also, like, there are multiple reasons for why inflation went up, including President Donald Trump under Biden, right? Under Biden, because don't forget, Donald Trump was president until January 2021. His policies, of which there are many, were put in place over a 4-year period before then, including which also includes the stimulus checks, which he was the first to do, I would point out, to get that inflation going. Because that's the claim that is made by Republicans over and over again. Oh, Biden, he gave money, he just did free money to everybody.
I'm staying in the race.
You mean the same thing President Trump did 4 months before it? Right, okay. So it was fine when Trump was trying to win an election and he gave out money, but it was bad when Joe Biden did it after winning the election, after promising he was going to do that thing. That was the bad one. I see, right. That is literally the case that has been made. It's sad that people don't have memories long enough to realize that that's what's happening. Columbia Rican, thank you for the super chat. 2 years in the Trump presidency doesn't make sense if you're still blaming Biden. If it was such a problem, wouldn't you have solved it by now? No, absolutely. No, but the fact is like, the blaming Biden, they've been doing this since 2021 when inflation started ticking up, right? But it also ticked up after Trump and Biden both stimulated the economy in extreme circumstances, in a once-in-a-lifetime generational pandemic, right? I still think that was the right decision. Was it inflationary? Yes. But it was not the only reason why we even incurred the inflation to begin with at that time, right? In 2021, right? A lot of that inflation was not because of the increase in the money supply, but was a result of profiteering by big corporations. But I'm not going to deny that having more money contributed a little bit to prices. I'm not like delusional, but that was not. If you just look at the math of it, prices shouldn't have gone up as much as they did. But they did. You know, like I can't pull out like a bunch of graphs, but the M2 money supply increased this much, but inflation increased that much, right? Like, I'm just sort of riffing right now. It wasn't like this was supposed to be a Sunday fun day discussion because it's so nonsensical, this burrito thing. Like, a burrito shouldn't be $20. Anybody who's defending it is a lunatic. But we do, in fact, have some people defending it.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Yep. People like Ben Shabibs.
So listen, grocery prices are too high, and we all know it, and we all get it. They're up about 35% since 2019, which is because of COVID and then Joe Biden's inflationary policies.
Oh, it's all
and
Joe Biden's inflationary
policies.
And
Actually, it's Joe Biden's inflationary policies. Nothing that Donald Trump ever did, like doing stimulus checks or tariffs, are inflationary, even though inherently economists agree they're inflationary. It's all Joe Biden's fault. Everybody knows it.
I'm staying in the race.
This guy is such a turd, and he expects his audience to be so dumb and like enthralled by his pretend smart guy visage that they don't notice how much of a fucking like liar he is, like how disingenuous he is, how much he obfuscates from reality. Like his literal job is to lie to people's faces. And honestly, he's good at it because he talks so fast. Stupid people can't pick up when the facts are being skewed or completely just obliterated.
About 2.7% year on year right now.
Not true.
So
this video was from 12 days ago, and even 12 days ago on core CPI, it's higher than the number that he just quoted. I could bring up this graph right now, but even on core CPI right now, which is excluding food and energy costs, just imagine that for a second. The number that Ben Shapiro is trying to quote right now is not only wrong, it's 2.7% on core CPI, it's also the thing that excludes the cost of food and energy, two of the most expensive things that people pay for on a daily basis. And that's the number that Ben is using here. Because if you don't exclude food and energy costs, we're over 4% inflation, as was just mentioned in the previous video. But Ben is a liar and an obfuscator and a propagandist and not an honest actor.
a few things. First, grocery prices are never coming back down to where they were in 2019. The only way for them to do that would be for us to experience an actual serious deflationary episode, which...
Yes, and I've actually made this point before, which we could actually make happen, right? With government price caps, right? Profit caps, percentage, right? We just say, okay, you can't make more than this much profit on a percentage basis on essential goods, right? And then we could bring the costs of these things way down. That's how you do it. Ben wants to pretend like it's impossible. It's not. It's just contrary to the benefit of capitalists like Ben, who is a multi-centimillionaire at this point, from what I understand.
Generally means economic depression. So we can talk about ways to moderately decrease the price of groceries or to flatline them or to slightly increase them. That's all fine. We'll do that today. But we have another far worse and more serious problem in the United States. The problem of unrealistic, inflated utopian expectations. A problem that's really about a black...
Oh my God. Unrealistic utopian expectations. Oh, Ben, explain to us what you mean by that, please, for the love of God. We're being so unrealistic, everybody. Strap in. We need to temper our expectations. Okay? And Ben's going to explain to us how and why.
Sense of where we are at in the United States right now. I'll get to that in just a second. This is The Ben Shapiro Show. Our showing it, here was Harry Enton on CNN laying this out yesterday.
So, you know, we often talk about, oh, that conservative base, that MAGA base. But how about where the other GOP lives? That is moderate Republican.
And when it comes to the economy, the numbers are even worse. The president is barely above water with that segment of the GOP when it comes to the economy. Now, again, part of that is because when you measure Trump against Kamala Harris, he looks great. And when you measure Trump against a utopian vision of what...
When you measure Donald Trump against Kamala Harris, he looks great. But he's down 59 points since October 2024. How do you figure he looks great against Kamala still? You see what I mean? Like, this guy just has a bunch of words. Most of them are either lies, obfuscations, or don't make any goddamn sense. And it's like, you gotta be an idiot who's listening to this guy talk to you. You're just not able to comprehend the words that he's saying. And you're just like, yeah, he sounds smart. He sounds smart.
When you measure Trump against Kamala Harris, he looks great. And when you measure Trump against a utopian vision of what could be, everybody looks terrible. But we should actually look at his approval ratings over time. So look at this. So you can see the president, was underwater for the vast majority of his first.
His approval rating is fucking plummeting. Anyway, so Ben is really upset about these numbers, right? It's like the fact that the president is getting hurt by the concept of affordability is really upsetting Ben. It's like the president, how dare they hurt the president? How dare they hurt our great president, our dear leader, his poll numbers, because they think things are too unaffordable when he lives, when Donald Trump and Ben Jabibo live in gilded mansions where they never have to experience the things that normal people have to experience. How dare they do that? It's rude, first off. You know, it's like you're not considering Ben Shabibo's feelings, all right? Or the president's feelings. It's kind of rude when you think about it. And then you can't forget the complaining about cost of living is un-American.
Out like right now. So Andrew Colvett over at TPUSA, he tweeted out today, one of our TPUSA college students gave me his take on affordability. A burrito shouldn't cost $20. Yeah, a lot of this is a hangover from COVID and Biden era inflation, but the lived experience is the same. It just feels like basic things cost too much. So obviously I agree. Things cost more than they should, but let's start from the beginning here. A burrito for $20? That's where we're starting? A burrito for $20. There is literally only one way in the United States of America in this year, 2026, for a burrito to cost $20. You went to a kind of expensive restaurant. A burrito at Chipotle probably tops out about $13.
It doesn't. It doesn't. I tried. I was down on earth earlier today, and it doesn't top out at $13. You can easily get a burrito up to $17. So if you want anything but that burrito, yeah, $20 is very easily what you're going to be spending on a meal. Because, of course, we don't just eat food, we also drink drinks, right? But Ben's upset about that, too. Like, why do you have needs? He's going to get into this. Whoopsies, I went too far back. What did I just do? Where was the stupidity? Here it is.
For starting, a burrito for $20. There is literally only one way in the United States of America in this year, 2026, for a burrito to cost $20. You went to a kind of expensive restaurant. A burrito at Chipotle probably tops out about $13. A top shelf burrito option at Taco Bell, we have been informed by our intrepid Daily Wire Taco Bell correspondent Brad Bishop, runs $5.99 plus tax for the avocado ranch crispy chicken burrito, which he also reports is jaw-droppingly delicious. But let us also pretend that you're just a poor young student, as I once was, or say you're a dude who is just starting his work life and wants some upward mobility, like I once was. Here's
some upward mobility. Yeah, Ben Shapiro, son of wealthy Hollywood producer or writer, whatever. Like, he needed upward mobility. From where? Started like an inch from home plate. I need upward mobility. That was me growing up, says Ben Shabibo.
You do if you want a burrito. You head on down to the supermarket. I'm going to give you today's prices via Instacart. Okay? You buy some tortillas for about $4 for a package of 10. You also grab a can of refried beans for a couple of $1.50. And then you grab some cheese, some salsa, maybe an avocado. And then you microwave some of that stuff. Boom. You're talking a burrito that's pretty good for less than $2. Like 1/10 of the price.
Yeah, if you're at home, you fucking idiot, right? Because a lot of people have to eat during the day while working. One, if not two or more jobs, right? So you don't have a microwave in your car, and you can't bring the entire supermarket to work. So, you know, this is in fact a burden. Right. And I don't know if Ben is expecting you to eat 3 meals a day or just 1 meal a day. It's not clear, but, you know, federal minimum wage is still $7.25 an hour. So you got to work at least, you know, even according to his own math, 2 hours just to afford the most expensive burrito option, in his opinion, right? Which is also, I would point off, wrong. It can be much more expensive than $13 at Chipotle. But you got to work an entire hour just to get that one Taco Bell burrito. Multiple hours to buy that list of groceries that he just pointed out. Because sure, when you break it down to each burrito, so long as that you use all of the food and don't let any of it spoil, yes, you will probably reduce the cost on a per burrito basis, but you're also putting a fuck ton more effort than you would have to than just buying one pre-made at Chipotle or at Taco Bell. But here's the thing, because I decided we needed to do an investigation into all of this. And look back in time, because the whole claim Ben Jabibo makes during this video, and I can't remember if it's here where he makes. I think it's here. I could be wrong, but if you just look at the how do I do this? But you just look at this thumbnail for the Ben Shapiro clip that we are watching right now. You'll see that it's of Ben and of the... Oh, I can't remember the name of this fucking... This painting is a very famous painting right now, and I cannot think. American Gothic? I think that's the name. I'm going off the top of my head. You can see the American Gothic, this guy holding a burrito, and Ben Shapiro giving a forlorn look. Basically, I mean, he makes the suggestion that back then, people had to live a subsistence lifestyle, farm their own food. Now, I don't know the last time Ben had to farm his own fucking food. I'm pretty sure never. But he also claims people are too fat. Americans eat too much. I think this is where he says that.
There's a woman that we know from the Philippines. She's wonderful. And she just brought her mom over from the Philippines. She grew up in a shack, pretty much a shack in Philippines with no actual floor, with like 10 siblings. And when mom came over, she walked into an American supermarket.
By the way,
and it blew her mind. Why? Because, again, for most of the world,
by the way, Ben Shapiro does not want that woman or her mother that he's using for this story, right? Like these women that he's using opportunistically for this narrative, he wants out, and everybody who listens to Ben Shapiro want out of this country. But continue, Ben. What were you saying? It was incredible. They saw a store.
She walked into an American supermarket, and it blew her mind. Why? Because, again, for most of the world, the luxury that we experience on a daily basis here in the United States is utterly unthinkable. Totally unthinkable. It's why when that guy Freddie from Germany was traveling the United States and just marveling at the basic things in the U.S. that are considered luxuries everywhere else, like AC, it's a real thing.
It's actually, don't you see, everybody? We're done with Ben for now. I guess I'm not going to continue listening to this nonsense. But don't you see, everybody? Ben is making a very good point. You're living so much better than refugees from the Philippines. You know, people, refugees who fled a dictatorship, right? Don't you see, America? Your life is so much better than people, the refugees from who have fled dictatorships, and that's proof that actually things are great, and you should stop crying. And you're also fat. I mean, I'm not saying it, but he says it at some point. I can't remember where he says it, but he literally says it. He says Americans are too fat. It's probably coming up, but basically suggesting that we could benefit from reduced calories and hunger. You know. By the way, Columbia Regan, thank you for the super chats. Guy with mustachioed eyebrows thinks he's a numbers guy. Isn't the supermarket full of diarrhea food now? Yes. Yes, it's cyclosporiasis. Yes, there is that. There is that. But I think we should go back in time for a second. Talk about what it was like for the older generations. Meals. Because, you know, during this segment, Ben Shapibo, he claims that the burritos of today and food of today is just... You can't compare it to old food.
Good morning, Mrs. Jones. We said good morning. Oh, it's no use. She's figuring out her income tax or something. No, wait a minute. Mrs. Jones is making out her menus for the week, scanning the food ads for bargains, and trying to make those food dollars cover 5 hearty appetites. She's got quite a problem. Say, Mrs. Jones, do you know how many meals the average housewife prepares in a year? Well, let's add them up. There are 31 days in January. That's 93 meals.
Now, you'll notice something interesting, aside from the sort of overt patriarchy, if you can push past that for historical purposes, you'll notice something interesting. And it is that you got 3 meals every day in this calendar. 84 meals in February.
84 meals in February, make it 87 for leap year, 93 meals in March, and 90 in April.
Right. So if we live like the 1950s, as seen here in this old, I don't know what to call this. Not quite a documentary. It's like a how-to for housewives. But, I mean, back here in the 50s, people were expected to eat 3 meals a day. They were planning for it. Oh, so much planning for the meals. I mean, look, she's going through the calendar. So, you know there's meals. 1,095 of them, according to the experts.
All in all, they add up to well over 1,000 meals a year to be planned, prepared, and served.
Yes, over 1,000 meals a year. Yes. I'm sure back then they weren't having lots of calories or anything like that. Right? Back in the 50s, they were eating like subsistence farmers. Right?
Ice cream the year round. There's no closed season on it. Our table settings today are designed for round the year.
Let me tell about these, Kay. Ice cream is my dish.
Ah.
Now, this spring dessert is called double strawberry shortcake. Cream and fresh strawberries. How about a peach sunburst for the good old summertime? Sprinkle coconut on meringue and bake.
Oh, it all sounds so delicious. It all sounds very high calorie and also incredibly expensive to make some of that shit, I would point out. You know, people aren't making meringues and pies for free, and cakes and whatever else. But they've got more advice for us.
If a visit in person isn't possible, then feel free to write to us, as you would to a friend. Your problems are our problems, and this kitchen is your kitchen.
Well, eating is no problem for the little Jones girl. Milk is her favorite food. But here are facts and figures from the Beatrice Foods kitchen, which interested her mother.
Your main meal should supply 50% of your daily calorie needs, and your 2 other meals should supply 25% each. A calorie, of course, is the heat unit upon which we depend for energy. And we've just made some very interesting comparisons on calories and cost, showing how dairy recipes save from 10 to 25% in money, while furnishing 25% more in calories.
Yeah, back in the 1950s, they were trying to fatten everybody up, get you as many calories as possible for your money. But money was going a lot further back then than it does now. And in fact, it was that way for decades. Got some more vintage footage of fast food, because of course that was the suggestion, is that Ben Shabibo wants us to be like the housewives of the 1950s and cook all of our meals 3 square meals a day, even if we work 8, 12 hours. Go fuck yourself. Figure out how to bring that food, how to cook it, how to get it to work every day at the oil field or wherever else you work. And yeah, but you know, back then in the 50s, things were a lot more affordable. 27 cents for gas. I wonder how much McDonald's cost. 15 cents. 15-cent hamburgers. Oh, yeah, they had it real tough back then. Oh, times are so tough. Now, I had to look it up. I didn't know it off the top of my head. But you could buy yourself a hamburger at McDonald's for 15 cents. This was in 1955. This footage, from what I understand. And the minimum wage, you'll be shocked to hear this. Minimum wage back in 1955 was 75 cents an hour, although it was later raised to $1 an hour in August. So let's go with $1 an hour. At 15 cents per hamburger in 1955, you could have bought yourself 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hamburgers for 1 hour's of work and still have 5 cents left over. 10 cents left over. 10? I think 10. Like 90 cents, right? For 6? 6 McDonald's hamburgers for 1 hour's work. Good luck with that. On today's minimum wage. Today's minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. And even McDonald's cheapest hamburger option is $2 or more. So good luck. Good luck at getting 9 or how many? 6 hamburgers that I just said. You can't. You can't do it. Your money goes much less far than it used to. But it's not just the 50s. I know that feels like a long-ass time ago. Although I would point out that a lot of the younger folks, people millennials and younger, their parents were alive during this time, or at least a lot of them, their parents were alive. Certainly the older ones were alive. But let's go even further into the future, into the 70s. Talk about Taco Bell. I got a fascinating comparison for you here.
Yes, sir. Give me a taco and make that 2 tacos. 2 tacos? Okay. What's that? That's a Burrito Supreme. Sour cream, fresh lettuce and tomatoes. Ooh, I'll have one of those instead. Burrito Supreme. What's that? Oh, that's a tostada. I have one of those.
That's going to be important. Everybody remember the tostada. This is about to come up in 2 seconds.
Ooh, I'll have one of those instead. Burrito Supreme. What's that? Oh, that's a tostada. I have one of those too. Okay. Wait a minute. What's that? Oh, that is an enchilada. Now that's got pinto beans, cheese on the top. On second thought, what was I ordered first?
Yeah. I found this fascinating. This is apparently a vintage 70s Taco Bell ad. Yes, this one right here. Take a look at this. So at the time of this commercial or somewhere around it, you could buy yourself a tostada, which on today's menu is most similar to a Mexican pizza. It has almost the exact same ingredients. Prime selected pinto beans, garden fresh lettuce, shredded cheese, heaping high on a corn tortilla, and flavored with a red chili sauce. You could get a tostada, a bean burrito, and a large drink for 59 cents back in the 70s. Sure, it was a special. But what's a special cost now at Taco Bell? I wondered to myself. I looked it up. And the most closest thing that I could find I looked for a combo on Taco Bell's website that most closely resembled this. Oh, it's not on here though. It was a local one, wasn't it? Son of a bitch. Did I take a picture of this? Well, screw it. There's no Mexican pizza one. For me, there was a Mexican pizza one when I looked at it on my phone. But this is this is probably as close as you can get. Crunchwrap Supreme combo, 1 taco, 1 Crunchwrap Supreme large drink, right? $10. $10. It was the same price for the Mexican pizza. For a Mexican pizza and a bean burrito, there was a Mexican pizza, bean burrito, large drink special that I saw when I was looking at my phone earlier today. $10. Almost the exact same thing as this. You're talking about 20 times the cost for almost the same amount of food. It's deranged. But these people are living in a fucking dream world if they think that the wages have even close to kept up with that. Like, minimum wage in 1970 was $1.60. Minimum wage was $1.60 in 1970, right? And that's starting at the beginning of the decade. I'd point out as the decade goes on, like it gets much higher. I mean, by 1976, $2.30, right? So by mid-decade, I mean, you're talking about like it being a third of what minimum wage is currently. By mid-decade in the 70s, you're paying 50 cents for a Taco Bell value meal, but you're getting paid, you can buy 4 of them every hour. Unlike now, where in some states, you need to work 2 hours to be able to afford a Taco Bell value meal, right? Like, that's where we're at right now. Like, back then, you could have bought 3 for minimum wage, 3 or 4 of them. Now you can't even buy 1. And these guys are claiming there's no fucking cost of living crisis? Are you kidding me? It's out of control. Fact is most Americans are unsatisfied with the U.S. economy right now. And it's not me saying it. It's the latest CBS News poll from yesterday. Oh, wait, this is the wrong clip. I was gonna do PBD, but I just don't feel like dealing with him right now. I just don't feel like dealing with these fucking guys. Okay, there we go.
Back here in the United States, Americans are growing increasingly gloomy about what's been a resilient economy. A new CBS News poll finds 69% of Americans are not satisfied with how the economy is working. CBS's Aaron Navarro is in Bridgewater, New Jersey, near President Trump's golf resort where he just left. Aaron, what do you know?
Good evening, Jericho. With the Iran war in its 6th month, there is still pain at the pump. The national average for a gallon of gas is about $1 higher than at this point last year. And with November's elections approaching, voters are frustrated with the American economy.
People are struggling to survive.
New CBS polling shows a majority of Americans believe how the U.S. economy works is unfair. And 73% say that the income gap between the richest Americans and the middle class is increasing. This anger about the American economy comes with less than 3 months until the midterm elections. Slightly more voters feel the Democratic Party is aligned with them on the economic issues.
Anyway, there you have it. People not happy with the economy right now. They feel the president is failing them. They're not wrong. Fact is be able to afford 3 square burritos a day. Because that's the other thing, right? Like, we're not just talking about one burrito. Remember, back in the 1950s, they were telling us we needed 3 square meals every day. So, if you buy 3, somewhere between $15 and $45 and $60 if you're buying only burritos. But really anything. I mean, go look at anything. Like, everything is fucking expensive. Everything has gotten out of control on the costs. And if you're trying to eat 3 times a day, good luck affording it. You might need to win the Powerball. Well, good luck on that, because an Illinois person just won the $1 billion jackpot last Thursday.
A Powerball ticket buyer from Illinois won the $1 billion jackpot on Wednesday night, the biggest lottery prize of 2026 so far, although they will take home a much smaller amount after taxes and deductions. The 6 winning numbers on Wednesday night were 4, 26, 66, 67, 69, and Red Powerball 9. After the winner comes forward...
Oh, there you go. Massive Powerball. $1 billion payout before taxes. But short of winning the literal lottery, I guess you could find some massive stash of gold bars in your walls. Oh, God, my stomach feels like shit. I didn't eat today. Speaking of fucking hell. I didn't eat today. I didn't eat a normal dinner. I haven't been eating, let alone one meal, like 3 meals. I haven't been eating like 1 normal meal a day. I'm so fucked up right now. Oh, God. Oh. Jesus, my stomach feels so sick. Oh, God. I haven't been eating because I've been trying to save money to pay for bills next month. We're so far behind, I just haven't been spending any money. We're trying not to. Oh, God, my stomach feels like shit.
So hot right now.
Oh, God. Oh, they're saying, all right, you could forego winning the lottery and I guess just find a pile of gold in your walls like this guy did. In the cellar of a brewery.
Dinsdagochtend hebben 8 werknemers.
Why do I not eat? Because we're short. Oh, speaking of which, just want to say thank you for the dono on Cash App. $10. It says slightly closer. CR. Because I can't eat because I don't have money. That's where things are at. We were demonetized for 4 months. A month longer than I was expecting. We made almost no money on Twitch last month. And while we've been doing good since coming back to YouTube, on YouTube, I don't see any money from YouTube until over a month from now. So I'm just not eating.
Bij grondwerken een grote hoeveelheid goud gevonden. Die hebben contact opgenomen met de eigenaar van het pand. En die hebben dan onmiddellijk de politie gebeld om de nodige vaststellingen te doen. Blijkbaar met boorwerken is de boor ergens blijven steken.
Anyway, this is in the United States, but I just thought this was a crazy story, and it made sense to put it right next to this one. But this was, I think, in like Germany or Belgium or something like that. In Dendermonde, I don't know where that is. I could look it up. But like, this is just crazy. You just find a stash of like ancient gold bars and coins in a wall. I mean, good lord. Supposedly it's more than $10 million. Honestly, this is one of those things where I could not believe that somebody turned this in. Where like this is like an act of pure good citizenhood. Like it is Belgium. Okay, I thought it was. Like, I couldn't tell what language was being spoken. I thought I knew, but I couldn't be sure. But this is like one of those things for me where it's like, dude, if I found this, I would have at least had to sit there for a while and figure out what I was going to do with all of it. Now, it's possible that he has like an entire safe full of it somewhere, and this is just some portion of it, which would be the smart thing to do, in my opinion. But like, this is one of those things. Like, you just walked into a literal fortune that is untraceable. And he's like, nah, do the right thing, pay the taxes. What a guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
Will Sylvan, thank you for the YouTube super chat, helping us out with the galactic content goal. Looks like we might get a whole show tonight. We're making a good progress. I know that much. Just a reminder, everybody, Cash App and PayPal donos also count towards the content goal. Doesn't have to be super chats or memberships or bits or subscriptions. In fact, right now I prefer, perhaps, appreciate more the Cash App, PayPal donos, the Patreon memberships. We need them bad. We need them bad. Somehow we gotta get through the rest of this month. Alright, trying to focus on too many things here. Wait, this is in the wrong spot. Now, I guess... No, actually, this is right. This is the right spot. I guess one way in which you could enrich yourself is start your own social media company and then sell early access to your tweets. Now, of course, I'm kidding. We could not do this, but of course, we do know one person who meets this description? Yes, the president did this. Joe Rogan found out about it live on stream. Struggled to conceive of these facts.
Here is Joe Rogan with Shane Gillis and et al. On Trump. And Brian tells us Shane Gillis actually has some history education, which
he went to college for history.
And Joe Rogan, I don't think spends a lot of time thinking about history or maybe just facts.
Well, like ancient aliens aren't history.
Right.
This opening frame is so gross. Can you start it back up?
Oh God. Wow, it was in
masculinity, babe.
That dude. I mean, that dude is old enough that, I mean, this sort of behavior. I mean, like, how old is this dude? Like 50? Look at him. He's got like 6 hairs left on the top of his head. Meanwhile, he's drinking from a freaking eagle, a plastic eagle, like some sort of lunatic.
On it.
No, it's like a bird, some kind of bird.
Oh, it's an eagle.
Thing. Yeah.
Okay, and I couldn't tell if it was a pipe or a vessel.
This is what men do when they're.
It's a guy in his 50s chugging beer. Is what it is.
Yes. Oh, you know what I like to do is use cups. All right, go ahead.
Truth Social tweets to people, and then they can bet on it.
What? Sorry, let me make sure we get the full thing there.
Incidentally, what they're talking about is, and we reported on this. It was widely reported, that Donald Trump was setting up almost like a VIP membership for his tweets, so that you, as an investor, without paying $100,000, could get his tweets or his truths or whatever they are earlier than anybody else, because we have seen time and time again Trump's manipulating the stock market with his pronunciation, or his proclamations, I should say. And so if you have the ability to front run these things, you get them, I don't know, 5 minutes beforehand, you're going to go and place bets on this in the stock market based upon what he says. We're attacking Iran. You vote, you buy oil.
Exactly. You go buy Lockheed Martin or Palantir, one of these lunatics that always goes up whenever Donald Trump tweets something insane. It's absolutely market manipulation and selling access. It's like a combination of corruption. It's like a confluence of different corrupt factors all sort of meeting in the same point. It's like the singularity of corruption, basically.
Isn't he selling his Truth Social tweets to people, and then they can bet on it?
What?
I think, yeah.
You can bet on anything
He's
now.
selling access.
Yeah, selling access.
He's selling faster access to his tweets, and then you can bet on it.
Bet on what his tweets
on
will
the
be?
markets, because
wait a minute,
it's literally insider trading.
It's Kashi. You can bet on everything you can fix.
Yeah.
Wait a
You
minute,
fix your
is
own
that
bets.
real? You get access to a tweet before he makes it, and then you could bet on that tweet? How's that legal?
We'll see.
Wait a minute, what is this? Trump sued over Truth Social advance access sale.
I'm online in the Oval Office.
Who is
Just so
telling
thick.
him this is a good idea? I feel like I need to be
Nobody's
closer
telling him
to
shit.
I'm sorry.
He is an idiot. Why does he think... Joe Rogan is a fucking idiot that he thinks that somebody's telling him to do this. Right? Like, or that, like, this is like actually, I should let him finish, because he claims that this is somebody in the administration, like this is like an act of the government or something, which kind of tells you just how deeply fucked, like, just like and entrenched the Trump corruption is in our system. And I've talked about this before, like how Truth Social has become a wing of the U.S. government, effectively, because Trump the president of the United States uses it to disseminate information before he puts it out anywhere else in public, which makes it an indispensable source for journalists and for people who want to know what the hell the president's doing at any given time. And it just, like, it just in that alone, it makes it just deeply corrupt and problematic. But like that Joe Rogan like thinks of this as like some sort of like functioning of the government and not of a private citizen, public company. Beyond me. He's a real freaking idiot. Hold on, we're skipping ahead a little bit longer because I just want to hear this clip.
I know.
That's what Tim Pool called him. He missed it.
Oh.
Yeah, he is the greatest.
So we'll get that sound up in a second here.
Access to a tweet before he makes it, and then you could bet on that tweet. How's that legal? Wait a minute. What is this? Trump sued over Truth Social advance access sale.
Look at him online in the Oval Office.
Who's telling him this is a good idea? I feel like I need to be closer to him.
$1,000
I need to be closer.
Yeah, it's $100,000. You can get his.
Yo.
I need to be closer to him, says Joe Rogan. He's a fucking idiot. Joe does not understand. The president just sees this as a great way to funnel millions of dollars to himself. Every 10 people he signs up is an extra $1 million a month. It's a subscription service, $100,000 a month, $1.2 million a year, right? So for every 1,000 people that sign up for this, that's $1 billion a year the president would make from this. 1.2 to be exact. $1.2 billion. $1.2 billion a year for every 1,000 people that sign up for this service. It is deranged. But Joe is just incapable of fathoming that the president is just a deeply corrupt, self-dealing person. When he's just, I mean, that's what he is. I mean, that is just what he is. He is I think it's still the majority or the plurality, the largest. I should try and make sure I get the right words here. He is still the largest shareholder in Truth Social, from my understanding. So it's as close to being a private company as you can get without actually being a private company. It's actually on the stock market, which makes it so that he can sell his grift worldwide, right, into all stock investors in the U.S. market. And you know, it's just crazy just how much he's enriching himself from this shit. Of course, we can't do these sorts of things. Regular people who are trying to afford burritos can't do these things. Closest thing that any of us can reasonably expect to do is find a box of ultra rare Nintendo cartridges. Like this guy did in Wisconsin over the weekend. Actually, last week. Oh shit, wait, before we... screw it, we're too far. We've gone too far.
I pull the box out, it's like pulling out like a holy grail. I open it up for the first time. What I see inside was what said 100, it turned out to be 97. 97 absolutely pristine copies of Super Mario Brothers Duck Hunt. Every single one was wrapped in plastic with the manual on the back. I kind of assumed that...
Well, there you go. I mean, this guy hit the nerdiest lottery, finding a box of unopened, rare, vintage Nintendo games, unsealed, valued at perhaps $10,000 or more. That's the most that's the most realistic of lotteries any of us can expect to hit. Few grand on a lucky box of video games. not a wall full of gold or the billion-dollar jackpot or being the main shareholder of a public company. Most of those things are not going to happen, including the video games for that matter. But that's the closest. That's the closest any of us are going to get to hitting the lottery and being able to afford, unlimited burritos. Now, let's... 10,000 per cartridge or per crate? I think it's per crate, but I actually might not be... I'm not 100% sure on that. Someone else is going to have to look that up. Or I could look it up, but like I don't actually know. I'll take a look. I do not know. But it's like a rare... It's like a rare promotional Super Mario / Duck Hunt. For anybody who was playing back then, like this is a fairly rare find. I don't know exactly how much it is, though. It was like an off year, pre-owned, like unsealed, like pre-owned sealed one, like unsealed ones that are just already used are going for like 30, like 10 to 30 bucks. So yeah, it's probably 10,000 for the whole crate. Is my, because if it is 10,000 per each, that thing is almost as good as the wall full of gold. I don't think it is. Or I could be wrong. Or I could be very wrong. I take it back. Oh God, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. This may really literally be the lottery. Holy shit. Now these are on eBay, so always take this with a grain of salt. Always, 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 always. In fact, this is probably closer. What is this though? 6.5? Those are all going to be like 10s. But you look at like the 85 Nintendo NES 9.4 CGC graded, or whomever this is. I think it's CGC. I can't quite tell. Oh no, this is video game grading. Oh, I can't remember the name of them. Meta grading, maybe? But like they're trying to sell this for like 30 grand, right? Like I don't know. It could be 10,000 a piece, which is insane. I don't know. Like once again, it's eBay. So you always have to take these with stuff like this. As somebody who's got a bunch of old vintage shit sitting around, like you really have to know. You have to know the market. Like a lot of times eBay prices are just people trying to get some rando to pay 30 grand for something that's not worth 30 grand. So I would not assume that that is the market price, but if that's even close, this guy may have literally just run into millions of dollars in Mario in Duck Hunt fucking memorabilia, which is crazy. I don't know. It wasn't a super important story to me, so I just sort of breezed by it in my first watching. But they said 10,000. They didn't say in my first watching cartridge or box, so it was not, who knows. And exactly, you have to sell it one at a time. It's not like people are like mass buying these things. So some effort will have to put into that. He'll probably have to grade them, at least some of them, which also cost money. That's literally my only like worldly investment is the nerd collections that I have. So in the 90s I was collecting Pokemon cards. I've never had any of them graded, so I really don't know, but I've got some old Pokemon cards. But I just, like, it costs like a fuck ton of money. It just gets worse and worse throughout the years. Like, I keep assuming I'll have a time to like send in a bunch of them where I have a bunch of money to throw at it and just like get them all, like all the ones I want graded. But they all sit ungraded in my collection. These like first edition Pokemon cards. But like it costs like a fortune now. And like CGC, is it CGC? Or was it Beckett? No, I think it was one PSA like started this new policy where they like they'll charge you as a percentage the market value of the card, like just to get it graded before you even sell it. so even just getting an expensive card graded could cost like hundreds of dollars. The Pika Pika. I do actually have a red cheeks Pikachu, but it's not. I don't think it's in a PSA 10. I think the closest it is like a 9 on a good day. Okay, things just got super nerdy, super quick. I didn't mean this to take us down a Pokemon path. I started talking about grading because we started talking about how much these stupid cartridges are worth. And it happens to be a subject I know a little bit about as a nerd. Oh, holy shit. Somebody just donated on Cash App. I haven't been looking at my phone. I've been too busy looking at chat and at the stream and stuff like that. IK. Initials IK with the sweet, sweet dono. Good lord. Incredibly donolicious. 65 bones. Big time helps. That is... You have no idea how much that takes my stress level down, because we need to be raising almost $60 a night. It's ballooned over the recent weeks, especially because I had to take off a weekend to do my YouTube appeal. I missed yesterday's stream, but like it's all added up, and like we are so far behind on this thing. The amount per day that we have to raise between now and the end of the month to pay the bills for rent. Just the bare minimum just to pay rent this month. Prevent me from going earth homeless. That big times helps. That cuts it down greatly. Really appreciate. Not only does it do that, though, helps complete the galactic content goal. Galactic content goal tonight. Ensuring that we get all this sweet, sweet content, which I have prepared for us. And boy, oh boy, it's a long list. Sunday Fun Day / Moon Day Fun Day combined to one glorious stream. Now we can be assured that we are going to get all the content that I have prepared for us tonight. So buckle up, Space Fams. Thanks to the generosity of Space Fams like you. Got a whole lot of stuff to get into. You found a penny worth $2.50? There's a windfall. There's a windfall. Fancy penny. A $2.50 penny. When you think about it, right? That is 2,500% more than the penny is worth. It's like. It's like hitting the lottery of pennies. It's like the penny lottery. Hot take. Cyndaquil and Totodile are the best Pokemons. Okay, thank you for the hot take. Love you, Regan. And the 2 bones on YouTube. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, right. we were just talking about the vintage Nintendo collection, which may have just made one man in Wisconsin a gaming millionaire. Meanwhile, in Gates, New York, one woman has her vintage technology being taken away from her. News 10 NBC on the story.
A new at 4:30, cutting the cord off, a lifeline.
Absolute, like my world is falling apart because my phone is my lifeline.
Some of our viewers with landline phones are starting to get warned that the old system is ending. Digital will replace the copper wire lines. And today in Gates, Chief Investigative Reporter Berkeley Breen witnessed a sense of panic about that change.
The sound of that ring for Nancy LaMonica is the sound of safety.
Hello.
How long have you had this landline?
I've lived here since 1980s in this apartment.
And you've had the same number ever since?
Always.
Thursday, Nancy says a Verizon rep told her on the phone that her landline is getting discontinued and that a notice is coming. Her first landline call after that was to me.
What does having that phone mean to you?
Security.
Yes, indeed. Phone companies are trying to discontinue the landlines, and people like that woman are facing a horrifying potential future. Something that works even in a power outage. Their connection to the world. Their landline. It's horrifying.
Alone and relies on her phones. Even the old rotary one that worked when I called it.
Hello, Berkeley Breen.
And the voice quality on that is
beautiful.
There's actually a condition called nomophobia. That's the stress of missing your cell phone. That's what...
It's beautiful. To hear her, she loves her phone. Why are we taking this? And honestly, like, it is, you know, diversity of communication services. You take it away. You're gonna make that lady try and deal with a smartphone? I mean, that's ridiculous. Just let her keep the cord. Don't cut it. Exactly, and bring back, while we're at it, bring back the payphone. Good point. Good point, Christy. While we're at it, bring back the payphone.
Immediately, if not sooner.
There's another lack of, there's a few things that the past did right that I'm not against, you know, that I think we should have kept, that never should have gone anywhere. We could all learn to speak telepathically. Even long distance? Wow. I mean, it could be tough. You know, get all these sort of telepathic signals going cross country over the, you know, from one country to the next. Get thoughts crossed all of a sudden. You think your mom is thinking things that you don't want to think that she's thinking and whatever else. I don't know. I think it'd be a real problem. But, you know, there's another piece of technology that's under threat lately. That is vintage books. I mean, books are basically vintage at this point in there, but rare books. As we've talked about before, they're getting chopped up, scanned, inserted into large language models for AI, and then shredded. And suspicious orders at a local Houston bookstore has caused one owner a little suspicion. ABC 13 Houston last week.
Small business owner in Spring Branch says he keeps getting orders that he calls suspicious.
ABC 13's Pooja Lodia takes us to Becker's Books and explains why the owner suspects artificial intelligence may have something to do with it.
He says most of his recent sales have come from a single buyer who is having books shipped to a secondary location. That's weird enough, but get this. He says he recently received an order for 70 different books. Books that aren't just rare, but books that are honestly impractical. For example, a how-to manual for a computer program that's 35 years old.
We're at my family's bookstore. This is an old school missing cat caper here, Stacks style bookstore.
Becker's Books opened in 1993, a lifelong dream for Charlie Becker's parents.
Every corner you turn will shock you at how big this place and how many books there are. There's literally a stack of books everywhere. But happy.
It's the type of place where book lovers spend hours browsing through stacks.
This one is actually local.
So when online orders started shooting up this year, Becker says he didn't understand the plot twist.
We try not to be too precious about what people do after they buy the books. Here's one. However, we've always taken the stance that if it looks like books are becoming too commodified, like people are buying them for reasons other than like what you would use a book for, then we try to opt out of that.
Yes, indeed. Suspicious book orders causing some concern for this bookstore owner in Houston. Very strange. Store that usually doesn't get any online orders suddenly getting a ton of them. I know it's not Texas school system ordering the books, because, as it turns out, kids in Texas can't read. It's not me saying it, it's this Texas teacher who recorded this video earlier this, I think it was last week, actually.
So, I am on my lunch break. It is, I don't know, 11:30 or something like that. And I just finished a 3-hour class. We have what's called block, and block is where first and second periods are combined for subjects that need it. And so I literally broke down in the middle of class because I'm teaching seniors. These kids are leaving high school and going to college, hopefully, after they finish. We had 2 paragraphs to read, 1 sentence, complete to write. I gave them the sentence stems. I basically completed the sentence for them in the model. These are 17 and 18-year-old kids.
Oh, this one really gets to me. We are failing the children of this country. It's so deeply sad to me just how it was already a problem. We already had problems before Trump came to office, and then he came to office and decided to dismantle the Department of Education and wage this war against DEI and all these other fucking stupid things. You know, you had seniors in high school in Texas who can't read, and you had teachers breaking down on Instagram or whatever the fuck this is over it, which I can understand. I mean, it's this man's job to make sure that these kids can read, and they can't read. They can't do some very basic stuff. It's just disturbing.
And they couldn't fill in 4 words. 4 words. I gave them the scenario. We annotated together. I gave them the answers before we even had the problem. And they couldn't do it. I don't know. I simply don't know where the problem is. This is only day 2. And I have seniors who simply cannot read and seniors who cannot write. They cannot write. They can reason. They have the ability to defend their reasoning if it's talking to their homeboy, but applying that to a written text, 2 paragraphs, and they couldn't do it. Our young black men, our young brown men, our young black girls, and our young brown girls
Yeah. It's not surprising that he's so emotional over this. These kids are almost adults. They're supposed to be going out into the world. More and more, it's not just here in Texas. I mean, we were having a problem across this country. I mean, Texas is one of the worst, but it's not just Texas. And we got to do something about this. We are failing the kids. This is the system that we have right now. This like penalizing communities, especially poor communities. The more that we defund the Department of Education, the more that these communities are left out to dry, right? Black and brown and low-income communities are getting hit the hardest by the dismantling of the Department of Education, defunding of these things in this country. They're intended to bring equity to the system. Like I said, that this is an ongoing problem that's just getting worse and worse. But that was never going to solve it. In fact, it's been that exact sort of thing, this sort of austerity, the relying on property taxes for school budgets, punishing schools that did poorly rather than sending more resources to underserved communities. We've done the opposite, and we are just accelerating that at this point, and it's just spelling terrible things for the future. You know, people just want to hand these kids phones and iPads, but they need real life experiences. You know, I've talked about it before, but I got lucky getting, educational opportunities when I was young. Parents who valued education got me reading at a really, really young age before a lot of kids. And things like that. But not all parents have the ability to instill that in their kids for multitudes of reasons. The inability to, whatever, intellectually, but also jobs being the number one reason, in my opinion, right? People just having too much to do, having to make ends meet. Figure out how they're going to pay this and that bill, the healthcare and everything else, food on the table. Kids out of trouble. No time to sit there and read with them or go over their studies or other sorts of educational opportunities. Not available. So the kids watch Netflix, Hulu, whatever. They're not getting the hands-on experiences that they need with their learning. Be more, and not all kids learn the same way and all these other sorts of things. I mean, learning education is such a multifaceted discussion, but like the fact is like all kids, all humans learn differently. There's not just like one or two different ways people learn. And Like, we need to be able to accommodate for that in our system, but we are doing the opposite of that right now. We're defunding programs intended to help, disadvantaged, right, learning disabled kids or whatever else. It's just so frustrating. It's just so frustrating to me. Speaking of entertainment, Netflix decided to promote its latest film with a new form of viral marketing in West Hollywood. Here's NBCLA from last week. I think this is actually last weekend.
A new billboard is drawing a lot of attention in West Hollywood tonight. A man is living inside it, even spending the night there. Take a look. This is the billboard on Sunset and Crescent Heights. A performer is living inside as part of the promotional campaign for Netflix's upcoming film, The Last House. The man has been waving to people below and even using a whiteboard to communicate while inside that enclosed space. A neighbor we spoke with says the billboard is eye-catching and now has him interested in the movie.
A lot of people have been coming by because I've been doing errands, and there was a lot of people stopping and videoing and seeing what was going on, so definitely curiosity. Netflix always does really creative things, and I want to watch the movie now. I think it's a horror movie. I think it's coming out this weekend.
Netflix says the installation recreates the premise of The Last House, in which
Well, there you go. Netflix sticking a real human being inside of a billboard on in West Hollywood to promote a film. Imagine getting paid to be a literal human hamster. Well, this guy didn't have to imagine. This feels dystopian. Am I the only one? Am I the only one that looks at this and feels like this is like I'm torn because I'm slightly amused by it, the concept, but I also feel like sticking a guy in a giant hamster cage on top of West Hollywood is weird. Like, just forcing some guy to just like live in a billboard feels dystopian to me. Is it a good paying gig? Good question. Good question. I guess yeah, you're right. It does matter how much you got paid to do it. Yeah. Never under pressure. Good question. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. I don't have the answer to all things. Everybody remember that. I'm just one man. Even though I claim to be a network, it's merely a ruse. All right. Well, one man who I'm sure can be frequently seen driving through West Hollywood is now getting a law named after him to give privileges to classic car owners just like him. I'm of course talking about Jay Leno. I can't do a Jay Leno impression right now. It's terrible. That was really bad. I can do better. Nope, not gonna do it.
Welcome back. Classic cars came to the state capitol today as lawmakers push for change to smog check guidelines. Dozens of classic and collectible cars were part of a rally supporting a bill known as Jay Leno's Law. The bipartisan proposal will expand the state's smog check exemption to qualifying classic and collectible vehicles.
This is stupid. I hate this. Do you know what should go along with this? A fee. I don't know if it does, but there should be a fee that goes along with all of this stuff. Like, you want an exemption? You should be a fee. And you should have to report your mileage. You know, dudes like Jay Leno can afford to pay a little extra for their freaking classic cars, okay? And we our car-centric culture here in the United States has led to us being the #1 polluter per capita on the planet. And so, no, I don't think we need to make any exemptions for these guys that don't include serious penalties. You want your toys? Fine. I can accept that, but you should have to like, you know what? Do you see what I'm saying? You should have to offset that. Am I wrong? Am I the one who's wrong for thinking this? By the way, I have not been paying attention to you all over on Vertical Stream on YouTube. I feel bad. It's been very quiet over there, recent streams, and now we have people chatting in Vertical again. It's been a hit and miss with Vertical. Lately, you know, one day it's thousands of views, next day it's like 100 views. It's very confusing to me, but I guess I just have to stay focused. And you certainly need focus when you're driving this car. It's out in the salt flats of the Nevada desert. At least I think that's where this is. One British driver set a new land speed record for a hydrogen-powered car. Here's a Guardian News from 5 days ago. For more car-related stories.
The JCB Hydromax team have bought the world's fastest
Utah,
hydrogen-powered internal combustion engine car here and absolutely obliterated all of the previous hydrogen records.
I'm very sorry, Utah. Stolen salt flat valor. Utah, not Nevada. Very rudely mixing up states.
How rude!
I'm sorry.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. If we had more goes, we could have got faster and faster, but the team out here has had days on the salt to prepare the car. Most people will spend years getting a 400-mile-an-hour record, so it's a one hell of an achievement by them. The world goes past pretty quickly. The track is 105 feet wide between the markers. As you get faster and faster, bizarrely, the markers appear to get closer and closer and closer together. The ones that were here and took 1 second to reach you are now out there and take 1 second to reach you. So it makes it look like the track's getting thinner. It's quite weird effect.
Yes, indeed. Oh, I didn't go over enough of the... wow. I didn't go over the Jay Leno law enough for you? I mean, here's the AI. I will not go into it any more than this. Here is the AI overview. A research tool I literally never use. Here's the Jay Leno car bill. SB 1392. California legislative proposal backed by comedian and car collector Jay Leno, seeking to expand rolling smog check exemptions for historically significant classic collector vehicles at least 35 years old that are driven infrequently. There you go. I just don't think they deserve exemptions. And if they get them, they should have to pay fees. There you go. There's your Jay Leno law. But while you're out there hurtling down the, the boulevard, Sunset Boulevard, you should keep your eye out for pedestrians, bicyclists, e-scooter and e-bikers and people like that. Especially with the huge uptick in people traveling by forms of transportation other than cars, like bikes and scooters. We should all be extra careful when driving. Because when we're not careful, people die. Like here in Philadelphia. 6 ABC Philadelphia from Sunday.
Friends and family members gathered to remember a man killed in a deadly bike crash in Kensington earlier this year. Tonight's memorial ride and ghost bike dedication ceremony took place at the intersection of Aramingo and Lehigh Avenues. Action News reporter Brianna Gallagher has those details.
Loved ones and beyond gathered here to remember Glenn Colville Jr. This is where he was killed while riding his bike north on Aramingo in the bike lane back in April.
He was left there. Was he scared? He was always there when I was scared and needed somebody. And
I wasn't there to help my brother when he got hit.
Family and community members took part in a memorial ride and ghost bike dedication for Glenn Colville Jr. That includes his sister.
My brother lived his life on his bike. Everywhere he went, he had his bike.
He was killed in April while riding his bike in the bike lane along Aramingo Avenue. The driver fled the scene.
He was biking in this bike lane. He was doing everything he was supposed to be doing.
Organizers say the ghost bike serves a memorial to Glenn and a reminder for safer streets. They say a barrier installation has since been approved for a small stretch along the Aramingo Ave bike lane to help improve safety, but they say
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Cities should be doing everything they can to make more separation between cars and bikes, but cars need to be aware of other people out here. But as somebody who's out now biking a lot ever since you Space Fams helped crowdfund that e-bike for me, I also have to remind everybody when you're on a bike to be as careful as possible. And remember that cars aren't looking. There's a lot of people on their fucking phones, talking to their kids, doing any number of this sort of thing, changing the radio station, the AC, looking in their rearview mirror, dropping coffee in their lap, having you in their blind spot, any number of sorts of things. Like, you just have to assume that you can't be seen and do everything to protect yourselves. But we do need a society that's thinking more about people transporting themselves by other means than cars. Not just because of safety, but because we need to get away as best as we can from car-centric transportation in this country, because it's decimating the environment. Now, of course, in all localities, we can't have subways and trains, but we can improve. We certainly can improve in places where we do not, or have inadequate services such as those. You know, and having bike lanes, dedicated bike lanes, protected bike lanes can help us get off of fossil fuels. But sadly, it's not just ABC, it's not just CBS Philadelphia, or ABC, whoever that is, that's reporting fatalities, traffic fatalities of people on bikes and scooters. Bay Area, Cron 4, also from over the weekend, the memorial held for another person fatally struck here in San Francisco.
It has been exactly 1 week since a horrific crash in Union Square left a woman dead. 32-year-old Yibin Kim was riding her scooter near Powell and Market when she was hit by a commercial vehicle and died on the street. Cron 4's Amanda Harry was at a vigil where loved ones and strangers came together with a common goal: safer streets.
There's a growing memorial here at Market in Powell to remember Yebin Kim. People wrote messages for her on hearts and taped them to the pole. Most of them didn't even know her, but they shared something in common with her. They frequently get around the city on bikes and scooters.
I hate that we have to gather together like this again to mourn another life lost on our streets.
Another vigil, this time to honor 32-year-old Yebin Kim. She was riding her stand-up e-scooter on Market Street near Powell when a person driving a commercial vehicle hit her. She died on the scene. The San Francisco Bicycle Coalition says Kim's death marks the 17th fatality due to traffic violence in 2026.
Yeah, and honestly, we don't cover these things normally, but today, since we're doing Sunday Fun Day / Moon Day, Fune Day, I figured I would include stuff like this that we wouldn't normally talk about. But this is, like they said, this is happening all the time. 17 just in the Bay Area this year. I'm seeing these happening all over the country all the time. especially with the uptick in the use of e-bikes and e-scooters. Because these things travel at speeds that are in between a normal scooter and bike and a regular vehicle. A speed at which I think cars, to some degree, are not looking for enough. Right? Not keeping that in mind enough. And it is causing some problems. You know, it's a certain level of whatever, like complexity of driving that people just need to be cognizant of and apply to how they drive, to their safest driving practices. You endanger people on the road every time you get in that car. You're responsible for what happens, and you got to try and keep people safe. You know, and I'm sick of seeing selfish drivers endangering people all the fucking time, all over the place. You know, you might have an e-scooter, a biker, or maybe a dad with a stroller trying to break a world record.
And they are off.
Steven Biebelhausen is nonstop.
The stroller is well ahead.
You see him there going for it at the Cleveland Guardian Mile Race with only 2 weeks of training under his belt.
It's a fun local race. I'd heard of it. I'd never run it myself.
Look at how much fun this baby's having.
His precious cargo?
Look at the legs.
That baby thinks it's running.
That's Steven's 1-year-old daughter, Blake.
This baby is going nuts. This baby's legs are going turbo mode.
She's up well past her bedtime, but like her dad, not ready to slow down.
The baby knows that this is utter domination. The baby's been training.
Zooming ahead.
See that hand switch? That was seamless.
Their competition nowhere in sight.
Here he comes down the final stretch.
And at the finish line,
I believe he has shattered the outright stroller mile world record.
A world record shattered.
My goodness.
That was incredible.
Steven setting a new one for running a mile while pushing a stroller in just 4 minutes and 17 seconds.
Well, there you go, Space Fams. That's right, our streets are used by all sorts of people. You gotta keep them safe so that they can make history. Like that baby and daddy combo duo, whatever you want to call it. Great galactic victory for one daddy-daughter duo. All right. Well, while we're talking about competitions, let's go here to 6 ABC Philadelphia from last week.
Looney Tunes 9000 just subscribed for 27 months.
What
Orange
is this?
circle emoji, all caps, without Mr. fucking Spaceman touching his magic censor button to silence me. Today I am signing an executive bill called the Letter Hack Bill, which helps quiet down the censorship going down from the idiots at CNN etc., subject to 5 years in jail for censoring me. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President King Donald Trump.
Thank you, Looney Tunes. Like I was saying, in the world of competition, let's go here now to 6 ABC Philadelphia. To a blacksmith. Forging trophies out of fire.
It starts with a sketch, and then from the full drawing, maybe a quarter scale sample. And then from there, I just make it. My name is John Reyes. I am a blacksmith and metal artist. I have the great privilege of making all of the trophies for this year's Philadelphia Cycling Classic. These were early drawings of the overall winner award. So there's the King of the Mountain, the Sprinter, and the overall winner. It's just two giant wing forms. They come together in the middle, and then that forms the base. Originally from the Boston area. I moved to Philly about a little over 13 years ago. I thought I'd go to college and major in art. I really gravitated towards metalworking, and specifically forging initially. The fire gets the metal soft and malleable, so I can hammer it into these different shapes. So this is the award that goes to the sprinters. I arrived at this feather because it's often a symbol for quickness and speed. The Philadelphia Cycling Classic is going to take place on Sunday, August 30th.
Yeah, there you have it, Space Fams. Pretty cool trophies here for the Philadelphia Cycling Classic winners. Forged in fire. Epic. Epic and local. Yeah. Well, speaking of trophies, I think we should give back the trophies of these individuals, or medals, I guess it would be. So, because I don't care if it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, honestly. These dickbags all, for coming here and deciding to be a pawn for this fuckbag, right? All deserve to have their medals taken away.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Go fuck yourself, Team USA. Go fuck yourself.
Mr. President, my name is Frank Del Duca, and I'm joined here with my teammate, six-time Paralympian Lori Stevens. We had the unique privilege of serving as Team USA's flag bearers at the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games in Milano Cortina. Thank you for welcoming us to the White House. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for your support of America's Olympic and Paralympic athletes.
Shameful.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Shameful. You bring great shame to America by kissing the ass of Emperor Cheeto. President deserves no praise. No praise at all. What is happening? What just happened? Why are we doing this? What in the hell is going on? Did not mean to do this. Can we not and say we didn't do this? No, go back. No. For the love of God, no. Oh, my browser's completely given up on life. Come on, browser. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't do this. You don't need to do this. You don't need to turn on the red light, okay? Oh my God. Okay, there we go. Kind of. Almost there. Full screen, come on. Oh my God, how hard is this? Okay. I totally screwed up my... what do you call it? Okay. All right. I think we've done it. I think I solved it. Okay. Perfect. Now, we just got done talking about the Team USA Olympians shaming themselves in America and going and telling the president that he's so supportive and great, even though he's a piece of shit. But of course, almost always, although next year, that will not be the case. But including this 2026 Olympics, you basically, as an American, and basically for most people in the world, would have to go on vacation to enjoy the Olympics up close and in person. But for some people, destination is not necessarily the main goal, but the vacation in and of itself. For them, travel companies, airlines, and such are offering a strange new concept. Mystery vacations. That's right, roll the dice and find out what's in store after paying for it. A new form of gambling. NBC News from Saturday.
It's the ultimate travel gamble.
We're going to Greece.
You pick your departure airport and some rough dates, shell out as little as $200.
Drum roll. Your girl is going to New Orleans.
And 72 hours later, a stranger reveals your destination.
Anywhere but Florida, please.
Those willing to play vacation roulette and buy Groupon's mystery getaway could score a trip to faraway places like Singapore, Greece, or Hawaii.
7 days in Portugal, and this was only $2.99 per person.
Or they could land on a Frontier flight to Phoenix.
He was like, you can go to Arizona.
Mystery Vacations, the company that partners with Groupon to run these trips, told...
You could wind up in Barcelona or in Arizona. Yeah, those are pretty different locations, I'm not gonna lie. I'd be sad if I got Arizona and not Barcelona. That would be disappointing. But it is a gamble. And honestly, it's just a way for these scumbags to make more money on tickets that they weren't going to sell anyway to people that don't actually want them. In most, but not all. In some cases, it is, you get lucky, right? I mean, they're taking open seats. Oftentimes, from what I can tell, probably cancellations, right? Last minute cancellations from like rich people or whomever that just had to change plans. Some business trip that got canceled, whatever else. Honeymoon off. And you get lucky or very unlucky. You wind up in Tulsa. Or you wind up in Hong Kong. I don't know. But of course, every time you get into an airplane, you're also taking another gamble with your life. And that could not have been more apparent for those trying to fly American Airlines this weekend. Here's CBS News from Friday evening.
Now to what could have been a very big problem. 2 American Airlines jets briefly sharing the same flight number and radio frequency, how it happened, and the veteran air traffic controller who caught it. Here's senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
Call sign confusion. Tonight, American Airlines is investigating how 2 planes with the same flight number ended up in the same vicinity at the same time.
American 2482 on the arrival. If you're on the arrival on the Eagle, you know what? Somebody else has your American 2482 on the arrival. I need you to maintain 10,000. On the departure, I need you to maintain 900,000. Traffic 1 o'clock and 10 miles is your company. Same call sign out of 1,800 descending to 10,000.
Incredible. We're looking. Thank you.
American
Incredible.
2482 from Chicago to...
Yeah. Two different American Airlines flights, both going to Phoenix with the same flight number. Something that I would like to think would have been caught by a fully funded air traffic control / FTA. But we have an FTA that's defunded, defanged, and run by Sean Duffy. Road Rules... Real World? I think Road Rules. Reality, whatever reality show star fucking Sean Duffy instead of a competent FTA. I can't say exactly what the reason for this is, but I can tell you what, it's a serious oversight. This was allowed to even get close to happening. Just a horrifying scene. Could have gotten a lot worse. By the way, it was the same week. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to watch a clip of it. But this was the same week that we started off talking about Donald Trump's helicopter in D.C. almost running into another commercial flight there, right? So Monday, Trump is almost running into a commercial flight near fucking D.C.'s airport. And meanwhile, later in the week, 2 American Airlines flights are almost crashing in Phoenix. You see what I'm saying? Like, things are just they're not good, I would say. Getting worse, it seems. Like, it's been, since Trump came to office, there's been, like, a slew of these things. Is it Road Rules? Obviously? I don't know about obviously. I don't remember caring about Sean Duffy at that time. Which one of the famous MTV VH1 reality shows it was that Sean Duffy was on? Not obvious to me. Okay. Speaking of vacations, vacation destination Hawaii was met with some very unvacation-y weather this week. Last 24 hours, Hurricane Lala making landfall, bringing with it destruction, power outages to thousands, and news clips like this from NBC from yesterday. Only the best people, exactly. I made this point earlier. I made that point earlier this week. This is the second time we're watching this clip. Not this clip, but the one on the airplane collision. But we were told that we were going to get rid of all the DEI, right? And it was going to be pure meritocracy over there at air traffic control / the FTA. But it just seems like the opposite of that.
Tonight, Lala's damage coming into focus after lashing Hawaii's Big Island overnight. The eye of the storm passing 30 miles off the island's southern coast, dumping feet of rain and hitting coastal areas with dangerously high surf. Teams rescued a woman from a tree after a flash flood swept her home away. Video shows floodwaters surging in front of this house. Hawaii National Guard saving 2 paramedics trapped inside their own truck.
Taking down the sign.
Oh my God.
Was washed away.
The trash can's moving.
All that water wreaking.
Yeah, it's not a good sign when the F-350 is floating around. Actually, that was a Chevy. When the Silverado is floating around like a inflatable duck toy down a lazy river. That's usually a bad sign. Oh, Christ.
Island-wide. From a drenching that felt non-stop.
There's rushing water, there's debris, and there's boulders on the road, and it's dark.
Oh my God.
The storm so strong, the current washed out this road, taking down trees with it. In Gila, water churning under this bridge, and drone video capture.
It's not even really churning under the bridge. That's churning into the bridge. Like this is what I call a collision. That's a churn, right? Like, you can see how high the water is. It's clearly hitting the underside of this bridge, which is leading to this phenomenon up here of the splashback and up, right? This is, and as it turns out, I don't know if it's this bridge that went down, but at least one bridge was destroyed in Hawaii that I'm aware of, if not multiple at this point. I don't know. I've been just trying to keep up with all of the different floods. Hawaii's not the only place. All the fires and the heat waves and stuff have recently been kind of, not entirely, but kind of replaced by good old storm activity. Not just Hawaii. Although this is where we're talking right now. More clips. New York Post. From 11 hours ago. Just look how forceful this water is and how high it is. I mean, this is a huge tree over here, right? This must be 100-foot tall tree. The water must be 30, 40 feet. You can see like the canopy, like at least part of like the leaf. It's like it's just swallowing the forest. There's so much water here. Like it is just crawling up these trees. It's like consuming the forest. Look at it. It's like an angry torrent. I can't tell if it's a bridge or a balcony. Like you can see there's a bridge over here. At least I think that's a bridge. It's kind of hard to tell because there's so much water. But if you focus way down here at the vanishing point of this footage, you can see there's like some structure here which looks to me like a bridge. So this is probably another bridge, probably a river. But I mean, no river in Hawaii flows like this regularly. Like this is some fucking like apocalyptic level shit. Look at this. It's like just I wish I knew exactly. I wish I could find a normal picture of this. I'll bet this looks really pretty when it's not like. But this is like picturesque, beautiful river like region right here. Like turn to this clusterfuck. Yeah, it's definitely a bridge. That's definitely a bridge. This storm is insane. We got more clips from the New York Post here. This one's from 9 hours ago. More clips showing the trail of destruction that this storm wrought.
That is not any better, I swear. If Richard could get in touch with either Matt or they could look at them.
Jesus, look at the infrastructure damage. Look at the infrastructure damage. This bridge is ripped apart. The old, what's it called? The crash rail just ripped off of the bridge, just sort of dangling in the middle of the street. Debris all over the fucking place. Just giant tree carcasses strewn across the roadway. Look at the size of that thing. Makes this freaking truck look tiny. It looks like that when it floods. Well, right, it's a flood. That's the point. Of course, right? Okay, yes, it looks like that when it floods. Thank you. It's in Hilo. Okay, yeah. Well, that makes sense. But this is some pretty serious flooding. The amount of rain that was brought by this hurricane was outsized. Some regions seeing, I think, as much as 2 feet of rain. Not high, not crazy winds. Like, it's a hurricane, so like 45 plus mile hour winds. But it was category 1, reducing down to a tropical storm after landfall. So it was mostly water-based destruction. But the bridges, the roads, not feeling it. People staying at hotels. Wait. Went too far back. Versus. Whatever. Where is it? Oh, wait, is this a hotel? Wait, what did that say? That was such a fast... This looked like a hotel to me. Oh, it's the airport. It's the airport. It's the Kona airport. Yeah. Airport looks more like a forest. I assume this is probably bringing a lot of delays, cancellations of flights. Be quite a cleanup for airport workers. Now, apparently thousands have been left without power. I don't know where the status of that is at this time, but at least for some period of time, thousands were without power here in Hawaii. One more clip. Then I think we're going to take a quick galactic intermission. Yeah. Since we're over 4 hours into the stream. Damn, I got a lot of clips tonight. You're in for quite a galactic treat. Just to point out, Space, if you haven't figured it out yet, quite a galactic treat. We're covering a crazy number of topics tonight. And I mean... That's saying something, considering I think we're one of the most varied, news-based, leftist podcasts. I really do try and cover everything. But today's Moonday Funday, Sunday Funday replacement stream is, we're covering everything. Music, culture, the Tupac Shakur, Keefe D trial, Satan. I'm not just talking about Attorney General Todd Blanche or the president. Political activism, the elections, immigration, ICE, Buc-ee's. I mean, we hit so much stuff today. New York City. From restaurants to trash collection. Revitalized newsstands in New York and the numbers of Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Business. And Trump stores going out of business. $20 burritos. The economy. Technology. Literacy. Transportation. I mean, really, people. Really. We are hitting it all. Sports, competition, vacation. Hurricanes. And we're not even, I'm trying to count it as I'm talking right now. We're not even halfway through the stream yet, folks. Maybe I should finish more videos. No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We're not even halfway through. 60, slightly less than 60 of 140 clips. This is what I get when I try and combine a normal Monday stream and a Sunday Fun Day stream. Get Moonday Funday. And things get weird. It's honestly, it's going to get even weirder. Because now that we're in the environmental section, as you all know, I like to have extra fun on Sunday Fun Days with the environmental section. It's about to get extra weird. Extra weird. Alright, quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Alright, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by independent news viewers such as yourself. That's right. Without the contributions of space fams like you, we would cease to exist. And I would not be able to bring you all streams 5 days a week, 8 hours an evening. Thankfully, we have a myriad ways for you to show your support. Things like YouTube, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App and PayPal donos if you like your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom lines of our corporate overlords. We got Throne if you'd like to donate actual physical items. Have them arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is Patreon. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access. So many sweet space benefits. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, a shout out at the end of every show, and so much more. Anyway, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. What is that sound? Oh.
That'd be better, I swear.
All right, everybody. We're back. Galactic intermission over. Second half about to begin. So, you know where your butts ought to be. Well, in your seats, of course. So that you can be as prepared as possible for the end of the stream.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. All right, Space Fams, we are back. Beautiful to see all of you here waiting for the rest of the news. Rest of the spacecast. And yes, we do have a hell of a lot left to talk about. So hopefully you prepared yourselves during that break. By the way, I just want to say like another thank you to all of the people who have helped keep this show alive. You know, even though we're way off right now from keeping the show alive for another month, seeing as the galactic deficit's still only 30% done with 50% of the month over. Like, you've all helped keep this stream alive for nearly 3 years. And I have no reason to believe that we won't be able to do it by the end of the month, no matter how crazy it sounds. Even though I struggle with some of the optimism and faith and whatever else. But, you know, I was just thinking to myself just how much better my space is right now as a result of the new mic stand. Now, you can't see it, but I'm thinking of actually, I need to make a way so that people can actually see. But this new mic stand is sweet. I need to switch out. You can't see it on the animation, whatever you want to call it, but I'm going to fix that, I think, because I'm so proud of this new mic stand. It makes my new space is so clean and so... Before, just imagine it. I'm actually considering posting what it used to look like to the Discord or something like that. By the way, if you're not in the Discord, you're kind of screwing up in life, so get in there. But, previously, just imagine for a second. Because I know it looks like I have a normal mic stand, and it's always looked like that. But for a very long time, call it 2.5 years, I had a portable lithium iron phosphate battery. You know, about the size of a very, very, very small cooler. In between my legs. Not quite straddling, but just sort of like I was having to like man spread around. And then 5 large hardcover books on top of that. And then a drum stand mic meant for kick drums that don't usually have to go far off of the ground, hence all of the struggles, that was then, like, pulled in. Like, I would have to, like, position myself in a way where I could pull it in closer to me after sitting down so that it was in the right spot to be able to speak. And now I have this beautiful mic. And I can just kind of move it around. I'm far away, and I'm close, and I'm far away, and I'm close. It's so easy and beautiful, and I can move my legs unobstructed. I haven't been able to do that for 2.5 years. Think about that at your desk at work for 8 hours a day or more, depending. Not being able to cross your legs just for comfort from time to time. It's been terrible. It's been a disaster. Also, leaning back was impossible. Now I can just bring the mic back with me. It's gorgeous. I mean, I gotta say, I really appreciate it. I know it wasn't that expensive or anything. It wasn't like $1 trillion. Well, I mean, it was, I think, less than 10% of what the bike cost. But still, I mean, it's adding all of these things that you've all helped me with. Have helped with the old workflow, right? The galactic workflow is improving slowly but surely. And on part of it is thanks to space fams like you. That's the point I'm trying to make. Speaking of galactic workflow, we can't sit here around here talking about the galactic improvements we're making. We should, in fact, talk about the news, the whole purpose of this here podcast. Starting in Canada. And unfortunately, we gotta talk about the news, and in BC, wildfires are a big part of that news. Wildfires have not just been impacting people who are being forced to evacuate their homes. Businesses are also struggling. Fun businesses like wineries in BC are being dealt another blow by the latest round of fires. To Okanagan.
The tables are set, but nobody's here.
It's
terrible. It's really terrible.
Poplar Grove Winery in Penticton typically has hundreds of customers sipping its Pinots and Merlots every day. But this week...
Really, you know, since 2020, everyone's been going through it, but yeah, there really hasn't been a break.
The Bald Range wildfire delivering the knockout blow of a 1-2-3 punch for world-renowned wineries in the Okanagan. From the pandemic to a scorching heat dome to a deep freeze that devastated crops years later.
We are in 2026, and yeah, it's tough.
24 of the province's 300 wineries hit hard by closures forced by out-of-control wildfire. Most of the vineyards thought to have survived the flames, but...
If a crop is burned, that's just not the grapes we're disposing of for 1 year. That means that we don't have to replant, and those vines can take 2, 3, 4, 5 years before they come back online and be productive.
Yeah, and we've also talked about another phenomenon that occurs in grapes and some other fruits, but even if it doesn't get burned, if it's directly next to a wildfire, right? Like we talked about this happening in California, like in Napa Valley, where the fire won't hit the grapes, but the smoke will, and it'll ruin the taste of the wine, right? So that's, you know, it's just a multi-pronged environmental hit that BC wineries are apparently taking up there. Meanwhile, people who are trying to save innocent creatures from the BC wildfires, at least some of them, are being punished for their efforts, not sticking to the rules.
The sound of helicopters flying overhead, a reminder these horses were once close to the inferno.
It was very frightening. It was really frightening.
The danger was real. Security camera capturing one of the barns burning down. That's why Carolyn Dobler is so relieved her animals have been brought to safety.
I finally got everybody here in one place last night and went home and had a good cry and was so grateful. They've all been rescued through Kaz and his team.
Hours before the Bald Range wildfire forced mass evacuations of people last Friday night, Casimir Nolan was out bringing horses to safety.
We don't need that red tape. We need to go save lives.
He was told the fastest way to get access into evacuation zones is by partnering with the Animal Lifeline Emergency Response Team, also known as ALERT. Monday night, Nolan shared some videos of the destruction in Boulder online, and shortly after was told he could no longer volunteer.
I don't understand because it...
This one's really frustrating, and I have a really hard time getting on board this guy being punished who's out there saving the horses for sharing a fucking video. He had all of the rights to be there, right? He wasn't impeding emergency services. He was emergency services. He accidentally breaks the rules by posting a video to Instagram, and now he can't help save horses? Get out of here. That's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Somebody needs to change that rule, because that's extra dumb. This guy was clearly doing everything he could. He saved those horses and the goats that we saw at the beginning of that video. Speaking of wildlife, animals, an internet sensation. Oh wait, actually, I take it back. Let's do this in a different order. Let's go down south to Washington. Actually, you know, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't care. This is fine. Let's go to Washington. To the appearance of a mysterious wildlife critter who appeared again on social media. A couple weeks ago, Jimothy the raccoon spotted in another backyard. So cute. Jimmy is so damn cute. Like maybe one of the cutest animals on the planet right now. Like Mudang had 2025 on lock, but you know, no offense, but move over Mudang. Jimothy is 2026's cutest critter, hands down. Just look at him, this stubby little butt. His little stubby butt. Just walking around all cute and inquisitive. Jimothy has stolen my heart. Well, Jimothy, as quickly as he appears, Jimothy disappears once again into the firmament. Quickly surveying his surroundings. Surveying his surroundings. Surveying. Continuing to survey. And then once finally done surveying, just as quickly as he appears, Jimothy is gone. Alright, people. We can love more than one animal, it's true. I'm just going by year. But you're right. We can love Mudang and Jimothy equally. I'm just saying in terms of 2025, 2026, right? Like 2026 has to have an animal of the year. If 2025 had an animal of the year, it clearly was Mudang, right? We no debate there, I don't think. But Jimothy, I think Jimothy clearly wins 2026. We can still continue to love Mudang as I think we do around here. I think we did a Mudang clip a few weeks ago. Actually, it was her first birthday, wasn't it? Last month. We talked about it. She's still cute and beautiful and glorious, but you know, Jimothy. What about Punch the Monkey? Oh no, you're right. There's a serious contest this year. I almost forgot about Punch the Monkey. Oh, they're so cute for different reasons. Oh, Punch and... Now, if there's a fight... Oh, I would actually make me sad to see those two fight. No fights. You know what? I forget it. Cancel the competition. Cancel the competition. I refuse to pick a favorite. I refuse to pick a favorite between them. Wow, you really, BDB over on Twitch, really just cracking open 2026's Mammal of the Year competition. Impressive. All right. You know what else is impressive? We finally finished Washington Park Reservoir after a decades-long project. Wrapping up its construction and unveiling the glory.
All right, the public area on top of the new reservoir at Washington Park is now open for you to go and visit. It's been a while. It's got a reflecting pool and plaza for people to walk around and enjoy, along with cascading water features and a historic timeline, too.
Oh, very fancy. Historic Reservoir Park here in Washington State. Unveiled. Very fancy looking. Look at it. Waterfalls. Fancy black fence. Now, to some places that could have used some water. In eastern Washington, near Spokane. Well, not near Spokane. In Spokane, Washington. 2 stories of courage and kindness from the community of Spokane, who have been dealt a serious blow in the wildfires seen there in the recent weeks.
That's good. As parents, August 1st, 2026 is a day Joseph and Trista Wilson will never forget. Because for 6.5 hours, they didn't know if they, their 10-year-old daughter Nora, or tens of thousands of their neighbors would all make it out alive.
She's like, every time I close my eyes, all I can see is the fires.
You're so scared, and it's so crazy that you don't even realize it's terror.
With fire advancing towards them, the Wilsons knew they had to leave. But they never expected evacuating would mean being trapped together in a car for hours, watching everything burn before their eyes.
You know how close the flames are getting because like houses are exploding and you're seeing it, right? I think the most difficult part was having Nora in the back.
We also told her at one point, like, we're just getting out of here. I know it's scary. We're getting to Grandma's house. When we get to Grandma's house, we can cry.
Strong winds brought the fire into the city of Spokane so quickly, thousands of residents had little time to flee. But with only one apparent way out, the Wilsons credit first responders for saving lives.
Turning around over and over and over again is what's going to get you trapped at the end of the day, right? This cop literally looked at me and he was like, you just need to be really, really patient.
As residents fled, local firefighters battled the blaze.
There's places that...
Yeah, people have been having the exact opposite of a Monday fun day across the West. Those are unfortunately not uncommon stories. This year we've seen millions of acres burned. I think thousands of structures, homes, businesses lost. From BC to Colorado. These are not rare stories, I'm afraid. And people one state south are doing everything that they can to pick up the pieces, fund wildfire relief efforts. Let's go here to Fox 12, Oregon from Sunday. Talk about a local brewing company doing what it can.
This is Fox 12 Now, live here in the Fox 12 Oregon newsroom. I'm Greg Nibbler here on this Friday. Thanks for joining us. You know, something that we've been covering, I mean, really everybody's been talking about are the wildfires that are taking place here in the Northwest. Millions of acres have burned, and with that becomes, a huge effort to also help fight those.
You know, Mo, I hate to say it, but I think the reason people never expect these things is a lot of people just go through life not watching the Galactic News Network. You know, I think that's one of the main causes. But there's obviously other factors involved. Yeah, I think it's too easy for people to go through life not watching the Galactic News Network. Not focusing on the collapsing climate or other things that we talk about here. And as a result, go through life with a sense of security that they otherwise wouldn't have necessarily.
Fires, there's people who have lost property and sometimes even more because of these. And regardless, you're affected by it no matter where you are. So a lot happening there. There is a brewery in Gresham that is actually now going to have a beer where part of those proceeds are going to help different efforts associated with wildfires. And we're going to be joined now by the co-owner and head brewmaster, I believe, if I have your title correct. We've got Jason joining us here. And thanks so much for being here, Jason. So from Mad Cow Brewing. And Jason, I want to start off, because Could you just tell us just a little bit about the brewery itself and yourself, and then we'll get into the special beer.
I'm not gonna lie, this wasn't the best interview ever, but I just thought it was a worthy cause. Glad that people are doing what they can to make up for the loss of federal funding. Since, of course, the federal government has taken firefighting funds away from states like Washington, businesses are now being forced to make up for the deficit. And try and support their communities. I'm not making this up. I mean, literally, last year we talked about the Trump administration rescinding funds from Washington state that were already appropriated by Congress and had already been used ahead of time. Like, Washington had to move around a bunch of money to make up for the fact that like millions of dollars in federal funds were kept from the state to do preventative fire work, right? I have to go back and look for this clip. I think I have it saved somewhere. But literally, in the middle of Washington's efforts to do fire prevention efforts in the state, they had to cut them short and try and move money around in the budget to make up for the millions of lost funds because the federal government, the Trump administration, withheld those funds that they legally had a right to. Had budgeted for and were then fucked by as a matter of those decisions. Meanwhile, in Oregon, those fires continue to blaze. Grasshopper fire and other fires across the state. Although there has been some progress made in multiple states on the wildfires because of more temperate, like less heat, more rain and humidity, other things that are helping out fire efforts, but they're not done. I'm afraid they are not done burning.
And we're still on fire watch tonight with the latest on the Grasshopper fire. As of tonight, that fire is now 30% contained. Crews say they're fighting under more favorable conditions amid cooler temperatures today. Right now, the Grasshopper fire has burned nearly 87,000 acres across the Mount Hood National Forest. Fire officials say this fire destroyed 6 homes and at least 15 other buildings. Level 3 Go Now evacuation orders are still in place for some areas, including Mount Hood Meadows Ski Resort.
Yep. Across the state, Oregon fires still burn out of control, even though containment is increasing in some areas. Still out of control as long as it's under 50%. And most of them are still under 50%, I'm afraid. Well, I guess you can technically have it under control too. Well, but actually, no. Never mind. Forget it. We're not going to do that. Let's talk about this crazy story. This crazy wildlife story in Oregon. This is fascinating. This is clearly a Sunday Funday story. 2 creatures of a, well, I guess domesticated variety. 2 goats, 2 wild animals, boarded the TriMet Oregon bus system all on their own. 3 days ago, Coin 6, local news on the story. See, this is what we get as a result of me subscribing to local news across the country, is gems like this one.
Welcome back. Do you remember these goats seen walking onto a TriMet bus earlier this week? At this point, it's the bus ride seen round the world, gaining millions of views on social media. And this afternoon, we're hearing from the driver of that bus and the owner of those goats, maybe even seeing the goats themselves. Joey Vaca live here this afternoon. What a day you have had, Joey.
Yeah, Travis, do these two look familiar? Take a look. Their owner tells me that these curious and clearly very hungry brothers are the ones who wandered all the way down Southeast 162nd and got onto a TriMet bus. Now, he tells me that they have left the yard before, but going that far is a first. And to no surprise, the bus operator says it is the first time that he's had goats board his bus.
I seen the goats on the news and I'm like, how the hell they do that?
Of course, keep porting to it. You will never see that anywhere in the States.
It was far from a normal Tuesday morning commute when two pygmy goats boarded an FX2 bus in southeast Portland. The bus operator says he saw the goats waiting at the bus stop when he pulled up and tried to go before they could get on.
So I was a little bit nervous because I didn't know how they will react in the bus with other passengers. They took it funny, they were laughing, which is make me feel a little bit better. And I was like, yeah, they left because they didn't have valid pass.
LaRae Anderson tells me they're his and their brothers, Billy the Kid and Billy the Goat. He says the goats must have left the yard and went down busy 162nd to the bus stop, but he never even noticed they were gone.
I didn't know that someone had picked them up and dropped them off before I even woke up, so I didn't even know what was going on until I woke up. I really didn't know what to think. I mean, my first thought was, uh-oh, I need to make sure they can't get out no more.
No kidding. Mr. Anderson and the two goats. Wow, wow, wow. Billy the Kid and Billy the Goat riding the TriMet bus in Oregon, making it home without their owner, Mr. Anderson, the wiser, until finding that video clip on the internet, apparently. That is fascinating. What we need is more attentive goat parenting, okay? More boundaries, literally. Like a fence. Meanwhile, in other animal news, the beaches of Monterey, down in California, are seeing the wildlife taking over. Move over, humans. Here come the sea lions.
Monterey's San Carlos Beach made headlines last year when it was overrun by hundreds of sea lions, and now they are back. As KTVU's Ann Rubin explains, there aren't quite as many as last year, but with tons of tourists in town for Monterey Car Week, authorities are closing the beach as a precaution.
They've barricaded this beach. Authorities say what these sea lions need is food and rest, and what they don't need is interference from tourists. There's no room for sunbathers at San Carlos Beach. Sea lions have taken up all the spots.
This is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
And so now the city of Monterey announced a temporary closure.
And this year, all of them took over. The beach is completely just filled with them now.
This is nothing compared to a year ago when the beach was completely overrun by sea lions. That sparked viral videos and brought tons of tourists. Authorities were afraid of a repeat.
There you have it. Another sea lion takeover at the beaches of Monterey. Although supposedly reduced numbers from last year. Still drawing attention. They're really like the canines of the sea, when you think of it. All right. Now to the sea lions of the land. No, actually, what do you call these guys? I don't know. I don't have a fancy name for these. Let's talk about marmots. Little groundhog-looking creatures who now have tech funding. It's a result of some California-based researchers getting one bright idea. Take their love of marmots online.
I came back to the lab one day and said, hey, what do you think about starting an OnlyFans account? One of my graduate students is like, yes. And someone else is like, And I think it was Emily who said, only marms. And we all laughed. Our goal really is not to sexualize the marmots. It's to celebrate the marmots and show people what our day-to-day life is like when we're in the field looking at marmots. But even better, we're up close and personal. We're usually watching marmots from far away with binoculars and telescopes. And by getting up close and personal, you really sort of see what they're doing and occasionally even hear what they're doing. Apparently, I didn't pass the age verification because even though I held up my license on both sides and took a picture of myself, the image we had posted was of a marmot, not...
Well, there you go. Only marms running into some initial problems on age verification on OnlyFans. But eventually getting the go-ahead for unverified marmot content. Just saying it is ridiculous. God.
This is ridiculous!
Anyway, fascinating way to make funds. For science.
It's science.
Okay, what else we got? All right. Now to some non-living creatures found in California. Beneath the D-line train
bison,
in Los
ground
Angeles.
sloths found under Wilshire Boulevard. Crews.
Ma'am, you are screwing me. I don't appreciate it.
Mammoths, bison, giant ground sloths found under Wilshire Boulevard. Crews digging Metro's D-line extension uncovered more than 500 Ice Age fossils. This is fascinating. The subway opened in May with new stations at La Brea, Fairfax, La Cienega. Metro's contract split the discoveries between two museums. Fossils found in...
There you go. Subway construction uncovered Ice Age fossils near the La Brea tar pits. Scientific find discovery of great importance. Little history for Los Angelians? Los Angelites? What do you call yourselves? Angelians? Is that what it is? Something like that. All right, back to the terrible news in Las Vegas. Well, not Las Vegas, but in Nevada. Near the California border. Let's talk about the bug fire. So, unfortunately, the bug fire is continuing to burn. Although they are getting more containment on this blaze. Has destroyed buildings and now, according to the latest, killed at least one woman. Which we will talk about here in a second. Let's go here to KTVN2 News Nevada. 2 hours ago.
We know of at least 9 homes in the area that the bug fire burned.
And most of those are near Red Rock Road. Jaden Urban walks us through one woman who's trying to rebuild her life after losing most of her property.
Many homes were lost due to the recent bug fire, and several of those were here off of Deer Lodge Road. One woman went on vacation to the Bay Area and returned home to a nightmare.
I was obviously shocked, and I think not just the house, but my entire property burned. All the trees, all the wildlife. I mean, that's like really a lot of the hardest part.
On Wednesday night was when the bug fire reached Amy Warner's 33-acre property. When she returned home Thursday, there was barely any time to sift through the damage.
And
yeah, literally everything is gone aside from just a brick exterior. And some mangled metal, corrugated tin or something. I don't know what that is. Aluminum, I guess. But unfortunately, as I just mentioned, it's not just property that's been lost. Here's another clip from KTVN News from yesterday.
And one person has now died from injuries from the bug fire. The family of Shari Floyd announced today that she died last night at UC Davis Medical Center. And they say that she died from burns and smoke inhalation. And as we've reported, Shari and her husband Eddie were caught up by the flames as they attempted to evacuate their property. And plans for a memorial on Celebration of Life are being made.
Jesus. That's a horrible way to go. Smoke, inhalation, and burns. Yep. It's not just property, it's human lives we have to worry about when it comes to these disasters. Meanwhile, one state over in Utah, another crisis is unfolding. Similar to that in Nevada, as in Lake Mead, so goes Lake Powell. Like the nation's first largest reservoir, so goes the nation's second largest reservoir. If you haven't been following, then you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you might have a sense, considering all of the heat that the West has been experiencing. We've also been seeing significant droughts, and as a result, lower water levels in ponds, lakes, and reservoirs across the West, from the Mississippi to the Pacific. And Lake Powell has hit a record low, just like Lake Mead has been doing. Here's ABC 7 from yesterday. It's probably a bad trend. Just thinking out loud.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak. The nation's second largest reservoir in Arizona is in trouble. That means our water supply for drinking and farming could soon be in jeopardy. Federal water officials say yesterday's reading of Lake Powell's pool elevation dropped below 3,500 feet. It comes less than 2 weeks after Lake Mead, the largest reservoir, hit a record low. The Water Resources Research Center says this year's El Nino won't be enough to replenish the lake's water supplies. Both reservoirs serve Southern California, Arizona, Nevada, and Mexico.
Yeah. I don't know how much overlap there is between Lake Powell and Lake Mead in terms of the populations served. But I know that if you combine the numbers of people who depend on Lake Powell and Lake Mead for water and or electricity, it's over 100 million people. Probably not shocking to some, at least smart people doing the math, that the first and second largest reservoirs in the country would serve as that many people, but that is in fact the case. It could be close to a third of the nation that is served by these two fucking reservoirs. And they're both at record lows now. Really disturbing trend, if you ask me. Here's another clip from ABC4 Utah.
All right, Jake, thank you. Lake Powell has dropped to new record low water levels. This comes less than 2 weeks after Lake Mead also reached a record low. Now, both of these lakes supply the majority of the Colorado River states. One researcher says that the last time both of them were this low was in 1957, before it was even called Lake Powell. They say even if we would get an exceptional runoff year, we'd still be in a water crisis.
4 million? I thought it was 40 million. Why? What's the difference between Lake Powell? Okay, actually, doesn't. I mean, Western Resource Advocates here says upwards of 40 million people. Although it's all part of the same system, if I'm not mistaken. So we could be just talking over each other. Different figures that somehow all line up, but I'm just going by what I'm seeing. It says 40 million, not 4 million. Yeah, I think it's close to 100 million. If you add together the Lake Powell and the Lake Mead numbers, but once again, they're part of the same system, so I don't know if I'm combining the same numbers or not. Like, I'd have to do a little bit more research to be 100% sure on that aspect of it, but assume at least 40 million people, if not more, which is still a huge number of people that depend on this. It's not just water either, power too, for all these desert communities. Much of it comes from the hydroelectric dams that have been built to create these reservoirs. And if it gets below a certain point, not only do you have a problem with water, you got a problem with power. So it's a multi-factored it's a fucked situation. Meanwhile, in Colorado, firefighters took to the lake to save a trapped wildlife specimen.
Check out the unique vehicle choice of a team of rescuers that needed to brave some waves to get to a turtle tangled in a fishing line. Members of the Lafayette, Colorado PD teamed up with an animal protection officer and floated this flamboyant flamingo to rescue the wrapped up reptile. Users on social...
Yeah, well, in places where there was water, there were some disasters, both human and animal related. These humans taken to the pond in an animal-shaped, a flamingo-shaped boat to free a turtle trapped by fishing lines. Thankfully, no turtles were harmed in the rescue process. In other wildlife news, Colorado businesses are suffering from an uptick in bear incidents. Here's Denver 7. Wait, nope. CBS Colorado from 2 days ago.
Our first alert weather coverage continues now with the top story across our state driven by our drought. We are seeing a massive uptick in bear activity. So far this year, there have been more than 6,000 bear encounters. That is already more than all of last year. Now, bears just entered their eating season, if you will. In August, September, and October, bears will spend up to 20 hours a day searching for food as they build fat reserves to survive in the winter. Starting this week, you can get a $5,000 ticket for luring bears by leaving food or edible trash out in the open. Crews at
So true, but there is a reason for that, right? If you leave food in the open, the bears, they can smell it from very far away. Very, very far away. And then they make themselves at home in your home or business.
Pie shop. A young bear broke into the Colorado Cherry Company's location on Highway 36 north of Lyons to chow down on a blueberry pie. First Alert meteorologist Alex Laynard shared this video with us from her family's shop. Your reporter Olivia Young joins us live on set tonight. Olivia, this is not the first time that they've been burglarized by a bear.
Yeah, it is not, Michael. Now, if you can believe it, back in 2015 when Alex's parents ran.
There you go, baby bear breaking into a pie shop for pie. Shock of shocks. Bears like pie. They're filled with fruit. They are delicious. I don't even blame the bear. How can you? A delicious blueberry pie. It's tempting. If I were a bear, I too would come in and eat some pies. It's just instinct, really. Can't blame the bears. And unfortunately, food is a problem right now. And a lot of these bears are being forced closer and closer to the human settlements because of wildfires in Colorado have decimated a fuck ton. I don't know exactly how many acres in Colorado burned this year. It's in the hundreds of thousands of acres. It may have gotten up to 1 million so far. I don't know. But it's like there's so many factors going on. You got an extreme drought, right? And bears, I don't know if you know this, they tend to fish near the water where fish are. You know, they fish near the water where fish are instead of other places. And of course, humans have made it easier and easier for them to get food. So it's really a confluence of factors. Bears have started to figure out that we have a shitload of food that we don't eat. But they don't know which food we're eating and which food we're not eating. And so they just take whatever's around. I'm sure it's only because of that, not out of some sort of lack of courtesy. I'm sure if bears knew which food we were planning to eat and not eating, I'm sure they would just leave it. But, that's actually making me really hungry right now. Okay, in more Denver news, speaking of those fires, one tattoo shop in Lakewood is raising money for fire department struggling to afford necessary equipment. Here's Denver 7 from 2 days ago.
A Lakewood tattoo shop had a line out the door today, and community members are showing up for a flash tattoo sale with all the money to be donated to fire departments across the state. It's a potential solution to a story we told you about at the beginning of the month. A state report shows 80% of departments who participated cannot afford the equipment that they need. Denver 7's Jefferson County reporter Allie Jenner-John talked to people who showed up today and asked one fire department how this money can be put to good use.
We do have 2 full sheets of the flash designs.
Rolling up their sleeves and opening up their wallets.
John,
Coloradans,
you ready?
Giving an arm and a leg to support firefighters on the front lines.
When the fire is coming around them and closing in on them, it's a pretty scary situation.
Alyssa Rose.
And that's it.
Okay, perfect. And Russ are teaming up to work towards a solution for fire departments across the state. Battling a tough wildfire season and a record-breaking drought.
And it's very sad, like all the families and everybody that's just having to evacuate from their houses.
They're asking the community to show up to True Blue Tattoo Shop in Lakewood, pick a small tattoo, and give $40 in support of firefighters.
What is that? Okay. Let's move along. Meanwhile, there were some pretty crazy scenes this week, not just fires. But what looked like almost wintry scenes here in Colorado, where enough hail fell in a short period of time to create piles in the streets. It's crazy that they had to break out the snowplows. That's crazy to me. That is insanity. There's that much hail that they broke out the snowplows here in Colorado in the middle of summer. Oh, we got some weird fucking weather happening, Space Fams. Yeah. Now, they had some weird weather in some other places in the country, which we're going to talk about in a second. But before we do that, I want to go to Iowa. KCCI. Where Disability Pride celebration brought together over 1,000 Iowans to Blank Park Zoo for an appreciation of nature.
Today, more than 1,000 Iowans celebrated Disability Pride at Blank Park Zoo.
Yeah, Hear Us Roar celebrates Iowans with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Families had the chance to explore the zoo. Organizers say this is the largest Disability Pride celebration in the state.
The zoo just has so many really wonderful opportunities. Iowa Council for the United Blind is here, and they're giving private tours for individuals that are sight impaired. The DD Council is hosting their youth leadership graduation. Just a lot of really fun activities, and agencies excited about spending a fun day in the community.
Organizers say the goal of the event is to make sure the zoo is a place for everyone to feel welcome.
Well, there you go. Iowa trying to bring together local Iowans with...
It's been nearly 80 years since work began.
Special needs to a special experience at the zoo. Now, for decades, America has been waiting for a special experience here in Minnesota. 80 years for a memorial which has been carved out of sheer rock. CBS Minnesota from 4 days ago on the Crazy Horse Memorial, still taking shape nearly 100 years after its first beginnings.
On the Crazy Horse Memorial in the Black Hills of South Dakota. While progress has been made over the decades, years of construction still lie ahead.
Like many Minnesotans this time of year, John Lortzen and photojournalist Mike Durenberger traveled to the Black Hills to learn more about the memorial's unique history and its vision for the future.
It's amazing what they can do with dynamite. That's even more impressive.
Since the late 1940s, Thunderhead Mountain has been a 300,000 square foot canvas for a sculpture that's slowly but surely taking shape.
So the focus now is the horse's head. And right now you see the hand resting on the horse's mane.
The famous Lakota warrior Crazy Horse is the man in the mountain. He's there because his first cousin, Chief Henry Standing Bear, was worried that with so many Native Americans being forced off their land, their culture could be forgotten.
In his mind, he wanted to carve this mountain so no matter what happened to our people, there would always be a place for people to come learn, and we can protect and preserve our culture.
Yeah, and apparently this monument is freaking huge. And that Standing Horse's head is like the size of all four Rushmore busts combined. It'll certainly be glorious when it's done, but I mean, this thing has been going for ever. Almost 100 years since the idea first was ever proposed.
Standing Bear ultimately turned to artist Korczak Julkowski, who had helped with Mount Rushmore, and whose Paderewski sculpture won first prize at the 1939 World's Fair.
Korczak.
Yep. Same guy who built Rushmore helped create this monument, or at least the foundations, although this guy's definitely dead. They're continuing it. Hoping to finish one day soon. I'm sure it'll be quite glorious when it's finished. Just don't tell President Trump that you can turn a mountain into a monument to one man. I shouldn't have even said it. I shouldn't have even spoke it into the ether. You know when he hears about it, he's gonna try. You don't even start with me. Speaking of Donald Trump, I guess we should go to a city that he owes a lot to, Chicago, where he has at least one giant commercial building located on this river, where a very strange celebration took place. Speaking of strange weather, we were just talking about hail. Have you ever heard of a duck storm?
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes, this is something called the Chicago Duck Derby. A very strange tradition I don't fully understand. Where ducks, plastic rubber ducks, race each other down the river, propelled by nothing other than the current and that initial drop. The ducks follow a long, arduous trek to see who will come out the winner in the great Chicago Duck Derby. It does seem like it could go disastrously wrong for the environment, but they do supposedly have a system to prevent duck spillage. Meanwhile, in Indiana, much less fun things happening with relation to water. Horrifying, widespread, devastating floods across the state. And what is being called historic flooding. Nearly half a dozen dead.
Meanwhile, the Midwest is bracing for more heavy flooding there after a series of relentless and devastating thunderstorms among the hardest hit states, Ohio and Indiana. And today, the Hoosier State requested federal aid after more than 11 inches of rain in some areas. At least 5 people have died. And CBS's Lana Zach is in Iowa City for us. Lana, good evening.
Good evening, Doug. This is more than a single flooding incident. Where I'm standing, the ground is completely saturated. Rivers and streams are filled, and all of this increases the flooding risk with each new round of rain.
The street is collapsing.
Today, a new round of storms in Indianapolis took out part of this neighborhood.
Ricky said, thank you for the resub. 10 beautiful months. It's glorious. Yep. Historic flooding in the Midwest. We seem to get historic flooding every week or so. Which can only mean one thing. The weather is getting worse and worse. Let's go here to Wish TV from 2 days ago. There's a terrible acronym for a video like this. Local Indiana news on these floods from Sunday.
In Indianapolis, some residents in Ravenswood resorting to kayaks to evacuate, others trying to truck through. People living in the Northside neighborhood were asked to leave their homes behind as the city experiences the most severe flooding it's seen in more than 30 years. People here off 73rd Street near the White River say they've never had to deal with anything like this.
And I thought it was not that serious until I started walking around the neighborhood. It's kind of crazy, to be honest. I think it's sad. I hope a lot of people get out. I hope a lot of people's homes don't get affected. But obviously with all the water, I really don't know what else to say.
Citizens Energy Group is asking people to...
Yeah, this is some crazy shit here in Indiana. Now, apparently, the federal government actually mobilized resources for this disaster. I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that this one is in a fully red state like Indiana rather than a place like Washington or Oregon. But supposedly federal aid is got mobilized over the weekend to help the people struggling here in the Midwest from these devastating floods. I got more clips. This one from yesterday out of WTHR local news.
Warnings about the water came first.
Said, hey, be careful when you leave. The neighborhood is flooding a bit.
Then within minutes, a stunning washout.
This is incredible. This is incredible.
Look as chunks of concrete crumble away.
It's crazy. Nothing ever has been like this.
Floodwaters collapsing an entire street.
We've got Grant Road just completely gone.
I've never seen anything like this in my life, and to watch the streets that you drive on every single day, a road right before your eyes, is the scariest thing ever.
Neighbors, phones in hand, stared in disbelief at the rushing water, the sidewalk to nowhere, this gaping hole where they used to drive. It's where River Road becomes Brant Road in a neighborhood not far from the Fashion Mall. Community Lakes and the swollen White River converged with catastrophic results.
When that road collapsed and that breach of that river, it just started filling us up.
And as you can see,
Yep, complete pandemonium here in Indiana. Nearly half a dozen people dead as a result. Unfortunately, the devastation continues as the water goes through the river and stream systems through the area. One last clip here in Indiana from NBC.
After days of deadly storms, tonight devastation on display in Indiana as floods recede. New drone video shows this bridge near Indianapolis wiped away by raging floodwaters. This roadway also destroyed. Authorities overnight forcing residents to evacuate nearby apartments, fearing they'll collapse. This is that road here. The destroyed part is totally submerged. And this is the apartment complex just feet away where residents tell me first responders were banging on their doors overnight, urging them to get out.
Yeah, that's not how you want to start your weekend. Knock on the door, get the fuck out of here, you're gonna die. Probably not the way you wanna do it up on your weekend. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose. Okay. Let's move on from Indiana down to Tennessee. We're at the Wilson County Fair. They were dealing with a different kind of weather. Extreme heat. Here's News Channel 5 from Saturday.
The Wilson County, Tennessee State Fair is known for the rides, the food, the fun, but with no relief in the forecast, fair officials are taking some proactive steps. They want everyone to make special memories, but also make safety a priority. News Channel 5's Kelsey Gibbs shows us the plan for everyone to have fun and beat the heat.
I would like maybe the second week of September, to be fair, but it's a good time.
Welcome to the Wilson County, Tennessee State Fair.
It only comes around once a year, so you got to make the best of it.
The summer heat may have some wishing the fair landed a few weeks later, but that's not stopping crowds from packing the Midway for rides, games, and funnel cakes. Instead, families are finding clever ways to beat the heat while keeping the fun going strong.
Well, my wife, she's a genius, so she has these little neck fans.
The way people in Tennessee, my wife, she's a genius. My wife, she's a genius. Wife. How do you spell wife? W-A-F-E, wife.
We charged them on the way here to make sure. I didn't even think about the umbrella. But it seems to be working out.
Portable fans, umbrellas, icy cold drinks, and even free popsicles.
I love my popsicles.
Have quickly become fair day essentials as temperatures climb.
There you have it. People at the Wilson County Fair in Tennessee doing everything they can to beat the heat. Popsicles, apparently a big part of that. Meanwhile, the heat is causing a different problem north at the Finger Lakes in New York. Blue-green algae shutting down beaches in Canandaigua.
But first, an Ontario County beach remains closed due to harmful algae blooms.
It made us pause. I did go check the water temperature, so now I'm a little concerned that I did touch the water.
The city of Canandaigua has closed the popular Kershaw Beach due to the presence of harmful blue-green algae blooms. New tonight, we've learned it will remain closed through Monday at the least. News 10 NBC's Tom Kowalski spoke with residents and experts about how these algae blooms can affect you.
The city of Canandaigua has closed Kershaw Park after officials say that they found this harmful algae blooms right off the coast of the beach.
This is an example picture from the State Department of Environmental Conservation. I didn't see any algae blooms while I was here, but according to tests from Canandaigua, the algae remains present.
Gross. That looks disgusting. You can't get me to go in that.
This is an example picture from the State Department.
Or that. Gross. Gross! Oh, thank you. Now, this is a result, unfortunately, of the extreme heat. With the heat and any introduction of nutrients that this algae loves. Those are the, what do you call them? The combining factors, the heat and nutrients required for those algae to get out of control. We've been seeing this becoming more and more of a problem as climate change gets worse and worse, from freshwater sources to saltwater sources. Okay, for a little more outdoor enjoyment, or at least another attempt at outdoor enjoyment. I don't know how you could possibly enjoy the beach when it looks like that. Let's go here to News 8 WROC Rochester last week. For a hidden escape.
I'm Teresa Marsenberg. Anytime I get to leave the anchor desk and come outside with you, I'm thrilled. Walk with me. Today, we're in the heart of downtown Rochester at Clinton and Pleasant, where the city, the Landmark Society, a local college, and many others have joined together to tell a story that dates back to the 1800s. Walk with me. Larry, it's great to see you here.
Always good to see you, and so excited to introduce you to St. Joseph's Park.
Yes, this is another treasure.
Yeah, another one of Landmark's properties.
Yeah.
interesting story, which we'll get to.
Okay, we don't have time for all the back and forth about this landmark. But it is sort of a beautiful little spot, gotta say. It's like it is sort of like a secret garden almost. Where do they get to it? Yeah.
And throughout July and August.
This is grand. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm listening to you, but I keep looking around to
I
take
think
it
we have
all
to
in.
like take a moment and just feel it's really, really amazing. I'm lucky enough to be here for many of the events. I welcome people, and I always refer to it as this magical spiritual space.
God, I could just imagine myself sitting down on one of those little rocks there, taking it all in. You can just imagine the birds chirping right now. Was that the owner of the Knicks? No, that was not the owner of the Knicks. That was the some historical society guy, not dickbag owner of the Knicks. I just forgot that dickbag's name again. It's like James, right? James Dolan, not James Dolan. Not James Dolan. But apparently this is what it looked like originally before burning down years later. But now it's used apparently as an art space, community space. Even weddings, apparently. For the sort of low cost what do you call it? Non-traditional. I mean, it's a beautiful setting for it, right? I mean, look at that. Can't go wrong. All right. For more appreciation of green spaces in New York, let's go to Brooklyn. To the greenest block in all of Brooklyn. Here's CBS New York from 13 days ago. By the way, I'm combining, I should have said this earlier today, but I'm combining 2 Sunday Fun Days worth. That's the other thing about tonight. I've got so many clips, so many things to talk about because I'm combining 2 Sunday Fun Days worth of clips. That's why we have some from like this week and last week, but also some from like 2 weeks ago, because I didn't do what do you call it? I didn't do a Sunday Fun Day last weekend because like it's 2 Sunday Fun Days in a row. I have to point out, which I feel terrible about. But last week I didn't do one either because of what's it called? The YouTube appeal. Right? I had to spend all weekend doing that YouTube appeal. So I've tried to combine multiple weeks of fun into 1 week.
Are you not entertained?
All right, Brooklyn, CBS New York.
A big day in Crown Heights. The neighborhood can now boast it is home to the greenest block in Brooklyn. Vanessa Murdoch takes us there.
Towering, flowering, planted in platforms, countless flora carefully curated line Lincoln Place between New York and Nostrand Avenues. This block just earned the title Greenest Block in Brooklyn from Brooklyn Botanic Garden, or BBG.
This is an sample of what should happen around New York City.
Elvia Joseph says she is ecstatic her block took home the title.
For the 4th time, very, very happy.
In this 30th year of the competition, Sonal Bhatt says it represents the best of what BBG and Brooklyn do.
Building community, working together, and really
just bringing plants to all of Brooklyn.
This block beat out stiff competition, made sure its theme, the Big Apple Goes Green, blossomed, included iconic New York themes and teams.
There's so much going on here.
Jabril Cooper with BBG especially loves the creativity that went into growing this community project.
What, like?
Yeah, this is a beautiful neighborhood here in Brooklyn. In Crown Heights. And it's just, it's like another world over here. Everybody growing vines from every place that you can grow one. Potted plants hanging from every spot you can hang one. And or lining the sidewalks and streets and stairs, and it's quite beautiful.
Spurred them forward was winning a Window Box Award in 2017, so they started small.
And have since gone big, especially with upcycling. You might say Perry Edwards is queen of turning trashy into classy. Planters, that is.
Most of the things that I have here are from the trash. Milk cartons, upside down, cans from the pizza shop.
The platform planters, hers.
There you go, Space Fans. A little bit of greenery to brighten up your day here on this Moon Day Fune Day. Truly beautiful. Alright, let's go a little further east now, from Brooklyn to Long Island. We got a real problem in particular tree species as a result of an invasive fungus. It's threatening wildlife. Here's Eyewitness News ABC on the story.
Warning on Long Island about an invasive fungus that threatens trees and other wildlife.
Yeah, it's called laurel wilt, and experts say it spreads by beetles and when people transport infected wood.
To stop the spread, the State Department of Environmental Conservation issued a quarantine order for 5 towns in Suffolk County. People in these towns are banned from transporting wood to other areas.
Eyewitness News reporter Krista McNally is live in Babylon with the story. Krista.
We're in Babylon, and this is one of the 5 towns that is in the Laurel Wilt quarantine area. We spoke with an arborist this afternoon about what exactly that means and how people can prevent this.
I'm sorry, nothing she said is funny. It's just she's trying to avoid the pitfalls of the Long Island accent in that particularly troublesome sentence. I just got to hear her say that one more time.
Right, Krista.
We're in Babylon, and this is one of the 5 towns that is in the Laurel Wilt quarantine area. We spoke with an arborist this afternoon about what exactly that means and how people can prevent the spread of this fungus.
I've looked at a handful of trees that have it. Up in the Hauppauge area or in the Huntington area.
Arborist Evan Dachau has been responding to calls on Long Island for the laurel wilt fungal disease, which
like it's just something about the Long Island accent and like those particular syllables up against each other. Like if you're trying to avoid your Long Island accent creeping its way into it, but like in that particular sentence, you're left with a bit of a quandary because the laurel like they're right next to each other, and it's a problem. It's a real problem. Non-regional diction, exactly. It's difficult. Unfortunately, what's even more difficult are these goddamn tree fungi. And according to this dude, if you've got the tree fungus, you gotta cut it down. Because it's done.
Once a tree has contracted laurel wilt.
If you have an affected tree, you're going to have to take it down.
Well, there you go. See what I'm saying? Not just me saying it, it's that guy. He's saying it. If that tree is infected, it's done. Do not hold on to it. The longer that you wait on taking down that tree, the more trees that are going to get infected. And it's just going to ruin the environment on Long Island even worse. That's not what we need. Okay? Let's be smart. How does that sound? Let's be smart with the trees and try and fight back this horrifying disease. Hey, that rhymed. All right. Well, we're not done. We're not done. Not going to leave New York yet. I'm actually surprised, although I started the stream early, so that's probably my fault. I was hoping all of the duck news would be played once our ducks were here in the chat. We're missing the ducks. We're missing the space ducks, but that's okay. They can get the duck-related news later. But we can enjoy it ourselves. Let's talk about a beautiful duck-related story. A duck with a gift. CBS Evening News.
It's Friday, so we're going on the road with a question this time. If man's best friend is a dog's best friend a duck? Here's Steve Hartman with the answer.
Justin and Tori Canarelli almost have a typical American family. 2 kids and a dog. But then they've also got this duck.
I never thought I would own a duck. I never expected him to stay long term.
Tori brought Louie home after he...
There's something about that cut that is so fucking good. It's just like family, normal family hanging out, normal family hanging out, then duck.
Duck.
Then duck hiding behind the bush. Looking sus as fuck.
I never thought I would own a duck. I never expected him to stay long term.
Tori brought Louie home after he hatched at an elementary school on Long Island, New York. It was supposed to be a short little visit, but the duck quickly became indispensable for one family member in particular, their golden retriever, Barley. Yeah, a couple years ago, Barley started to have seizures. They put her on medication and it worked. The seizures stopped. But the family also observed some adverse side effects.
She wasn't really hyperactive anymore. She just lost her spunk. She lost her goldenness.
And we thought, oh man, this medication we have to give her for the rest of the life, so this is how she's going to be.
There's nothing you can do for them. There's no way to help them.
But then they noticed a bond building.
Now, we know there was a way.
A friendship built peck by peck.
She started smiling again. She started wagging her tail. She started having personality again.
Today, the two remain virtually inseparable. Louie pecks at Barley. Barley chases Louie. They wrestle and relax together.
Well, there you go. One dog who brought the spark back to a golden retriever's tail. The wag back to the whatever it is. Spark to the eye, wag of the tail. Ah, beautiful duck, an avian canine friendship. An unlikely one, bringing great joy. All right, moving on. Oh, wait, we're not done. We're not done in New York. Not done. Nay. One more New York story. CBS New York, 3 days ago. To a new trend that's taking off in a hot summer. Airbnb for pools.
A what now?
In the heat of summer, there's no better place to cool off than in a swimming pool. And more people are diving into their own private oasis without paying to build one. Bradley Blackburn explains how pool rentals are taking off.
Rocky Abdullah, her son Kalel, and his friend Josiah are enjoying the cool of a backyard pool.
You could just do your own thing and have fun.
The blue water is all theirs for a few hours, thanks to a rental through Swimply.
It beats the public pools and the lines and the locker rooms. It's just, it gives a peace of mind to know like it's solely ours for whatever time we booked it.
If you have any questions for me, let me know.
The pool belongs to owner Lauren French, who charges guests about $70 to $80 an hour.
This season, I'll probably look to make about $15,000.
She's been renting for years through Swimply, an app that helps vet guests and manage bookings for a portion of the earnings.
Part of what's endearing about having this experience is a lot of the folks that come use my pool, like myself when I was younger, would definitely not be able to use a pool unless there was something like Swimply.
All right, there you go. A very strange new app. I'm calling the Airbnb of pools. Swimply. Fulfilling a need for backyard fun that's also simultaneously helping people cool off. What happened to opening fire hydrants? First off, pretty sure that's illegal.
Illegal.
So I don't think that is going to solve that situation for all people. But, yeah. Opportunity for people to enjoy the pool in a private setting who otherwise could not afford to have a pool of their own. Get a membership at a place with a pool or whatever else. You can just do a one-off, one afternoon, and get your pool on. Meet those pool-related needs you might be having. Now, up to Boston. CBS Boston 6 days ago. Talk about an environmental art project taking to the streets.
A new exhibit in Boston is letting visitors take a walk on the wild side, if you will, just a few steps away from Commonwealth Avenue. Levin out live at the Great Elephant Migration. He's been telling us the story behind these life-size sculptures and how they promote conservation. Levin.
Chris, it's fantastic here on the Commonwealth Avenue Mall. If you're between Exeter and Fairfield Street, right in front of the Quinn House, you're going to see about 100 elephants, if not more. And it's just so wonderful. I'm here with Lucy. And Lucy, we talk about the Quinn House. They're one of the great sponsors, but you guys have so many people who get involved in this.
Oh my gosh, we are so lucky. Boston has given the herd the warmest welcome. Our presenting sponsor, the Quinn Impact Fund, have been absolutely unbelievable. Meet Boston, the city of Boston, everyone has given the elephants the warmest reception, and we're so grateful.
Tell me about the migration and the Great Migration and what this is all about.
So the elephants are really a love letter from India. They represent the human-wildlife coexistence. Elephants are the largest land mammal to live kind of very peacefully in tandem with people in India, and it's just an amazing story, what they represent.
Mm-hmm. Gregor, you're here with us also. Gregor, first and foremost.
Now, apparently, not only are these supposed to bring attention to the elephant's plight, but they were also built with very sustainable, in fact, too sustainable, invasive plants. They're taking over the habitats of the elephants, ruining the local ecosystem. So, well, this was a pretty cool project here. Today, on this Moon Day, Fune Day, Sunday Fun Day replacement stream, I'm trying to bring attention to the outdoors, our enjoyment of it, our connection to it. The plants, the animals, everything else. It is important. You know, we're not the only inhabitants on the planet. And in fact, if we were, it wouldn't only be very lonely, it would be really shitty, probably uninhabitable.
Amazing story, what they represent.
Gregor, you're here with us also. Gregor, first and foremost, let's talk about the fabric of the elephants and what they're kind of being made of here.
Yeah, so it's made out of Lantana camara, which is the world's second most invasive species after the black rat. In India, this has started to cover huge areas. So 40% of their national forests are now covered in this. It chokes out other vegetation and it pushes animals into more human-wildlife conflict while they're trying to find places they can eat.
And when you look at the elephants, we're all thinking...
Well, there you go. A little bit of art, culture, and environmental. All at once, a trifecta. All right, going further north to the great state of Maine. Where not only Troy Jackson is running for Senate, but these cute little corgis are running along the paths, leading hiking groups in the state.
Your hiking buddies on this trail in Maine have very short legs. There are also 13 of them.
We have Pebbles, Raggy, Lizzie, Blossom, Slipper, Bogey, Annika, Willow's right there,
I don't know
Greedy,
why.
Lucy, Poppy,
I don't know why, but the more
and Fruity Pebbles.
the more names I
These
hear, the funnier they get. The corgis are so cute. I mean, it's why we have a space corgi around here. Speaking of which, gotta feed Laika. But I mean, there's just something so funny about an entire pack of corgis, all with their own little personalities. Greenie and Lucy and Poppy.
Your hiking...
Whoopsies.
Willow's right there, Greenie, Lucy, Poppy, and Fruity Pebbles.
These corgis lead visitors along a roughly 1-mile trail through 56 acres of woodland in Ellsworth, Maine. And if you're wondering about the tiny fairy houses scattered...
Can you imagine being that little girl with the 13 corgis leading you down the trail? It's magical. It's magical. Like, I wish I could be a little kid just so I could be led by a pack of corgis down the trail.
Through 56 acres of woodland in Ellsworth, Maine. And if you're wondering about the tiny fairy houses scattered along the way, there's a reason for those too.
So corgis are the fairy steeds of the forest in England. And so we kind of moved that over here to beautiful Maine.
Dog breeder and owner Jennifer White says she was already running a hiking business when she began bringing her corgis along about 9 years ago. The dogs now join visitors on the trail before needing a well-earned rest.
Oh, God. So much cuteness on this show today. Overwhelming. Overwhelming amount of cuteness. All right, all the way back down to the Jersey Shore. To an incredible discovery 2 young people made while enjoying a little bit of beach time. Here's CBS New York from Saturday. What's happening?
All right, so a family on Jersey Shore vacation discovered a piece of prehistoric history here. Take a look. The Bowers were in Sea Isle City looking for seashells when they found a megalodon tooth, the largest carnivorous shark in history, measured around 60 feet long and went extinct nearly 4 million years ago.
Look at the size of that thing. A megalodon tooth. I found some cool things at beaches, but holy cow. That beats them all. Great job, kid. As you can see, this young man's very proud of his prehistoric find. I would be too, if I was a 9-year-old boy. Okay, now all the way south to Brazil, where the legislative building was stormed. The halls of the legislature stormed by a pair of critters.
Pra lá. Não pode.
Look at the capybaras. The capybaras think they're people. To be frank, I'm not mad at it. You be as people as much as you want, capybaras. Capybara. Capybara, capybara, capybara. Alright. They checked it out. They said it's not for them. Government, too boring for the capybara. And they had the cappy set waiting outside the door just in case anything went down on the inside. As you can see, more capybaras waiting for their friends who were doing a quick government tour there in Brazil a couple weeks ago. I found that fascinating. Capybaras apparently think they're people. Duck, you just missed some beautiful space-based duck news. Multiple duck-related pieces from like 30 minutes ago you just completely missed. Yeah, it was 2 duck stories. 2 separate duck stories and you just ignored them. It's like you hate. It's like you're a self-hating duck. It's like you're a quackist. It's like you're a quackist who hates ducks. I'm just calling it like I'm seeing it. All right. From the legislature in Brazil to the Amazon rainforest in Peru, where stingless bees offer hope for rainforest reforestation.
There is no danger in opening this beehive without protection gear. These bees are stingless, the Melipona bees, a species as gentle as it is vital for the health of the rainforest. The Amazon is home to nearly 30% of the world's biodiversity, but it is under threat. Tons of mercury and toxic waste from illegal gold mining, logging and agriculture are destroying the tropical ecosystems and bees colonies. Beekeeper Percy Leva says trees must be planted, but the Melipona bees native to the Amazon are also crucial for its reforestation.
These bees are vital to pollinating Amazon trees. Without them, natural regeneration would stop. They pollinate flowers, which produce fruit and seeds.
Yes, indeed, these stingless bees in the Amazon make some very strange-looking hives, as you can see in front of you here. Almost looks like leaf, like a pile of leaves, which I'm sure must have something to do with, what's it called? Like biology, what do you call it? I can't think of the word right now. Natural selection. Like to avoid being seen, just turning your hive into what looks like a pile of leaves in the Amazon rainforest. Maybe not the worst strategy. Certainly probably not noticed as easily, especially for stingless bees. Yes, these are stingless bees, so you don't have to be afraid of them. All they will bring is pollination, much needed pollination in a place that needs reforestation. You can't have new trees without pollinators. See what we're saying here? Save the bees. I'm saying save the bees. All right. Now, all the way across the Atlantic Ocean to the beaches of Europe, in Spain, to a very strange scene. New York Post from yesterday. A tuna in the shallows losing its fucking mind. Look at the size of that thing. So you can kind of make it out. This is a huge fish. What people are supposedly estimating at over 500, 600 pounds. 600-pound fish. Just a giant bluefin tuna. In absolutely, if you're wondering, yes, this is absolutely the wrong spot for a tuna. There is something wrong with this fish. We've been talking about it. There's a number of different factors that are leading to these weird beachings. It's not just tuna. In fact, we haven't seen tuna doing anything weird like this. It's been smaller fish. A lot of this sort of activity, like strange fish behavior that has been seen in shallow waters, a lot of scientific researchers believe has something to do with warmer waters and the increase in toxic algae. And what I think this could be, it's not a guarantee. Any number of things could have happened here that weren't this, but I've been thinking to myself, if toxic algae is building up in the prey species of tuna, right? Like if they're starting to build up, like if the prey species are starting to build up some kind of biological, whatever you want to call it, tolerance, so that they are managing to survive longer and longer with a shitload of toxic algae in their bodies, the bluefin tuna, right, which needs to eat just constantly, it's like a shark. It's a predator fish, right? 600 pounds, they don't eat kelp. They eat other fish and shit like that. And you see what I'm saying here? Like if they're eating a bunch of fish where there's toxic, but not toxic enough to kill those fish, but enough like building up over time in the gut of the tuna, like we got a problem. Because these are the fish that we rely on, right? Like we don't rely so much on the prey species that the tuna eat. We rely on the tuna because they're much easier to catch. Like they're really big and they provide a lot of food per fish versus the small fish, right? I mean, some people do depend on the fish, but like the West, I guess you would say, depends on the big fish the most. And like this is just disturbing to me. Like this footage of this thing is losing its freaking shit. You'll see in a second. It's like chasing down this dude right now. Look at the size of it. The thing is huge. By the way, the fact is that bluefin tuna need to be constantly moving to have fresh water moving over their gills. So the fact that it's in shallow water is very strange to begin with, right? They usually are in super deep water, right? Way out there in the middle of the ocean. Not by the fucking beach in Spain. This is the wrong place, tuna. I think that tuna's sick. Very sick. With what? I don't know for sure, but it's a disturbing scene. Unfortunately, that's not the only disturbing scene in Spain, as wildfires are continuing to rage the country. Picking back up with the recent heat wave hitting the region, here's the AP from Saturday. the flames. These flames have got to be hundreds of feet in the air. Not those ones. These ones. These ones are insane. Like the ones way behind them too, and way in front of them. These got to be so high, hundreds of feet in the sky. It's hard to make out because of all the smoke, but you can assume that there's like tens, if not maybe more, hundreds of meters between them and this hill, and like the flames go to the top of the frame. It's just humongous. Like, it's black. It's practically black. You can't see anything. It's just so disturbing. Some of these images coming out of Spain recently. These, like, the Spanish fires ticked down a little bit. They just came right back with a vengeance. Yeah, we have been witnessing too much devastation this year. I know I was the one predicting the great devastation at the beginning of all this, but it's just gotten really out of hand. Because now we have, like, record fire season in British Columbia, in Washington State, in Oregon, in Kansas, in Colorado, in Spain, in France, in the United Kingdom. And now in more countries, which we're going to get to in a second. But first, let's go here to Sky News 2 days ago. Talk about the Stourbridge wildfires in the United Kingdom, which destroyed at least 19 homes. This is from Saturday. It's a free meal, though. It's a free... Yeah, I guess that's one way to think of it. The environmental collapse. One free meal of tuna for like 30 people on some beach in Spain. What do we give up for that? Oh, that's right. The entire planet.
Changing winds and fueled by tinder dry grass, the speed and ferocity of the Stourbridge wildfire was terrifying.
I'm just looking, Rose. Oh.
19 properties destroyed, 18 more seriously damaged. Homeowners had little to no warning before the fire arrived. When it did, it was devastating, gutting houses in a matter of minutes.
Someone knocked at the door and said, you have to evacuate immediately because of wildfire risk. And so my wife and I sort of picked up the dog and got out.
Yes, I'm afraid not all stories tonight are of the Sunday Funday variety. As I warned previously. Yeah, I'm tired tonight. Probably because I haven't eaten. That's got to be part of the problem. I'm just so beat. Although we're 7 hours in too. It just feels early because I started early. We're already 7 hours in. It's a normal length amount of time for me to start getting worn out from bringing you all constant news. By the way, Space Fams, if you are enjoying the stream, if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. We still have to raise like $50 a day on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon in order to keep the dream alive, keep the bills paid. Every dollar truly does help. As even though we were remonetized on YouTube this month, we're not going to see any money from them until the last week of September, right? Every dollar that we see go by on YouTube just goes into a little escrow account that YouTube guards. Oh, they're so thoughtful. They guard that money for like a month and a half, sometimes longer, depending on when those donations come in. They add them up over the whole month, and then they very generously wait another 3 weeks to give us our earnings. It's very thoughtful of them. Otherwise, what would we do with the money coming to us immediately? It'd be so crazy. I wouldn't even know what to do with the money.
Give me a joke.
You wonder if the family will sell the Megalodon tooth? I hear the kid's keeping it. I can understand that. Anyways, it's not like it's going to lose value unless you break it. But it's probably worth a fair penny. Megalodon tooth? Got to be in the thousands. Yes, it's very thoughtful of them. They're helping me save with no interest. No interest savings account. Thank you, YouTube. You're so thoughtful. In fact, it's a negative interest because they take a cut. Can't forget that. Good old negative interest savings account. Okay, I'm going to skip a couple stories. Just because I don't think we need to talk more about the drought. I think we know how bad the drought is. It's bad. Yesterday we talked about the Roman Emperor Nero, a bridge from his time of reappearing in Rome, and the dikes in Netherlands falling apart. We got to go to a more pressing, well, I don't know about more pressing, but a newer situation. You'll be shocked to hear this, but another country has thrown its hat into the ring on who's got the worst wildfire season on record. Belgium couldn't be outdone by Croatia and Serbia and France and Spain. No. The Central European nation said we must too have our worst wildfire disaster on history. I'm of course being facetious, but not about the statistics. It is in fact Belgium's worst wildfire season on record happening now in front of our eyes. Fire season we weren't even talking about. We were talking about, as I mentioned before, Croatia, Serbia, France, Spain, Italy, Greece, Turkey, United Kingdom. But no, we have to add more countries to the list having bad wildfire seasons. Belgium refuses to be known only for waffles and funny accents.
In eastern Belgium, forests are engulfed by flames and landscapes left scarred. Since Friday, hundreds of firefighters have been battling to contain the blaze under very difficult conditions.
The fires are relatively difficult to follow. They're burning through areas of peatland or dense vegetation, making it very difficult to tackle them.
The blaze is burning through the Utfangen Nature Reserve near the German border. Germany is sending reinforcements to the area, as are Sweden, Norway and the Netherlands. Here, Dutch helicopters are dropping water on the blaze, while on the ground, local farmers have come to lend a hand.
Yup, everybody doing everything they can to prevent the spread of these blazes, using some rather unconventional methods here, but you know, you can't turn your nose up at the gift water. What's the phrase? Don't look the gift water in the mouth. Something like that. And every drop of water truly needed in this region. You're in Austria? Radiant Art in Austria finally had the first real rain in a good 2 months. My God. Yeah, hopefully you stay hydrated over there and unscathed by the fires. Got more clips of the Belgian wildfires here. This one's from the New York Post. Looks like fucking World War II or something. These wild, like the amount of smoke coming off of the ground, it's just disturbing. And it tells you the ground's on fire. Because burning, like the peat moss, whatever else is here is all burning. It's just so eerie. You can't see anything. You mean you just can't see anything. Like past a couple of meters, yards in front of your face, and it's just nothing left to see. It's just all smoke. And apparently, these fires are also approaching the Belgian-German border. It could become a multi-country problem.
Bist du bis rangekommen? Bist du bis rangekommen? Ja.
Good God. Like, seriously, am I the crazy one for looking at this and being like, is this World War I? Am I wrong for thinking that? Like, are you sure this isn't like historic footage or something? I don't know, it just, there's vibes. Just vibes, I guess. Okay. More on the wildfires continuing to spread across Europe. Here's France 24 from 20 hours ago.
Oui, c'est la plus grande catastrophe écologique en termes de feux de forêt, ça c'est clair, pour la Belgique.
No.
On avait un record précédent qui était à 1200 hectares.
This is not France 24. This is the one I meant to take out. Why is this still here? Why is this here? I took this out. Anyway, this is apparently the worst ecological disaster on record for Belgium. Meanwhile, fires do continue to burn across the continent.
From an idyllic beach, observers see the smoke from the disastrous fire on the Greek island of Salamina. Authorities have confirmed multiple deaths. And while a blaze's rating was downgraded from maximum emergency in Spain's northwest Galicia region, in the northeast Aragon region, authorities said the largest deployment of emergency personnel in the area's history was sent to battle a wildfire that is threatening 2 historic monasteries, and that has already evacuated more than 1,000 people. The huge wildfire in Belgium was pushed back slightly on Sunday after air support arrived to the scene. The inferno, which started Friday and burned 80 hectares of land, spread fast, and by Sunday had ravaged 3,000 hectares.
So actually, we have one of the biggest fires what we had the last years in open space, or even in the last century in Belgium, I could say.
Yep, it's more than worse than last century. It's been declared of a historic nature. Alright, now moving along. Honestly, a story I can't even believe exists, but brought great hope, even if it's not the most hopeful of stories. Let's go here to Gaza. Back to beekeeping. Where, like in the Amazon, bees are needed to rebuild the ecology of the strip. Which, I mean, has been complete. Honestly, I don't even know how these bees are alive.
It is very hot, I tell you.
Did you see it? Did you see it or didn't you? No, I didn't see it.
Hold on. I don't need this whole clip. But I mean, just think about it for a second. Where in the hell are the bees getting the necessary pollen to build the, to build the honeycomb and all the other, right? Do you see, are you following me here? Like, it's crazy that these bees are alive. And they've managed to keep these bees alive with enough pollen to survive. It's beyond me. I don't even understand it.
The war came. Of course, the war left no sector or anything without destroying it. It destroyed Gaza completely. And the bee sector is one of the sectors that were destroyed. Among the sectors that were ruined for us is the bees. Before the war, there were more than 30,000 hives. We had more than 450 major beekeepers. We had 450 or more small beekeepers. More than 1,000 families lived off this sector. The bee sector was of vital, important, and essential.
Well, these bees on this rooftop are keeping the hope alive. Honestly, just like this footage, like I almost didn't watch it. For multiple reasons, including like I just don't even want somebody like I don't even want like some like IDF comms person to get wind of this clip. I'm sure they already know about it. But it's just like those bees need to live. Like those bees need to live. Like, and they're somehow surviving on hopes and dreams right now because there's like almost no plants in the Gaza Strip, right? Like, that's the thing that's so crazy about this to me is, like, Israel has completely devastated the Gaza Strip. There's, like, no plants anywhere. But then I saw the rest of the clip, and there's, like, they got, like, 3 bushes on top of this roof, and a tree, an actual tree. It's like 6 of the last plants in Gaza keeping these beehives alive.
Found a swarm of bees coming out from the rubble. We tried to search and get it out. We found a living beehive. This beehive is the only one out of 300 boxes. It's the one that survived. You think what pleases him most about these
Jesus. One of 300 boxes surviving in a Israeli strike. Now trying to propagate it into a colony. Good God. Like I said, it's a story of great hope, but it's still like, it's just like, it's hard. Like, it's hard to even get up hope in these situations because every time I feel like I have, it's like crushed by Israel. And it's like the situation is so dire for those fucking bees. And honestly, like, bees are always a point of love. It's a love-hate relationship for me. I have like a severe allergy to a number of like a severe allergy to stinging insects. But like I know how important they are to the ecosystem. As somebody who's genuinely, concerned about the environment and all this kind of stuff. And so I gotta love bees that could definitely kill me. Although I'm exaggerating. I'm not as allergic as I used to be. I did allergy shots for a long time. But when I was a kid, I was hospitalized as a result of a bee sting. But like, God, gotta have love for the bees. Stay alive, bees. Stay alive. You're more needed than ever. I've never found myself rooting for bees quite as much, but I have. Like, we need to like mobilize. I'm trying to think. What are they called? What are the, fuck. Why can't I think of them? It's the Marvel people. What is it called again? They have the coalition. There's like a group of them, and they call themselves something. All I can think of them as the Marvel people. I know that's not right. No, that's not right. B Team 6, yes. Go, go, go. B Team 6, get in position. Protect the bees at all costs. The Revengers, yes, the Avengers. Send the Avengers in. Protect the bees. Protect the bees. Meanwhile, in the Southeast Asian nation of Nepal, residents are learning to live alongside wildlife, some of which poses a threat to humans. Here's France 24 from 3 days ago.
A unique sanctuary located at the gateway to the Himalayas. 200 kilometers south of Kathmandu, the Chitwan National Park has become a model for wildlife conservation. Tigers, rhinoceroses, and crocodiles have seen a steady increase in their population over the past 50 years. But recently, this success has strained the coexistence between the wildlife and the residents who live near the park. In mid-April, Netra Bahadur lost his son. The 28-year-old had gone fishing and was attacked by a tiger.
His body was never found, only his cap. He just vanished. When faced with a wild animal, you have to keep your distance and never provoke it. But we have no choice. We have to go fishing. We can't be afraid. We have to feed ourselves.
Their village lies in the buffer zone surrounding the Chitwan National Park Reserve. To protect themselves from animal attacks, residents have built watchtowers like this one. They also serve as shelters in case of danger.
Yep. Unfortunately, there's quite a few dangerous animals that live in this region. Humans doing everything they can to live in coexistence, although it's very difficult for some communities here with, subsistence living on things like farming and fishing. Things like tigers, crocodiles can pose a severe threat. Elephants, too. And so communities are doing what they can to... communities and nonprofit groups are working to both educate and fund community efforts for education, but other kinds of resources as well. well as research and things like that. Multi-pronged effort here in Nepal. Meanwhile, down in Malaysia, they're dealing with a very similar situation regarding soaring crocodile encounter numbers. Here's South China Morning Post from 3 days ago. On the fight for food between humans and crocs. Jesus Christ.
For centuries, the people of Sarawak had an unspoken rule about the crocodiles in the rivers.
Look at the size of that thing. Holy fucking shit. That thing puts like prehistoric vibes scary into you. Holy cow.
Had an unspoken rule about the crocodile.
That is a huge gator. Crocodile, whatever. Oh my god, that thing must be 30 feet long. Alright, not 30, but it's humongous. Good god, when it moves. It's like a small car.
In the rivers.
Oh my god, it's so big. Once it moves, like you can see the size of its body. It's terrifying. Fuck that.
Kalau macam orang tua dulu, kalau dia tidak kacau kita dulu, kita tidak boleh kacau dia. Memang pantang dia begitu. Macam saya. Dia sudah makan saya punya anak. Saya memang boleh bunuh dia.
Yeah. Unfortunately, here in Malaysia, reduced fish populations are leading crocodiles to head towards human settlements where they know they can find easy food, traps, and other sorts of places. People wind up crossing their paths and then bad shit happens. Where is this image? I just want to find this one frickin' spot where they pull one of these things up out of the water. Yeah. Oh my fucking god. This right here. Look at this. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
平均200米4条。
Sarawak's crocodile population climbed to around 20.
Look at the size of that crocodile. The head, the entire head and neck are at a 90-degree angle and is 3 times taller than these dudes over here. Imagine. I mean, this thing must be like 20, 25 feet long. It's crazy. This is so terrifying. Look at the size of that crocodile. Fuck that. Oh my god. That is way too big. That is way too freaking big, dude. Oh my god. That's all wrong. That is all wrong, dude. That is all wrong. So, suffice to say, people are trying to deal with the crocodile populations in Malaysia. Now, the crocodile population almost went extinct because people were hunting them so much because of, well, they could be used for food and other things, but also because of the fact they're dangerous and scary as shit. So they're trying to mitigate conservation efforts with human safety right now because it did explode in population, which is why they're competing so much with humans for food, which is what's leading to them like running into humans so much. Suffice to say, I would not want to run into one of those things. And if I was a Siberian Husky in China, I would also not want to run into one of these things on my walk with my owner. Oh, man. If a regular dog ran into that trash can full of force in its head, I think it would have gone down. Jesus Christ. Now this Siberian Husky in China trying to make heads or tails of this robotic dog, which it meant on a walk with its owner. Meanwhile, in Japan, another jarring situation seen in a operating room during an earthquake last week. This is some crazy ass footage. Like, the earthquake is going, everything is moving, but that bed doesn't move a freaking centimeter. This one doctor is like Superman, super surgeon over here. Keeps that bed from moving at all. It's crazy. Like, look at it. It doesn't move at all. It's in the same spot. Yeah. Pretty crazy. Meanwhile, in other Japanese news, down to the streets. Well, not the streets, the zoo. To a strange scene, which has gotten the attention of the internet. The behavior of this Japanese polar bear cub. Yep, this polar bear has a weird obsession with this cone, which it literally just stuck up its mother's butt. Oh my god. Just impaled her with that thing. Good god. No concern for his mother. Running around with a cone stuck to his head. Apparently a polar bear's best friend is a cone. Who knew? Pretty crazy. Yeah, well, while we're talking about the antics of large mammals, we should go all the way to Australia, where the antics of Neil the seal are racking up a rather sizable bill. Whoops. Not what I meant to press. Neil the Seal.
Well, Neil the Seal made headlines around the world for his mischief-making during his recent stay in Tasmania. His adorable antics were priceless, but someone has to pay for all the damage he's left behind.
It's true.
Neil! What are you doing? Neil, why are you causing mayhem?
Yeah, so
In
rude.
his latest visit,
It's very
Neil
rude,
received a
but
rock star welcome
then again,
in the
he's
city of
incredibly
Clarence, but it seems to have encouraged him to party like one too, racking up a hefty damage bill of over $30,000 during
Jesus
his month-long
Christ,
stay,
Neil.
according to local council's receipts for one sign, 10 bollards, and a section of fence.
30,000, Neil. That's at least 2 Chinese EVs.
China!
Good God, Neil.
Meanwhile, the ABC is reporting the state government has also been wearing Neil's antics, spending at least $45,000 over the last 2 years. Traffic control, crowd management and repairs to public property.
He really doesn't like to be told what to do. That is one thing Neil seems to be quite set on, is doing his own thing and not letting anybody get in the way. I mean, look at him. Look at him press up against the fence, yelling loudly, I assume, at this guy with the stick and sign. This duo of humans trying to get him off of private property here. But, I mean, this is the cost of having the world's largest mascot. You know? You gotta pick one, Australia. Do you want the world's largest mascot, or do you want the world's largest mascot bill? This is the question. I think it's worth it. Me, if I was from Tasmania, I'd say go for it. You know, 30 is split up among everybody. I'm sure that adds up to the proper amount of enjoyment that Neil brings, one would think. Be best? I mean, I feel like Neil is being best.
Be best.
Like, it's Neil's version of best. Whatever that is. He's just living the dream. Living the seal dream. Yes, indeed. Now to the space news. To a touching story. But a French bulldog. Who was launched into space after his passing. New York Post, 2 weeks ago, to a galactic canine adventure. Oh, it's beautiful. Touching story. Touching story. Apparently this was a combination of different things. The launching of a new pet GPS tracker, which followed along this journey into space the ashes of a dog who was apparently the dog of the co-founder of this pet tracker GPS. Really touching story. Dog making it to space. Have I looked at Victor Marx lately? Not lately. We have talked about him. He's a complete lunatic. But we have not recently. We're getting ready for midterm season for generals, but we're finishing up the primaries this and a few more after tomorrow. But once tomorrow's over, I'm gonna be really switching focus to the general. Probably talk about Victor Marx and his crazy his crazy ass backstory more, but we've talked about it a little bit. The fact that he runs a exorcism business, or that he, according to his own claims, killed someone when he was like 6 years old or something stupid. The guy's a lunatic. All right, one last space news clip before we go to the rest of the Earth news. Slightly abbreviated tonight. It was mostly U.S. and environmental news tonight. But we do got a few regular Earth news clips. UK, Middle East, a couple in Asia. But first, space, one last one. NewZealandHerald.co.nz from 4 days ago. To an Olympic athlete taking the opportunity of last week's full solar eclipse seen in Europe for a sweet photo op.
Let's go to Europe. We mentioned yesterday solar eclipse happening there, pretty cool. They're even cooler with a skateboard stunt thrown in. This is a Spanish Olympic skateboarder Danny Leon.
I gotta say, as somebody who back in my youth was looking through skateboard mags and things like that, damn, I'm jealous of this shot. It's the best skate shot I think I've ever seen. I mean, oh my god. What a place to do this. It's perfect. Like, I can't imagine. And like honestly, I wish they had been able to get, and then maybe there are better photos of this. I should look for them online. But like, it looks like he's riding the eclipse. It's so weird. It is so trippy. From this one vantage point, it literally looks like he's riding the moon and the sun at the same time, and it's so wild. Oh man, it's so weird.
This is a Spanish Olympic skateboarder Danny Leon. He performed some tricks on a half-pipe, timing it perfectly as the moon passed over the sun. The solar eclipse has captivated Europe over the last 24 hours. How cool is that? New Zealand also is due to get a slice of this in a couple of years. A total solar eclipse will cross parts of the lower South Island
in 2028. Yeah, some of these photos are crazy. Oh my god, look at that. That's insane. The dust coming off of the board. This is so cool. I mean, you only got a brief moment to get a few shots. Look at that. Oh, man. That's crazy looking. Oh, wow. This is just something else. I like the reverse exposure. That looks sick, too. Dude. That's too cool. All right. Let's see. Oh, God, I forgot about this. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this is gonna... Yeah. Okay. First, let's start in Venezuela. Now, honestly, to some degree, this isn't a bad story.
On
but
July
it's more
the
of an
20th.
I told you so story. Like, I'm not upset that this hasn't come to fruition, merely just here to be the one to say, told you. Told you so. Usually that's not my vibes, but it wasn't just me. In fact, it was a lot of people saying this. I feel like that ousting Nicolas Maduro was not going to bring about some new...
Skinny jabs and the
No.
manosphere. Do they have anything?
Ma'am, this is not the video. This is very rude of you. What was I saying just now?
Skinny jabs and the
No. No. Venezuela, where the ousting of Nicolas Maduro has done nothing to bring in outside investment in Venezuela's oil sector. Something that literally everybody aside from the president was saying in the wake of the illegal kidnapping of the president of this country.
Venezuela possesses some of the world's largest proven oil reserves. Yet today, many of its oil wells, pipelines, and refineries remain in disrepair. The challenge isn't finding oil, it's rebuilding the industry needed to produce it. After Nicolas Maduro's removal, Washington eased some energy restrictions, hoping American investment would help jumpstart Venezuela's economic recovery. Venezuela's interim government also moved to open the oil sector to greater foreign investment. Yet despite those changes, no major American reconstruction projects have come online. Why?
Because never should have expected this. It was a lie from the beginning. This is always a fucking figment of Donald Trump's stupid and Stephen Miller's deranged imaginations. Venezuela implemented a bunch of pro-business regulations, no change. Maybe if we wanted Venezuela to be a functional country, we shouldn't have embargoed and or sanctioned them for decades. Waged an economic war on the country. Those are ideas I'm just coming up with off the top of my head. If we wanted functional oil infrastructure, shouldn't have made it impossible for them to keep that infrastructure working. There's an idea. Here's a crazy fucking idea. Speaking of crazy ideas, let's talk about the crazy world of manosphere influencing, body negativity, and weight loss jabs, otherwise known as peptides. How all these things coalesce in one particular story in the United Kingdom. Channel 4 News last week.
Skinny jabs and the manosphere. Do they have anything in common? It seems like they do. This guy, Amio Talio.
pretty big bug, isn't it?
He's a seemingly very wealthy influencer, and now we've linked Amio to this.
The first factory to produce illegal weight loss drugs in the UK has been raided by the police.
It was the world's biggest skinny jab raid.
My name is Amio Talio.
He's already infamous for this, running a company that people have called
the scam.
Huge scam.
He describes himself as an influencer who's similar to Andrew Tate.
It's like I'm talking about your brother.
And he's been open about his criminal past.
Used to get involved in illegal narcotics.
He's got hundreds of thousands of followers on TikTok and Snapchat and Instagram.
What's going on? It's me, Amio Talio.
But that's not actually his real name, and he's not shared his full story. This is the story of how I spent months investigating a huge raid, how we tracked down exactly where it happened. We even managed to get inside.
Yeah, you'll be shocked to hear that a guy who describes himself as an Andrew Tate type who sells illegal peptides on the black market is doing a bunch of different crimes and is simultaneously claiming to have done no crimes at all.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I don't find this story all that interesting, although I'm sure a lot of people do. So we're not going to spend too much time on it. We'll just skip here because I found it fascinating that Channel 4 and CoffeeZilla did a collab on this situation. Oh. All these guys just want to be fucking tech dickbags. Look at him. Look at him with his stupid tech deck.
The business was marketed as a revolutionary way to make money by playing a video game to earn crypto tokens. Amio said Paradox's crypto coin would blow up as soon as it hit the exchange.
You'll have millions and millions of people looking to buy your coin.
But this is what actually happened. Paradox paid iShowSpeed, who has millions of followers, to promote the company on his live stream.
Crypto to the moon.
But viewers started commenting.
I just want to go back. This is a real implosion. It's over 99%, I think. I have to do the math really quickly. Point zero. I can't do this like off the top of my head right now. And get an accurate enough number. Yeah. Yeah, this is more than a 99% implosion. This is a 99.5% implosion. Wow. From 6 cents to 0.002 cents. Or sorry. No, 6 cents to 0.002 cents. That's not good. That's not good. That's a full tank. The full tanking. The full rug pull. And unfortunately, people like, you know, some influencers like, not Coffee, like iShowSpeed. Actually, I think, did Coffee get caught up in, I've actually forgotten whether or not he was involved. I don't think so. Although I think they might have reached out to him for... I can't remember. Hold on. We're just listening to this part.
Paradox paid iShowSpeed, who has millions of followers, to promote the company on his live stream.
Crypto to the moon.
But viewers started commenting, saying it was more focused on hype than substance, and called iShowSpeed a scammer for promoting it.
He's about to accidentally expose the scam he's been paid to promote.
Investigative journalist Stephen Findeisen, who goes by CoffeeZilla.
Yeah, it would have shocked me if CoffeeZilla had been caught up in the scheme. No, he was just covering it like he does all the crypto scams. Yeah.
YouTube investigates alleged crypto scams.
This is a full expose on Amio Talio.
His viral deep dive on Paradox found a structure that he thought looked dangerously like
Ponzi nonsense.
CoffeeZilla Metamir. This is what he made of him.
The guy just seemed like a classic, all bluster, tough guy. All the charm of a used car salesman.
So we told CoffeeZilla what we've discovered since his investigation.
I'm not surprised. I think the jumping between schemes is classic, and I wish people knew that. You got to watch out for that because these guys like hop around as they get kind of found out in each thing.
Amir's lawyer says no legal action or investigation has ever been launched in respect to Paradox Coin, and implies.
Yep. Oh, these guys are always saying they did everything right. You just scam people out of, millions of dollars. Okay, moving on from the manosphere. A little too much unbridled scamification for me. Meanwhile, in the world of British business, an even bigger controversy. A proposal in the great city of London to curb, quote-unquote, vertical drinking. Something that has drawn a great deal of backlash. If it's unclear to you what vertical drinking means, it means standing. It means standing and drinking. Something that, to my understanding, is something of a tradition here in the UK.
London's West End and Soho, a hub of theatre, food and nightlife, where standing around for a pint and a chat remain a tradition, be it at the bar or even outside the bar.
Now the local authority in charge of this part of London is looking at restricting pubs to table service only.
This thirsty throng think vertical drinking needs to be protected.
It's a horrible idea.
It's the best thing to do in London.
Yeah, we've just moved back from Australia, both of us.
And they don't do this in Australia.
Yeah, this is what we're excited to do.
If you're sitting down, it's kind of just like, it's destroying the atmosphere.
Even Frenchman Jean-Paul embraces packed pubs over cafe culture.
If you're sitting down in a restaurant, it's a less formal, it's a more formal setting, therefore less fluid interactions.
Yes, indeed. People here in London not at all pleased to hear about this proposal. I get the sense that it won't go forward. You vertical drink until you're horizontal. You see what I mean? People are dedicated. People are dedicated to their vertical drinking. Seated drinking, I'm fairly certain, will not fly here. Meanwhile, in Scotland, Fringe Fest was happening over the... I think it might be still going, actually. I can't remember the exact timing of this situation. But Democracy Now! Was on the ground somehow in Scotland 3 days ago.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. We're here in Edinburgh, Scotland. The Edinburgh International Festival is taking place here and the massive Fringe Festival. And we've just come to the Meadows Circus Hub where the Palestinian Circus has just finished performing. They will be here for the next 3 weeks, every day at 2 o'clock. We're joined by the artistic director. Can you say your name and talk about what is the Palestinian Circus?
So my name is Noor Abu Rob. I'm the artistic officer at the Palestinian Circus. The Palestinian Circus is a Palestinian circus organization. Basically, we try to work with kids and Palestinian youth. We work with around 100 freelance circus artists and trainers that they are all over the different cities in the West Bank and Gaza. And last year, we worked with 4,000 children in Palestine, also including Gaza and the West Bank. So we bring people together. We work on trust between them, communication.
What do you mean trust?
Trust actually is a basic human value that we miss as a human being, to trust other people. And in the circus, technically, it doesn't work without building trust. So if someone is gonna fall from 3 meters high and the group is gonna be there to catch him, they need to trust each other. So he's trusting the group to catch him. So actually the circus art itself, it brings people together. It creates trust and communication. At the same time, this is what we miss in Palestine. Everyone is spread apart. We are there. We work with children from different cities, different refugee camps, different places. They are disconnected by checkpoints. So we believe in circus that we can use circus art to bring people together, to create together, and to create shows. I believe also circus is a tool where people...
There you have it. The Palestinian Circus performing at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival in Scotland. And Amy Goodman somehow on the ground. And if you're wondering why Amy was there, I do think that she's in Scotland for the same reason she was all over the United States. And that is the release of the Democracy Now! Documentary. Steal this story, please. She's been going to screenings in cities across the planet now, including in the UK, as well as making appearances on broadcasts like this one. Amy Goodman, Navarro Media, the collab we didn't know we needed.
We understood then, as the soldiers marched up, was there any hope here? And we always hid our equipment because if anyone was caught talking to us, they could be killed, disappeared. I slung the tape recorder over my shoulder that I had hidden in my bag. I held up my microphone like a flag. Alan put the camera above his head. We walked to the front of the crowd. The soldiers marched up 10 to 12 abreast without any warning, without any hesitation, without any provocation. They swept past us, and they just opened fire on the crowd, gunning people down from right to left. We could not succeed in stopping the massacre.
We're in an era where absolutely nobody trusts the mainstream media anymore. Audiences are fragmenting and seeking out truths which align with their worldview online. The result has been political volatility, but it's not a political volatility that the left has necessarily benefited from, at least not as much as the political right. But some of us are trying. You don't have to tell me how difficult.
Okay, hold on. We all know Amy Goodman. I don't think we need the foreword. The intro, if you will. Skip a little ahead.
This story, please, covering her work from East Timor to the Niger Delta to Palestine to Washington. And I am just really excited to be able to pick her brains and understand what it is that drives her as a campaigning journalist. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Amy Goodman, thank you so much for joining us on Downstream.
Let me just take that gulp of coffee. I can't tell you, Ash, how honored I am to be directly sitting across a table from you. It really is a pleasure and an honor.
The privilege is definitely all mine. You have no idea how often we say democracy now when we're thinking about what is it we want to do next. We're like, well, this is what Democracy Now! Do. So I suppose that the first thing that I wanted to ask you about is that on the Democracy Now! YouTube channel, your most viewed video is an interview with the economist Richard Wolff about the decline of American empire. Now, once upon a time, you'd say, all right, that belongs to...
Oh, God, sorry, Space Fams. My stomach feels like shit again. I still haven't eaten anything. I'll be right back. I'm going to leave you here with Ash and Amy. I gotta get my finances right so I can start eating like a normal human again. Donate to the Galactic News Network. Donate now.
some dusty corner of the academy. You might have a bit of a lefty conference and people show up with their tweed and their elbow patches. And if you're lucky, you get 80 people in a room discussing it. You found an audience of millions of people who are engaging with that kind of
What's
material.
the number, by the way, Ash?
5 million people wanted to watch that interview. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that that is the kind of content that is resonating with people at this moment in time?
I mean, I think it's happening all over the world, and I'm coming to you from the United States, where there is a explosion of interest and support for a new wave, for example, of people. I don't even want to say politicians, of people representing the public in Congress and being a mayor and governor. And there are a lot of issues that they care about. And some people call it sewer socialism. Some people call it pothole politics. Deep concerns. I was summarizing it the other day saying it's gas, it's groceries, and interestingly, it's Gaza. And each represents something much bigger than that. But it's a new way of how do we take care of this planet, beginning with individuals, their families, the communities, and communities all over the world.
I mean, so that's an interesting thing, is that you've got these two very different kinds of scale. So on the one hand, you've got...
Okay. I was planning on watching more of this tonight, but because I'm not feeling well and we're like 8 hours into this stream, I'm gonna skip ahead and try and push forward through the rest of what I've got tonight. It's a super long interview, like an hour and 15 minutes. Amy Goodman and Democracy Now!, Avara Media. Someone even say the Galactic News Network and independent media around the planet are of indispensable nature. All right, moving on through the news. I'm sorry we couldn't do more of that. I'm just too... I honestly just need to find a way to get food in me. I have nothing in the space station right now. It's a real problem. But you all can help me out grocery-wise. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon memberships. All very helpful. All right, now to Italy, where the government, or at least I think the government, has recovered millions in stolen Renaissance art. France 24 from yesterday. Actually, I think this is Impressionists. Whatever.
Video footage released by Italian police shows two thieves entering the Magnani Rocca Foundation Museum near Parma in northern Italy. After breaking through a window, they headed into a room where they took 3 paintings off the wall and passed them to an accomplice waiting outside. That was back in March. The 3 artworks that have been recovered have a combined value of more than 9 million euros. They are a painting by Cézanne called Still Life with Cherries, one by Renoir called Fish.
Yeah, sorry for mislabeling the art. Not Renaissance. Impressionist. 19th century art. I'm sorry, I forgot who Cézanne. I couldn't remember. I had to look it back up. Anyway, Cézanne, Renoir, and Matisse. Matisse was the big giveaway for me. I realized it had to be Impressionist after I saw that. Anyway, millions in art retrieved by authorities in Italy. Although it's all French art. French art in Italy recovered. Meanwhile, I need food and sleep. Well, those are the things that people with money can afford, okay? Food and sleep. Ha. Alright, down from Italy to Central Africa. Democratic Republic of the Congo, where the Ebola outbreak, shock of shocks, has gotten way better. Wait, nope.
And Matisse's
Take it back.
odalisque on the terrace.
Just kidding. Actually, it's gotten way worse. Continues to get worse. Since the United States refuses to take it seriously, defunded the USAID, an agency which would have been funding the WHO efforts here, that are woefully underfunded. And you got, like, thousands more cases since we last talked about it. And nearly a doubling in deaths. I mean, it's not good. Suffice to say. It's been something we've been talking about for a while now. The fact that it's been dragging on this long without this being taken seriously by U.S. authorities is truly beyond me. Here's PBS NewsHour from Saturday. According to them, the Congolese Ebola outbreak is on track to become the deadliest on record.
The Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo continues to worsen, with the number of confirmed cases climbing to over 4,500. Over 2,100 people have already been killed by the virus. A death toll that was reached almost 3 times faster than the outbreak over a decade ago.
Yeah, I mean, since the last time we talked about this, which couldn't have been more than a couple of weeks, the numbers have doubled, both in number of confirmed cases and deaths. That is not good. that spells bad things. And like the authorities seem to be concerned, I too am concerned about this thing rapidly spiraling out of control and taking down the rest of Central Africa with it. Let's not forget there's a fair amount of border traffic between the eastern DRC and places like Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya. This could just take down the whole region. Okay, now to the Middle East for a few quick clips. First, to the situation on board the U.S. Navy. The ships that are currently sitting in the Gulf, especially ones like the USS Abraham Lincoln, which has been on a record deployment. And that's not really a good record that you want, you know? Maybe after the fact you can brag to other troops at a bar somewhere, like a VFW or something, but like in the meantime, it's probably absolutely, and not even probably, it's almost certainly horrible, grueling, uncomfortable, and just excruciating emotionally to be separated from your home, family, friends, and everything you've left behind to fight this war for the billionaire emperor. Unfortunately, for the troops, families of the troops, anybody with a conscience or empathy, the response of the president and of the higher-ups, people like Pete Hegseth, have been less than good. Less than optimal, that's what I'd say. Sweet Chewy. A sweet gift. 5 donos. Sweet, sweet donos. Galactic memberships. To the Space Fams. Vincent Morales. Jem Williams. Mayflower Kid. Scott Robinson and Brenneman. All getting one of those subs. I mean memberships. To use the Twitch. Thank you very much, Chewy. Just a reminder, everybody, your dollars do go further when you donate on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Since little to no cut is taken by YouTube or Amazon, also we see that money immediately, if not sooner. Just a friendly reminder to everybody. Anybody's forgotten that we still got a massive galactic deficit to finance between now and the end of the month. $750 to be exact. It's an uncomfortable number for me to be certain. But with space fans like you, I'm sure we'll get there eventually. All right, moving along. Yes, Majority Report. Sam Cedar. Yesterday, on the response of the Trump administration to the horrifying conditions of naval vessels deployed to Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
The Trump stuff with the catapult is its own thing. I don't know about what is the best technology to launch aircraft carriers off of or planes off of aircraft carriers, but it is a little bit unnerving that he is overruling, I guess, the military. I doubt he's doing it for money. Maybe his sons have bought like a stake in a steam company or something to that effect. I have no idea. But the real story, of course, is the reports that sailors are trying to literally.
I love that on the fly, Sam, off the cuff improv for billionaire corruption in government is steam. It goes back to the Gilded Age. The first thing that Sam can think of is a steam company. Do we even have any functional steam companies in existence? I'm fairly certain there isn't. But point taken, some sort of corrupt act. Of course, they have. I'm not familiar with any steam companies that they've invested in, but they have invested in a number of military contractors who've already received billions of dollars in U.S. taxpayer contracts.
Jump off the boat, the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. They have been deployed for over 260 days. And I am told by our resident military expert, Intel, that that is, well, first of all, it's a record, but it's also just incredibly inhumane.
In my expert opinion, I would say that is a very long deployment.
Very long. And the conditions on it are rotting food, basically. They haven't had milk in months, and there's no Wi-Fi too, or it's very spotty, which is interesting because...
Yeah, just imagine not being on land for 3/4 of a year. And that's what these sailors have just gone through, and are continuing to go through, I'd point out. Oh, you were trying to gift subs to specific people. Yeah, you can't do that, unfortunately. At least I don't think you can. Maybe? I don't know. I don't think you can gift subs directly to specific people. I'm afraid it's all random. YouTube is just picking people off of the list. Off the top of the deck, whoever that might be. Yeah. It would be nice if they made a easy way to give to specific chatters. Okay. I'm sorry. I lost track. I was reading comments. Just want to skip ahead a little bit to this.
Depleted all of our missiles. I mean, of course, Pete Hegseth being trying to create a new warrior force. Here is Senator Blumenthal speaking on CNN about the USS Lincoln.
Those hardships, not increase them. And what we see right now is, in fact, a lack of sufficient supplies, basic necessities like toothpaste, soap, clean water, and even food. That is a betrayal of trust by the top officials in our Department of Defense. And I call on the Secretary of Defense, he calls himself the Secretary of War, to pay attention and do your job. That's what I would say as a military dad, and I have been a military dad. 2 of my sons have served, one as a Marine Corps infantry officer in Afghanistan, the other as a Navy SEAL, and I would be angry beyond words if my son or daughter were on that ship without what they need to do their jobs. And let me just say...
Yeah, Richard Blumenthal getting all worked up over this one. No, Richard's not my favorite guy in Congress. I think everybody knows that, but boy, he's incensed. Rightfully so. I mean, it's our taxpayer dollars that are going to this, and it's not even taking care of the troops properly. They're just treating the troops and mistreating the troops with our tax dollars. Seems sort of wrong, you know?
Flight deck and told her he believes it had led to accidents there. They're treating them like cattle.
All part of Trump's lost war now, and refusal, I think, to concede. And I don't know. This seems like it's just going to keep going on. Apparently now Trump's latest plan is to create economic pressure on Iran.
Sanctions. Huh, have we tried that before?
Wait,
that was what we were doing before the war. Interesting.
I mean, hopefully, I think it was earlier in the week we played that clip of Chris Murphy, maybe it was from Sunday, saying the war is lost. We should take any deal that is available to us and get out. And who knows if Trump is capable of doing that. Here is Pete Hegseth, who completely rejects reports of worsening conditions aboard the USS Lincoln. Actually, not completely. Sort of vaguely rejects.
Completely misrepresented. Listen, we make sure at
Every ship, every crew, every captain has everything we can provide them at every single moment.
I mean,
some deployments are longer than others, and I have more.
Wait, pause it. Yeah.
Why is he dressed? Why is he dressed like he's like like he's a ship's captain at a?
He works on a yacht. He looks like he's.
Yeah, it looks like he's on the what's it called? I'm trying to think. I'm on pina colada. Like the crew. Oh my god, what's the name of that? Who is that guy? Who's the guy who sings the pina colada song? I can't think of it. It's like a booze cruise director. God, I can't think of this guy's name. Why can't I think of it? Rupert Holmes. The Rupert Holmes themed fucking cruise over here or something. Well, but for business people, right? This is a pretty fancy suit. Pinstripe shirt.
Some deployments are longer than others, and I have more.
Wait, pause it. Yeah.
Why is he dressed?
Jimmy Buffett? I think it's no. You're getting them confused. I think they're often confused, Jimmy Buffett and Rupert Holmes. I think, but same idea, same, almost the exact same concept. Almost, I don't think there's a lot of difference. Although I think Rupert Holmes is British.
Why is he dressed like he's like a he's a ship's captain at a?
He works on a yacht. He looks like he's the. Yes, he is. I mean, come on. That's like the fascist uniform to look like you're at a yacht club. And he has his stupid ass every time he goes out, pocket square with the American flag on it. Enough.
He looks like Thurston Howell heading out
Yes, he does.
Gilligan's Island. But all right, go back. But understand, the idea of completely misrepresent. What does that mean? Like it misrepresent seems like a very sort of hedgy word there.
I draw attention to another thing you said, which is that they have everything we can provide them, which is not to say.
Everything we can provide them, which I guess might not be true if the U.S. is completely out of supplies.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Space fams, we are running out of clips here, but we have covered so many things tonight. I mean, it's a little crazy when you think about it. I can go back and mention all of the things. It's too many. There's too many things. But while we're in the Middle East talking Operation Epstein Fury, we should talk about the latest things that President Trump has said vis-a-vis U.S. ally, the Sultanate of Oman, whom earlier on Monday, Donald Trump threatened to bomb if they didn't go along with the deal. Whatever that means.
After Iran said it was working to finalize a joint statement with Oman on a plan to manage shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, US President Donald Trump made a threat that he would bomb Oman if it got in the way of a deal. Details have previously emerged that Oman and Iran would reopen the strait with...
Yeah, there's the latest in Trump's most deranged sentences uttered, claiming that he's going to bomb a U.S. ally, Oman, for doing a deal with Iran to open up the strait, which he's claiming would get in the way of the deal the United States is trying to do with Iran. I mean, it's because it cuts out the United States, and he's upset about that. So now he's just threatening to bomb U.S. allies if they make deals. That's where we're at now. That's a new level of deranged from the president.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Oh, he is a special kind of idiot. Really is so stupid. Now, Slender Man In latest news, Slenderman is going to be meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. According to the latest from BBC News, Jared Kushner, the guy who uncannily looks like Slenderman, but's not actually Slenderman, and is in fact the son-in-law to the president, is apparently going to be doing some kind of negotiation with Benjamin Netanyahu after talks with Hamas. Remember when Trump said in 2024 that Jared and all of his children and or children-in-law were going to stay away from government because it's too much? Well, I guess he just meant too much security clearance checks, because Jared's still not an official member of the government, but this is like his 10th diplomatic meeting in the last year.
President Trump's Middle East envoy Jared Kushner is in talks this hour with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, following his rare meeting on Sunday with Hamas leaders in Cairo. It was the first time that Jared Kushner sat down with Hamas officials since October last year, when they met to finalise the ceasefire and the hostage release deal.
Well, there you go. All of a sudden, just out of the blue, BBC reporting that Jared Kushner was in active discussions with Benjamin Netanyahu. No warning, just all of a sudden Jared Kushner's in Israel. Shaka shock. Pretty sure, I don't know. I'm pretty sure his family has like a second home there, if I'm not mistaken. But, I mean, it's just ludicrous. Why is this guy acting as a fucking diplomat without a security clearance still? He's literally a U.S. diplomat, but he's pretending to be a private citizen, not acting on behalf of the U.S. fucking government. But he represents the Trump family, and he represents America, and he's a bad representative, and I think he should have to face Senate confirmation and security clearance to do what he's doing. That's just me. I'm a sensible guy. Just thinking it through, considering guy's got a lot of business interests in the region. Might want to make sure he's doing everything above board. Which, of course, he's not. Okay. Now to Asia, where we have a number of different stories here. Some of a Sunday Funday variety, others of a more serious nature. Let's start first with some Sunday Funday. Yes, I know it's Moon Day, Fune Day. It's just easier to say Monday Funday, Sunday Funday. It's all the same. All right. To Asia. To Singapore, the tiny Southeast Asian nation, where senior citizens are getting involved in a dangerous activity to help them live a bolder, healthier life. That's right, the old people are taken to the streets to do a little bit of parkour.
Parkour is just seen as it's a very dangerous thing to do. So the word parkour and seniors, they don't go together. And whereas my class is all about that, seniors doing parkour.
They've been in the 60s and still want a vigorous exercise. I think parkour is great. It exercises you in a fun way.
The types of exercises that seniors normally do, like Zumba or like Tai Chi, is just like not enough to combat this problem, because they don't build their strength and they don't learn how to break their fall. Whereas in parkour, it's a very intense discipline. You train your whole body, you train your awareness, your reaction speed, and you're falling all the time. You make a mistake when you jump, you fall. But when you fall, you learn how to fall better next time.
Yes, indeed, Singapore.
With a rapidly aging population looking to help seniors with dangerous falls. I mean, falls for seniors are very problematic. Break a hip and you're done. So these senior citizens shockingly taking to parkour so that they too can stay in the race.
I'm staying in the race.
In Bangkok's Old Quarter, loaves.
It's genius and crazy at the same time. I know, it was wild. It was wild. I was like, this is actually brilliant. Old people will be needing this right here. It's a genius idea. All right, now, right next door in Thailand, gun laws are causing former gun sellers to turn to some interesting business opportunities to prevent themselves from losing their livelihoods. Let's go here.
In Bangkok's Old Quarter, loaves of sourdough line a wall where firearms once stood on display. At Suchat and Friends, a firearms shop turned bakery, recent tightening of regulations has seen baked goods replace pistols and rifles. 5 months ago, owner Warrentorn Bunyachai made the pivot to save her business.
It's not just our business that took a hit. It affects many of our staff as well. I don't want to leave anyone behind. And so, because I have a bakery school as well, I slowly trained them. I told them that we will work together to change our jobs, so I let them learn it. And today, my staff are very good at making sourdough.
That's right. From selling illegal guns to bread, sourdough, and whatever else these former gun runners can get their former gun running employees to do that aren't crimes.
Illegal.
They are trying.
Buying guns. President of Thailand's Firearms Traders Association, Thitatorn Buparamani, said those suspensions would not fix the country's gun violence problem.
They are not fixing the problem in the right places, because if they did, there would be less crime. The government...
Yeah, some people don't think that these laws are making Thailand safer. I don't know. I can't really speak to the crime rate in Thailand. What I can tell you is that at least some of these former gun runners are hoping that the old days can return so that they can stop baking bread and go back to selling guns. It's not just me saying it.
Left for sale and 6 staff, but they said the guns couldn't be sold and that new guns couldn't be imported. Meanwhile, Bunyachai would still like to see the gun import ban lifted.
I do still have hope because, like I've said, selling guns is less tiring than selling bread. Although I'm happy with what I'm doing now. I'm happy that I can take care of my staff and my family. Do I have hope to sell guns again? I do have hope. I want us to be able to legally import guns again.
Well, there you have it. New gun laws in Thailand causing former gun sellers to turn to legal forms of business like bread selling. And sourdough does seem like a more constructive business than guns, I gotta say. You can't tell me how many old people die after a fall. That's very common. It's very true. That's 100% true. Honestly, my dad. I've talked about it not too many times, but my dad died when I was very young. I was still in college. He had cancer, but he actually died from a fall.
in a hospice. So I too know how dangerous and common elder falls are. So we're talking about it, and why I thought this was such a great story. Gotta keep those old people safe. Fit like a fiddle. Okay, now let's go to Korea. Well, actually, let's go back to the United States, to the Oval Office, where a red-eyed, rather disheveled-looking Donald Trump was speaking about the country of South Korea earlier today. Well, Monday.
Why hasn't Kim Jong-un responded to your request to have a conversation?
How do you know he hasn't responded?
Has he?
Yeah, he has.
Did you speak to him? Did you speak to him before you made the announcement yesterday?
I'm very positive. Well, just so you understand with South Korea, look, South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And during my first term, they agreed to pay close to $3 billion a year for protection, because we don't, they essentially weren't that. And I asked them to do that at my request. I said, no, they weren't happy about it, but they agreed. I asked for $10 billion, and they were very unhappy. But we agreed for a short term that it would be $3 billion, and next year it would go up, and the next year would go up, so they start paying for their protection. When the election was rigged and I ended up watching for 4 years and then coming back, I watched Biden rescind that $3 billion here for whatever reason. When I called recently the president of South Korea, who I think he's very nice actually, but I called him, I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran, but if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no thanks. And I said, wait a minute, we have 39,000 soldiers over there guarding you from Kim Jong-un, your next door neighbor, and you're not going to help us on a very easy military operation in Iran? That's strange. No, we'd rather not get involved. I say, well, why are we involved in helping you? So, and I want to help them, but when you ask somebody, would you like to give us a hand, and they say, no thanks, and then we're guarding them from a country and paying ourselves billions of dollars, it's costing us billions and billions of dollars to protect not only them.
It's kind of incredible how Donald Trump has seemingly, and it makes perfect sense that this is how his brain works, but every time I hear him talk about these concepts, it is incredible how his sort of patriarchal brain has internalized the sort of paternalistic excuse that the United States has given over the decades for building these bases in other countries, right? Like, oh, we're just protecting you, Japan, Germany, it's never actually been 100% about protection. In some cases, it's been 0% about protection. But Trump just believes that every single one of these bases is a gift to the country that it's in. And it's just fascinating. He's like, we've been protecting you. We've been protecting you. And all we asked was for a little vig. We asked for a little kickback. You're making a lot of money over there, LG, Samsung. It'd be too bad. It'd be too bad. It'd be too bad if a mean guy like Kim Jong-un came and stole it. This is a protection racket, right? This is literally like a mob. This is the mob. Trump is a mobster who's complaining that the protectees, the people that he's trying to extort of money, are unwilling to give him his extortion money. It is ridiculous.
Very funny man or so, you know what I mean? So
some very hard nuts about you know what I mean, Jack?
Go on, get out of my shop, you screaming little Nancy.
He's a mob boss. He just, is walking into the shop and going, it'd be a real shame if something happened to your nice country or South Korea. Maybe you should help us with Operation Epstein Fury. Oh, you don't want to help us with Operation Epstein Fury? Well, maybe then you don't deserve the sweet, beautiful military base that we have in your country. How about that? You could have helped us with Iran, but you didn't, and so go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, Korea. Go fuck yourself, BTS. I don't care. I don't care if the entire boy band is turned into a North Korean barbecue. Okay? I don't care. You didn't help us. Too bad. You could have paid your protection fee, but you didn't. And now comes to roost the consequences.
Consequences.
Like, it is literally. It's just. It's like this is the standard. He literally says it. We told them we wanted them to pay for protection, and then they didn't, and here we are. And in a way, it's kind of Biden's fault when you think about it.
I'm staying in the race.
All right, people. Final clip of the evening. BBC News from 20 hours ago on this ridiculous decision that Donald Trump has made to scale back on a military presence in South Korea.
Now, South Korea is one of America's top allies in Southeast Asia, but now President Trump says he's substantially scaling back joint military exercises with South Korea. Why? Well, because of what he calls his very good relationship with the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. In a social media post, Mr. Trump said that he was not happy with what he described as the costly annual drills and had instructed the U.S. Secretary of Defense to reduce them. Well, President Trump justified his comments by saying Pyongyang had been unthreatening and respectful while he'd been in office. That's despite North Korea's repeated missile tests and involvement in the war in Ukraine. Pyongyang has accelerated efforts to expand its nuclear.
North Korea has been very agreeable with all of their nuclear weapons tests. All of their intercontinental nuclear weapons tests have been very successful and also very friendly, when you think about it. Very friendly, and that's why we should scale this back. It's actually perfectly fine.
Missile programs since the collapse in
It's what I find most fascinating about this is the blatant hypocrisy that exists between this circumstance and the one in Iran. He's complaining about South Korea not giving him enough help in Iran, where it's his contention that we did this to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons, while simultaneously pulling back in South Korea, where to the north of them, the country in question actually has nuclear weapons. The thing that Iran did not have. It's just fascinating. Like, one is more of a threat than the other, and everybody knows which one it is. It's not the great Kim Jong-un. In fact, he's a really great guy. No. Actually, South Korea is the real threat.
Missile programs since the collapse in 2019 of Jong-un's high-profile diplomacy with Trump during his first term in the White House. The US president also noted that South Korea had declined to join US talks on Iran. Seoul's defense ministry says the exercises have now begun.
Okay, well, I mean, this is quite a crazy fucking story. Donald Trump fine with North Korea having nuclear weapons, so fine that he's going to pull troops and military equipment from the territory, while simultaneously claiming that Iran is still a great threat and we have to keep waging the war indefinitely. It's a weird dichotomy, if you asked me. It's one that just, for me, just doesn't make a ton of sense. Like we're being sold this, like, bill of goods, this bunk bill of goods, this whole, like, the last 6 months on the nuclear threat in Iran, and then South Korea left just completely, well, not completely yet, but I guess my point is Trump is looking to leave them completely holding the bag over there. It's a strange, paradoxical dichotomy. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Anyway, Space Fams, that's it. That's all of the news clips that I have for you tonight. As always, we'll do a quick after hours late night Galactic Chill stream. That's it for our Moon Day Fune Day. Thankfully, I started this early. We're ending a little early, and I'll be able to hopefully start early again tonight on Tuesday because we got big elections. 30 seats in Florida. Just to remind everybody what we're up against here tonight. Before we all go to bed. Got 3 elections happening here this Tuesday, August 18th. Alaska, Florida, and Wyoming. Got at least like 35 elections here. Or actually less than that, because there's some. But we got a bunch of primary elections that we're going to be focusing on. A lot of galactically approved candidates. 28 House seats in Florida. They're up for grabs this year. We gotta get the right people winning the primaries so that we can take it down in November. Yes, indeed. So prepare for another early stream later this evening. Well, we got through another galactic stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Well, I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PP, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moenoip, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Willie Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Menda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Penny Hanan 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogue Gerb, Tracy Eva, and Mr. Night Sky. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.